Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ever since Su Jie comprehended the realm of heart and intent and harmony in the wild, his martial arts have been improving at an astonishing rate every day. It was like a child going through a growth spurt with good nutrition and ample sleep, visibly getting taller by the day. Now, Su Jie was intelligent, fully focused, using the most scientific training methods, and had excellent nutrition and medicine. He also received massages from a medical doctor specializing in sports recovery. On top of that, he had gained insight into the profound essence of boxing techniques. Under such conditions, his training progress in a single day was equivalent to several months for other students at the martial arts academy. This was no exaggeration. Just in terms of training volume, Su Jie performed the halt move at least tens of thousands of times each day. Ordinary students could not do nearly as much. Even if they forced themselves to complete a third of his routine, they would be so sore that they wouldn't be able to move for days. However, with proper massage, acupuncture, medicine, and electric stimulation, Su Jie not only eliminated muscle fatigue and restored his body to normal, but also accelerated his growth, allowing him to increase his training volume day by day. This intense training continued for 7 more days. It was now August 24th, with only 8 days left until the new school year started on September 1st. Normally, Su Jie should have bought a ticket home to prepare for school, but he had no intention of leaving. During these 7 days, he devoted himself entirely to training, thinking of nothing else, solely focused on improving his physical and mental strength. Every day, after training, he would undergo Uncle Mang's grueling massages, acupuncture, and electric stimulation. He also applied the Nie family's specially formulated medicinal ointment. At his age, he was in a prime growth period. In the previous days, he had been growing rapidly, and if it had continued, he would have soon surpassed 1.9 meters in height. However, with the effects of the electric stimulation and medicinal absorption into his bones, his growth seemed to have halted. Instead, his body became denser and more solid. Before, his rapid growth had made him feel somewhat weak, but now that his height had stabilized, he could feel the hardness and resilience within his bones. This was not just psychological, it was real. Tests showed that his bone density and toughness were exceptionally high, surpassing ordinary athletes and even some professional fighters. Although Su Jie's physique remained the same as before, without significant muscle mass increase, he felt much stronger and more powerful. His body seemed as if it were forged from steel, and with every punch and kick, he felt capable of destroying anything in his path. Beyond that, he found that he could now perform complex movements with ease, even flashy parkour-style flips and multiple mid-air rotations, despite never deliberately training them. He only had to visualize the moves in his mind, and his body could execute them effortlessly. This was the result of his physical fitness reaching a peak and his mind and body achieving perfect coordination. During these 7 days, Su Jie had once again made a major breakthrough in his martial arts, stepping onto a whole new level. He still participated in the queue for fights every day. Sometimes he managed to get a spot, sometimes not, but whenever he did, he won at least 10 matches in a row and made a decent amount of money. This was also because, with the start of the school year approaching, the number of participants had increased. By late August, the Martial Arts Academy had fully resumed its curriculum. During the day, the training fields were packed, and every practice area was overcrowded. Even Josh and Su Jie's training had to come to a halt because the arenas were always occupied. Since the day Josh was knocked down by Su Jie in a street match, he had been secretly training every day. No one knew exactly what he was practicing, but Su Jie rarely saw him anymore. Su Jie guessed that Josh was holding back his frustration, preparing for a rematch. The morning of August 24th, Su Jie trained from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. as usual before heading back to the academy for breakfast. On the way, he suddenly stopped. He had spotted a group of chickens foraging in the wild. As they walked, they bobbed their heads with each step, pecking at insects in the soil. Sometimes, two chickens would fight, leaping into the air, feathers flying, and even drawing blood, yet neither backed down. This scene suddenly sparked something in Su Jie's mind. The halt-strike move had similarities with the way chickens moved. Chickens had exceptional balance. In fact, among all animals, birds had the strongest sense of balance. A bird could stand on one leg on a swaying branch without falling, no matter how strong the wind blew. Chickens shared this trait. Even the most balanced human could not match the stability of birds. Su Jie became completely engrossed in watching the chickens peck and fight. He crouched there for over an hour, studying their movements and incorporating their balance into his own techniques. The ancient martial manuals say, at that moment, a voice spoke up beside him. The ancient martial manuals say, every strike should resemble an eagle's catch, every stance a tiger's pounce, and every step a chicken's leg. The old masters created martial arts by observing the natural world. Chickens, the most common animals, have an exceptional trait, balance. Nowadays, to prevent camera shake, some people even mount cameras on a chicken's head. Every movement is rooted in balance. Without balance, one cannot generate power or speed. If someone can achieve the same balance as a chicken, their movements in combat will be stable and their strikes will be tremendously powerful. Su Jie turned sharply and saw that it was Gu Yang. Coach, what are you doing here? Su Jie snapped out his trance. It looks like you've made another breakthrough. You can now observe the true spirit in all things. I only attained this level of understanding after turning 40, Gu Yang said, visibly impressed. Su Jie stood up and practiced the halt-strike move again, incorporating the balance he had observed from the chickens. He immediately felt his stability improve, and his speed seemed to increase just a fraction. You should take the time to observe a real tiger hunting or an eagle diving for prey. These things must be seen firsthand to truly grasp their essence. Words alone won't do them justice, Gu Yang advised. In martial arts, we call this perceiving the spirit. You're right. Some things can only be understood through direct observation. No amount of verbal explanation can capture the essence of spirit. Su Jie finally understood what spirit truly meant. In an instant, there was a deep shock in his soul, followed by a sudden realization, as if a light had flashed in his mind. Many people have moments of sudden realization in their lives, but after a few days, it fades and doesn't integrate into their spirit. This is the meaning of it is easy to acquire the way, but difficult to preserve it, Gu Yang said. What you need to do now is to fully integrate this flash of insight, the divine intention you've gained, into your heart, never to fade, and then act on it in your daily life, making it your own. Got it. Su Jie nodded, deeply agreeing with this. Let's go. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? After eating, there's a large-scale event at school today. I've signed you up. Of course, whether you participate or not is up to you. You should go back and continue your studies. Actually, everything you need to learn has already been taught. There's not much more I can teach you now, and from here on, you'll need to self-study. Gu Yang said, however, there is one thing you're lacking. Do you know what it is? What am I lacking? Su Jie asked. Money, Gu Yang replied. To push your physical abilities to the extreme, you need countless resources and wealth. Your physical condition is already top tier, you've achieved the way, but to preserve this way and push it even further, wealth is essential. As they spoke, they entered the school cafeteria. Su Jie followed the routine, ate, and waited for digestion before asking, Coach, what event did you sign me up for? There are more than 10 martial arts schools in this area, and there's a league during the start of the school year that anyone can join. You could take part in one last major competition before you leave and make a fair amount of money. The champion of this event will earn around 500,000. Gu Yang said, that much. Su Jie was surprised. This league, involving 10 martial arts schools and over 100 local martial arts gyms, is sponsored by Hao Yu Group, so the prize money is much higher than usual. You probably earned quite a bit from smaller competitions recently, but it's still not enough. Guiyang waved his hand. With your current state, winning the championship shouldn't be a problem. I've earned 170,000 from these recent competitions, Su Jie said, clicking his tongue. He realized that with skill, one could make quite a bit of money. Afterward, we'll head to the sports hall for the preliminaries. Guiyang patted Su Jie's shoulder. I think practical combat is still quite important for you. You've already mastered the correct training methods, so even if you go back to studying, you can continue practicing. The only thing you're lacking is practical experience. Since it's how you group funding it, I might as well take the money. If I don't, I'd be wasting an opportunity, Su Jie thought to himself. When they arrived at the sports hall, it was already 8 a.m., and despite the early hour, the place was crowded yet orderly, like a large-scale sports event. The school had many staff managing the venue, which was divided into multiple rings. Su Jie quickly found his ring number on the registration machine, then sat on a chair outside the ring to wait. This competition was free fighting, focusing on standing techniques, not mixed martial arts. Once a competitor fell, they would score points and could no longer pursue the fight. The sports venue had more than 30 temporary rings, each with a referee. The competition was intensively prepared. It would start at 9 a.m. and continue until evening with a knockout system. There were 3 sports halls, meaning there were hundreds of people competing at any given time. This fast-paced, high-efficiency competition was becoming very popular. This area was the heart of martial arts in the country, with competitions as common as eating and drinking. Nearly all students were accustomed to the daily routine of competitions. Of course, because of the frequency of competitions here, even ordinary students who fought a few times would become formidable figures. Su Jie was assigned to Ring 13. There were more than 10 chairs under the ring, all occupied by competitors. Looking at his number plate, Su Jie sat in his assigned spot and saw a young man sitting next to him. The young man was fair and handsome, about the same age as Su Jie, with his eyes closed in rest. Su Jie knew that, according to the rules, this young man was his opponent. He couldn't help but greet him. Hey, we're opponents later, right? Su Jie smiled. The young man opened his eyes, glanced at Su Jie, and then indifferent, closed them again, ignoring him completely, as if Su Jie wasn't even worth his words. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become of The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. This guy is really arrogant. Su Jie noticed that the young man ignored his greeting. Feeling wary, he observed him carefully from the corner of his eye. Since this young man was his opponent, Su Jie had to know his enemy well. Only then could he be invincible. After secretly observing for a while, Su Jie couldn't find anything particularly special about him. His physique was average, his breathing and demeanor showed no signs of a master, and he didn't exert any overwhelming presence. No matter how he looked at it, the young man seemed like an easy opponent. Never mind. The champion's prize money this time is 500,000. If I win, I can truly achieve financial independence and free up a lot of time to do what I want. Su Jie cleared his mind and adjusted his state. Su Jie, Feng Hengyi, get up here. The referee on the stage called out their names, and both Su Jie and the young man immediately stood up. The previous match had just ended. It was now their turn. The competition was tightly scheduled, just like dumplings being dropped into boiling water one after another. Su Jie put on his gloves and stood in position, waiting for the referee's signal to begin the fight. His opponent, the young man, also put on his gloves but then closed his eyes, placing one hand behind his back as if he were lost in his own world, completely disregarding Sujie. If his earlier indifference was just cold aloofness, this was outright contempt and humiliation. Sujie's eyes narrowed. In that instant, he suddenly felt a sharp sense of danger from Feng Hengyi. This person was truly confident. There seemed to be something terrifying hidden within him, ready to erupt at any moment, with the power to destroy him. Even though Feng Hengyi had his eyes closed, Sujie felt as if he were being watched by a ferocious beast, sending shivers down his spine. I'm no match for Feng Hengyi. A thought suddenly surfaced in Sujie's mind, one he couldn't suppress no matter how hard he tried. The referee glanced at Feng Hengyi's posture, but said nothing. He had seen all sorts of unusual fighting styles in the ring, even students using drunken boxing. Begin. At the referee's signal, Sujie began moving. His steps were as light as a chicken walking, exceptionally balanced and stable. As he moved in a circling pattern, he gave off the impression of a bird perched on a branch, ready to take flight at the slightest disturbance. In other words, his movements made it nearly impossible for his opponent to land a hit. He had mastered the alertness of a chicken, always ready to flutter away at the slightest sign of trouble. 1. As Sujie circled, searching for an opening, Feng Hengyi remained still, merely uttering a single number. 2. 3. On the third count, Feng Hengyi moved. In a flash, he lunged forward, and his fist was already inches from Sujie's face. So fast, even though Sujie was being extremely cautious, he hadn't anticipated Feng Hengyi's explosive power. In that instant, Feng Hengyi didn't seem human. He had transformed into a human-shaped beast, his energy and spirit condensed into a single blade. No, it was more like a bullet. For a split second, Sujie felt as if Feng Hengyi's punch had ignited like a gunpowder barrel, expanding rapidly before his fist shot forward like a bullet. The speed and explosive force of that punch far exceeded Sujie's limits. Bang! Sujie raised both arms to shield his face, and even with the gloves cushioning the impact, the sheer force sent him airborne. His feet left the ground as he completely lost balance. Before he could recover, Feng Hengyi's second punch arrived. The first had been a jab. This one was a cross, heavier and more powerful. Already off balance, Sujie had no way to withstand it. However, he instinctively maintained a defensive stance known as tiger covers head, like a tiger emerging from its cave, keeping its head protected to avoid a sneak attack. Boom! The arena trembled as Sujie crashed to the ground. Even with his arms shielding him, the punch had knocked him down hard. His blood surged chaotically, and his arms felt numb, as if he had been hit by a car. Stop! The referee immediately stepped in and asked, "Can you get up?" Counting down 10, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Feng Hengyi wins. It took Sujie nearly 20 seconds to regain his senses. He forced himself to use his body's conditioning techniques to restore some feeling in his arms. If this had been an MMA fight, where his opponent could continue striking after he went down, he would have already been knocked unconscious. My gloves are shredded. As Sujie got up, he noticed that his gloves looked like they had been mauled by a wild beast, completely torn apart after just 2 punches. You should be grateful you had gloves on, Feng Hengyi said coldly. Without them, those 2 punches wouldn't have just knocked you out for a few seconds. With that, he turned and left the stage without even glancing at Sujie. To think I lost, eliminated in the first round. What happened to those thoughts of winning the championship? After stepping off the stage, Sujie felt deeply frustrated, not even wanting to see anyone, feeling embarrassed. After all the training over the past few days, he thought he was a master. But then, this arrogant and cold young man appeared, someone his age, and with just 2 punches, shattered all his confidence. Can't be discouraged. Need to keep a calm mindset, Sujie warned himself again. I'm just a beginner, a newbie who has been training for less than 2 months. It's normal to be defeated. That said, my speed and physical fitness are already strong. Why is Feng Hengyi so strong? His explosive power is something I can't compare to. It's like pulling a trigger and the bullet is out of the chamber. This seems like boxing or some techniques from traditional martial arts. But for him to achieve this, his physical and mental strength must be far superior to mine. Within 3 minutes, he quickly calmed down, dispelling all his frustration, then began to think about his weaknesses, why he lost, and how to improve moving forward. After 10 minutes of thinking, he had everything figured out and walked out of the gym, feeling lighthearted. Guiyang was still on the field, teaching the class members hand-to-hand combat techniques. When he saw Su Jie come out, he waved him over. "Why are you out so quickly?" If Su Jie kept winning, he would have had to stay in the venue to await further news. It would have been impossible to come out. The only reason for him to come out so quickly was that he had been eliminated. "I got eliminated in the first round," Su Jie said honestly. "It really is true that there's always someone better. 2 punches and I was on the ground. My gloves were even shattered." Shattered gloves? Guiyang was initially skeptical, but when he saw the gloves Su Jie brought out, he couldn't help but fall into thought. This power is extraordinary. "Come, let's go see your opponent." Leaving the class members to continue practicing their techniques, Guiyang took Su Jie back into the gym, just in time to see Feng Hengyi in the second round of the competition. Whoosh! The two merely touched, and Feng Hengyi's opponent collapsed on the ground, clutching his stomach and convulsing in pain, and even the referee didn't notice what had happened. However, Su Jie barely saw it clearly. Feng Hengyi had landed a clever hook to the abdomen, a technique from boxing. It was elegant and fast, almost like a bullet leaving the chamber. Of course, no human speed can match that of a bullet, but the essence of a punch, as fast as a bullet's exit, could be learned from such a moment. Impressive. The heart is like gunpowder, the punch like a bullet, quick-witted and deadly, Guiyang said. "Let's go. You didn't lose unfairly." So it was him. If I'm not mistaken, he's from the Typhon training camp. Typhon training camp. Su Jie was surprised. "I've heard of Typhon. It's a giant from Greek mythology with 100 heads, called the king of all beasts. In this world, there are several secret training camps dedicated to researching the limits of the human body. The U.S. has long had its so-called Superman program. The Typhon training camp is the most famous one. They use big data, AI, and all sorts of high-tech methods, collecting all the martial arts data and analyzing it through scientific systems to train practitioners. They have the most advanced training methods, the best supplements, and countless clinical trial data, offering the most effective ways to train the body and mind. This is something our Mingluan Martial Arts Academy could never match. But the Typhon camp is a secret base, not open to the public. No one knows where it is. You could think of it like America's Area 51. Guiyang shook his head. This Feng Hengyi must be from the Feng family. I don't know why he's here to stir up trouble. Our league is sponsored by Haoyu Group, and it's not like there's a lot of money involved. The Feng family is so petty that they want to take it back." The founder of Haoyu Group was Feng Shouqing, who had turned a small business into a massive multinational enterprise. He had several sons and daughters. Su Jie's older sister, Su Mukin, worked there. Another person from the Feng family, Su Jie's anger rose again, but he quickly calmed down and became very composed. "This guy has killed people, and not just one." Guiyang suddenly lowered his voice. "Coach, what do you mean? How do you know?" Su Jie was startled. "I can feel it. My instincts are never wrong." Guiyang waved his hand. "Su Jie, your skills, physical fitness, and mental toughness are all top-notch, but you haven't experienced the cruel side of martial arts. You can't understand the terror and essence of life and death struggles unless you go through it. That's your flaw. I told you before, the primary goal of martial arts is survival. Farming and production are for survival, but killing in battle is also survival. You've already mastered the farming and production part. Understand now," Su Jie nodded. "How do you feel about this loss?" Guiyang asked. "Actually, it's normal. There's no fighting without losses. I'm just a beginner who's been training for 2 months. I just need to keep my mindset calm and learn from my mistakes." Su Jie shook his head. "The road in life is long, and I'm still at the starting line. I just need to focus on every detail. If you have the chance, you could also go to the Typhon training camp and see it for yourself," Guiyang said. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon, Ask the Mirror. I have no idea how to get into the Typhon training camp. I'd love to see what kind of training they offer to produce experts like Feng Hengyi. Su Jie kept pondering this thought. Even if he prepared in advance, he was certain he wouldn't be a match for Feng Hengyi. Whether it was physical fitness, mental fortitude, or technical skills, his opponent surpassed him in every way. However, the most crucial aspect was the explosive power in Feng Hengyi's punches. They struck like bullets. Su Jie attempted to mimic that force, but no matter what he tried, he couldn't capture its essence. He pulled out his phone and searched for shooting ranges. Su Jie, what are you looking up? Zhang Man had just finished a practice session and walked over. She seemed to have heard about what had happened and came to comfort him. Nothing much, just searching for shooting range. I want to experience real gunfire firsthand, Su Jie replied, looking up. Oh, so that's what you're looking for. Zhang Man chuckled. You should have asked me. I'm quite familiar with shooting ranges in the U.S., and my dad has a friend here who runs a large shooting club in the city. If you want to give it a try, I can take you there. Really? Su Jie was delighted. Then I'll have to trouble you. I owe you one. Come on. No need to be so formal. I need to practice too. If you don't train for a day, your skills get rusty. Zhang Man responded cheerfully. Let's go. I'll ask the coach for leave. Before long, Zhang Man led Su Jie out of campus, where a black Mercedes sedan was already waiting at the entrance. The two got in, and the car sped off. After about 2 hours, they arrived in front of a place resembling a resort. A man was already waiting for them, a middle-aged gentleman with silver-white hair and an air of sophistication. When he saw Zhang Man, he immediately broke into a warm smile. Man, what brings you here today? And you even brought a friend? This is my classmate from the Martial Arts Academy. He wants to practice shooting. Zhang Man walked up and hugged the man. Uncle Fu, my dad keeps mentioning you in the States. I just spoke with him on the phone yesterday. Uncle Fu chuckled. Your friend wants to practice shooting? I'll have someone guide him. Xiaoli, come over. At his command, a young man in a black suit jogged over, followed by an electric sightseeing cart. The three of them boarded the vehicle and entered the estate. The estate was vast, with picturesque scenery. Su Jie saw a golf course nestled between the mountains and lakes, a leisure club fit for the wealthy elite. A sign at the entrance read, Heart-Cleansing Manor. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots echoed from a massive hall. As they entered, they saw many people wearing noise-canceling earmuffs, firing at targets. The deafening shots sent chills down one's spine, yet also ignited an exhilarating rush. This must be your first time shooting, right? Uncle Fu asked. Nice to meet you, Uncle Fu. I'm Su Jie. He introduced himself. Yes, this is my first time. Xiaoli, teach him, Uncle Fu instructed. Man, let's find a place to catch up. All right. Zhang Man raised an eyebrow. Su Jie, have fun on your own. Got it. Su Jie walked up to a shooting stall as Xiaoli approached, picking up a handgun and fluently explaining how to load and grip it. You're learning really fast. Have you practiced before? Xiaoli was astonished. Su Jie had fully grasped the technique after just one explanation. I held a rifle during high school military training, but we only practiced marching drills. I've never fired live rounds before. After getting a good grip, Su Jie aimed. His mind quieted as he focused. Bang! The bullet was fired. At the moment of the shot, Su Jie's mind was utterly calm. He seemed to feel the firing pin striking the primer in an instant, igniting a powerful burst of energy. The gunpowder explosion propelled the bullet down the rifle barrel, accelerating it to its maximum velocity, launched in a single, irreversible motion. A heart like gunpowder, fists like bullets. When inspiration strikes, even a bird cannot escape. This is the true essence of the martial arts manual's teachings. Without personally experiencing shooting, one can never grasp its true meaning. Su Jie's mind grew even more serene. Bang, 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 bang. He fired consecutive shots, each one hitting the bullseye. Holy crap, Shaoli was stunned. Are you sure this is your first time shooting? Even though this is a beginner's target designed for newcomers, landing a perfect score on the first try is unheard of. It was just luck, Su Jie quickly replied. I'll keep practicing on my own, so I won't trouble you, brotherly. All right, if anything comes up, let me know right away. As Shaoli walked away, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. This can't be his first time shooting. Every beginner struggles with stability on their first attempt, unable to control the recoil. But he's steadier than me. Su Jie was completely immersed in shooting practice. For him, practicing shooting wasn't just about improving accuracy, it was about understanding its essence. The gunpowder ignited, propelling the bullet in a spiraling trajectory out of the barrel. This instantaneous change and explosive force had many similarities to martial arts. Martial arts were about continuously learning from everything, integrating their essence into one's practice. Gradually, Su Jie felt as if he himself had become a gun. With the slightest movement, his heart ignited, and his fists followed. This wasn't about exerting force or perfecting posture. It was purely about the connection between mind and intent. After half an hour of live-fire practice, Su Jie set down the gun, having fully grasped its rhythm and essence. He called out to Shaoli and asked if there were any sandbags? You mean a place for combat training and fitness? Yes, we have one. I'll take you there. Shaoli wasn't sure what Su Jie intended to do, but he knew Su Jie was an important guest and had to be served with utmost care. Soon, he led Su Jie to another facility filled with various fitness equipment. Several people were training, with instructors guiding them. To Su Jie's surprise, this place also offered modern combat disciplines like boxing, judo, taekwondo, karate, aikido, and Muay Thai. However, there was no sign of traditional martial arts, such as the ever-popular Tai Chi. This is a resort primarily focused on relaxation, entertainment, and wellness, Shaoli explained. If you want to work on fitness, muscle building, or body sculpting, we have top-tier bodybuilding coaches. If you want to learn other disciplines, we have professional instructors for one-on-one training. We also offer specialized massage therapists and nutritionists. Here's the information. As he spoke, Shaoli gestured for a nearby attendant, who quickly brought over an exquisitely crafted card. Surprisingly, the card was made of metal, listing various available services, all offered around the clock. Having money is really something. Su Jie sighed inwardly as he examined the card. He could tell that the resort services were indeed top-notch. Many of the instructors were highly skilled, and the one-on-one coaching was a huge advantage. It was nothing like Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. Although Coach Gu Yang was excellent, he had to train dozens of students at once, making it impossible to give everyone individual attention. Only Odell had ever provided Su Jie with true one-on-one instruction. Additionally, students at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy had to do their own laundry, line up at the cafeteria, and handle chores like cleaning. But here, the service staff acted like personal attendants, taking care of everything in the most comfortable and considerate way. For instance, a wealthy person coming here for a retreat and wellness training wouldn't have to worry about anything, just daily exercise and relaxation. Of course, the cost was extremely high. First, entry required an annual membership with a base fee of over $1 million. On top of that, there were numerous additional charges. Spending a few million a year here was completely normal. Yet, when Su Jie looked around, he noticed that the place was packed. He couldn't help but wonder, are there really that many rich people in the country? Spending millions a year like it's nothing? Do they just pick money off the wind? One thing was certain, he couldn't afford this. What kind of coach do you need? Shally asked. I can arrange one for you immediately. No need, no need. Su Jie quickly waved his hand. I'll just do some punching practice on my own. He headed straight for the boxing area, looking for a hanging sandbag. The sandbags came in several weight categories: 30 kilograms, 50 kilograms, 100 kilograms, and 200 kilograms. The 100 kilograms and 200 kilograms bags were professional grade and extremely difficult to move. He walked up to the heaviest sandbag and began warming up. There were several people training in the boxing area. Strangely, they were all women, dressed in form-fitting athletic where that accentuated their curves. Generally speaking, boxing was considered a man's sport, brutal and intense. Women usually preferred slower-paced aerobic exercises like yoga or dance. However, recently, women's boxing had been gaining popularity. Su Jie had seen news reports about female celebrities training in boxing daily, which had sparked a trend among elite women in society. For women, boxing had two main benefits. First, it helped with body sculpting and maintaining an ideal physique. Second, it provided a means of self-defense. Su Jie found it to be a great choice. Although professional boxing matches were harsh, women learning the sport weren't training for competition. They were simply practicing for fitness and vitality. That sandbag is for professional training. Most people can barely make it budge. Does he really think he can punch it? One of the women boxing trainees paused to watch. Maybe he's just trying to show off. Ignore him. Let's keep training. Boom. At that moment, Su Jie finished his warm-up. In a split second, he imagined an explosion igniting deep within his heart, propelling his entire body forward. Instead of using his fists, he executed a move called halt. With an upward thrust and a downward chop, he struck like a tiger pouncing from a mountain. With a single hit, the massive sandbag, normally difficult for an average person to even shake, began to sway. But Su Jie didn't stop there. He sidestepped, shifted his weight, and launched another strike in rapid succession. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of consecutive halt strikes followed, pushing his speed and power to their peak. His movements embodied the sensation of a bullet leaving a gun barrel, the rhythm of gunpowder igniting. It was as if he had grown extra arms. Rip! A sharp tearing sound echoed through the hall. The enormous sandbag suddenly burst open, spilling its filling all over the floor. The three women training in boxing were utterly stunned. Even their coach, a retired national-level professional boxer, was visibly shocked. With his trained eye, he could tell that Su Jie's strikes were more terrifying than those of many professional fighters. Not bad. Su Jie, however, paid no attention to the onlookers. He had just realized that his explosive power and striking technique had advanced significantly, as if he had taken a major step forward. And it was all thanks to being instantly defeated by Feng Hengyi's two punches. That experience had given him invaluable insights and had awakened something deep within him. Something he hadn't even realized was growing arrogant. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novelbin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. Man, this trip back to the country isn't just about learning martial arts, is it? In a quiet tea room within the manor, the middle-aged man with silver hair, Uncle Fu, said to Zhang Man while sipping on fragrant tea, "Your father wants to return to the country and develop here. After all, home is where the heart is. He's mentioned it to me many times. But now he doesn't know what industry to focus on. Our line of work in real estate is already a sunset industry, and there doesn't seem to be any good direction for transformation. Real estate really isn't working anymore. 10 or 20 years ago, it was golden everywhere, but now the trends are in online games, film and television culture, artificial intelligence, video streaming, and blockchain technology. I've been back for quite a while, and I've been investigating and researching. I found that the only promising industries in the future are two categories: high technology and cultural entertainment. Beyond that, health and wellness is still a viable option, like what Uncle Fu is doing now. It's essentially entertainment combined with health and wellness, but it's aimed at the upper middle class, not the low-end market. Zhang Man spoke with confidence. It seems you've put in a lot of effort. You went to Minglin Martial Academy, not just to train, but to study the integration of martial schools and the film industry, right? And by the way, is your father looking to recruit Guiyang? Uncle Fu asked. Guiyang was the leader of the Judge Mercenary Squad back in the day. 10 years ago, he retired and suddenly returned to the country, choosing to be a small martial arts instructor. I don't know what happened, but his connections are vast, his skills are exceptional, and he's familiar with the rules of many dangerous places. He's a valuable talent. If he could assist my father, it would definitely take our Zhang family business to the next level. But from what I see, he seems to have decided to live a peaceful second half of his life. Zhang Man replied. After experiencing so many storms, wanting a quiet life now isn't a bad choice. Uncle Fu said, shaking his head. What's most important now is to discover young talent. By the way, Man, what's the deal with the classmate you brought today? He's a real talent, excellent martial arts, high intelligence. Not just a talent, but a genius. Zhang Man spoke highly of Su Jie. Oh, I've never heard you praise anyone like this before, Uncle Fu said, intrigued. Boss, at this moment a voice came from outside. Come in, Uncle Fu nodded. A man dressed in a black suit, with a fierce aura, walked in and spoke to Uncle Fu. A look of surprise appeared on Uncle Fu's face. Man, it seems this classmate you brought is indeed impressive. What happened? Zhang Man asked, confused. Come with me. Uncle Fu led Zhang Man to a monitoring room and had someone play back the footage of Su Jie hitting the sandbag. His strikes were so powerful that it seemed as though he had multiple arms, eventually splitting the sandbag in half. Even an ordinary person could see that such explosive power, if it hit a person, would likely tear them apart. Such explosive power. Even national-level professional athletes don't possess this, unless they're world-class professional fighters, Uncle Fu sighed. Which martial arts family does he come from? Or has he undergone specialized training since childhood? Neither. You might find it hard to believe, but he's someone who's only been training for 2 months. 2 months ago, he was just a student with slightly better physical fitness, at most an excellent student in physical education, Zhang Man said. Of course, he uses a chopping force, striking from top to bottom with a dragging power. This is more destructive than the straight punches, hooks, or jabs in boxing. Actually, if he used a straight punch, he wouldn't have been able to break the sandbag. But his strength and explosive power are truly impressive. More importantly, he's young and had a lot of potential to be tapped into. He's not very old, is he? He looks to be in his teens, Uncle Fu asked. He's 16, in his second year of high school, Zhang Man nodded. And his grades are excellent. He's already mastered the correct study methods and is very disciplined. From him, I see the quality of integration between knowledge and action. Integration between knowledge and action? Uncle Fu didn't believe it. That's the high standard of conduct proposed by Wang Yangming. It's not so easy to achieve. Just wait and see. Anyway, he's a real talent, Zhang Man said. By the way, Uncle Fu, when my projects are ready in the country, I'll need your help. Naturally. We're family, why be so polite? Your father and I have been through thick and thin together. Without him, I would have died long ago at the hands of foreign gangs. Uncle Fu waved his hand. When I discussed coming back to the country with your father, he was cautious and played it safe, which caused him to miss out on many opportunities. Over the past 20 years, the country has truly been filled with money. If you're bold enough, you just have to bend down and pick it up. But now, making money isn't as easy as it once was. The chaos is settling, and the major players have already positioned themselves. There's still room to carve out opportunities, Zhang Manman nodded. But it's definitely a lot harder now. The Mingluan Martial Academy model is actually quite good. They've recently teamed up with the Feng family to do AI human body training, along with a martial arts film base. I think there are great opportunities there, Uncle Fu said. How's your research going? The Feng family has big ambitions, and they do control some of the core technologies of artificial intelligence. But if we poach the core research team, the Morning Dawn studio, they will lose their biggest advantage immediately. Uncle Fu gave Zhang Manman some advice. Morning Dawn studio? Zhang Manman seemed to have gathered some useful information. In that case, Uncle Fu must have had some plans already, even having core data about this aspect. Of course, the Feng family has been in the internet business, so they have plenty of cash. Over the years, they've taken a lot of my territory, causing significant losses to my business. I've definitely targeted them. This time, I'll give you some core personnel data from the Feng family as a gift for your father's development back home. How does that sound? Uncle Fu clapped his hands, and someone quickly brought over a stack of paper documents. Don't blame Uncle Fu for being cautious. Take a look at it, memorize it, and then I'll take it back and burn it. We want you to transmit it over the network, Uncle Fu said, staring at Zhang Manman. Zhang Manman flipped through the documents, carefully inspecting each page. She took a full hour to finish before suddenly closing the file and returning it to Uncle Fu. It looks like you've really received some special training, like an intelligence agent. You memorized all the data in just an hour, Uncle Fu remarked. It seems your father was right to send you back to collect business information. Uncle Fu is too kind. This matter isn't as simple as it looks. Zhang Manman seemed to have engraved the data into her mind. But right now, I'm alone and can't do everything on my own. I need to recruit people, find reliable hands, and form a team. So, you're interested in Su Jie? And Gu Yang? Uncle Fu frowned. Su Jie is fine. After all, he's just a young man and can be swayed. But Gu Yang is a man of great experience, someone who has already seen it all. What makes you think you can move him? Though if you can, he's not only a top-tier expert, but also the best manager. Years ago, when he became the leader of the Judgment Mercenaries, he turned the team from a third-rate group into an elite one. However, he later withdrew from the world due to some disillusionment. I'll give it a try. Talents are rare. After all, it's easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but a general is hard to come by, Zhang Manman said. Besides, there are many details I'll need Uncle Fu's help with in the future. That's no problem. Just contact me directly if you need anything, Uncle Fu said with a beaming smile. He had actually done a little test earlier and discovered that his old friend's daughter was indeed an elite. At the sports hall, the boxing coach stepped forward. Young man, what martial art are you practicing? Your downward strike has such great power. This is a farming-style move called the halt strike, Su Jie thought for a moment. He hadn't systematically studied traditional martial arts. Though the halt strike move was a core strike in the traditional heart intent fist system, there were many other techniques in heart intent fist, Xini Ba, that he hadn't learned. He only practiced this one move, refining it repeatedly. Aside from that, his physical training, breathing techniques, eating habits, and sleep were all from Odell's teachings. Additionally, Gu Yang had taught him a few unarmed combat moves, and he had nearly 100 matches worth of experience from the ring. Of course, he also trained in modern combat techniques like wrestling, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. He combined all these martial arts into this single move, the halt strike. With just a small adjustment, there were countless variations, but at the core, it remained unchanged, a ho. It was this purity that gave it such immense power. Impressive, the boxing coach said. Young man, how about we have a match? What's your name, teacher? Su Jie asked politely, knowing that the coaches here were formidable figures. Boxing had many advantages, especially its practicality in real combat. The moves were simple, but simplicity made it easy to learn yet hard to master. Boxing only had straight punches, hooks, and jabs without using legs. It was strong in both combat competitions and street fights, but the moves were considered ungraceful, with no aesthetic appeal, which is why it hadn't been widely accepted. Tanjin, the boxing coach replied. Though he was in his early 30s, in the world of combat sports, especially in fighting disciplines, he could be considered an experienced veteran. "I'd love to learn something from you," Su Jie said. He had just begun to grasp the subtleties of a punch, like gunpowder and bullets. Punching a sandbag wasn't enough. A match would help him progress faster. The two put on their gloves and stepped into the ring. Three female boxers watched with great interest, though their gaze was mostly focused on Su Jie. The three girls had beautiful, athletic, and curvaceous bodies. They seemed to have trained in dance, as their movements were elegant and showed signs of professional training. Su Jie even thought they might be celebrities. However, he wasn't interested in entertainment or celebrity news, so he didn't recognize any stars, except for the internationally renowned Liu Zihao, of course. But anyone who could be here must surely be wealthy or influential. "We'll use the boxing rules. Just a friendly spar, no heavy blows," Tanjin said, bouncing lightly, as if his feet were spring-loaded, constantly on the move. Su Jie simply stood still, his eyes locked on Tanjin's. The eyes are the window to the soul. Many thoughts are revealed through the eyes: fear, pleading, murderous intent, hatred, and more. A sensitive person can read others' intentions just by looking into their eyes. Suddenly, Tanjin's eyes widened, as if a fierce tiger was about to pounce. In the next instant, his eyes sharpened like an eagle staring down its prey from the sky. Su Jie noticed the shift in Tanjin's gaze and casually glanced at his ribs, where the next attack would likely target, a hook aimed at his side. In less than a second, just from 3 changes in Tanjin's gaze, Su Jie had gathered this much information. Whoosh! Tanjin made the first move. His body swayed like a snake, moving from side to side. This was a typical boxing move, designed to find an opening in the enemy's defense while avoiding being locked onto. At the same time, it allowed him to adjust his optimal point of force and striking position. In the midst of this, Su Jie felt as if Tanjin were a raging bear, charging forward, swinging his shoulders, his movements filled with immense power. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects: Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a... This is extremely similar to the killer move Bear Shakes the Tree. Su Jie had learned the traditional martial arts 18 freehand techniques from Gu Yang, one of which was called Bear Shakes the Tree. It mimicked a bear standing upright and walking, swaying yet extremely stable, capable of hugging a tree and shaking it violently, even uprooting it, a display of immense strength. Now, in the split second of Tang Jin's advance, although he was using boxing, both his power and intent resembled that of a bear. It was evident that martial arts were interconnected. Tang Jin shook and moved rapidly, seemingly finding the best point of force and the ideal striking position. Suddenly, he feinted with a straight punch before launching a swift and unpredictable uppercut to Su Jie's ribs. However, Su Jie had already anticipated Tang Jin's true intentions through his gaze. He dodged continuously, clamping his ribs tight. Sure enough, Tang Jin's uppercut struck his ribs. But unexpectedly, though the punch seemed ferocious, it only lightly grazed him before sharply changing direction, like a race car drifting towards Su Jie's abdomen. Bang! Su Jie's abdomen took a direct hit, his entire body bending like a shrimp from the impact. If it were anyone else, getting punched in the abdomen by a professional fighter would have caused instant spasms, rendering them unable to stand and completely losing their combat capability. However, Su Jie's iron body training was formidable. The moment his abdomen was struck, his muscles automatically collapsed inward, subtly relaxing at just the right moment so that the punch's force didn't fully land on him. This maneuver reduced at least 70 to 80% of the impact. This was something he had previously struggled to achieve, but after undergoing electric stimulation training, his neurons had gained increasingly precise control over his muscles. Still, this didn't seem to help much in a boxing match. As Su Jie's abdomen took the hit, Tang Jin exploded with a rapid flurry of jabs and hooks, violently pounding his head. At this point, no defense was effective. The speed was simply too fast. Techniques and forms became meaningless. Only instincts remained. If not for the boxing rules, Su Jie could have used his legs or knees to block the assault. But now he had no choice but to endure it. Covering his head, he took at least 10 head punches in less than 2 seconds before he collapsed to the ground. Rolling twice, he struggled to get back up. He had lost. Your endurance is that strong. Tang Jin had assumed Su Jie wouldn't be able to rise, yet the latter did, still seemingly capable of fighting. Let's stop here, Tang Jin said, waving his hand. Master Tang, you fooled me with your eyes. This isn't something from boxing, is it? Su Jie stood up, his whole body aching, especially his head, which felt slightly off. Tang Jin's punches were too fierce, and the speed of his combos was beyond what Su Jie had expected. He hadn't even lasted 5 seconds. In an instant, Su Jie realized where he had erred. He had focused on observing Tang Jin's eyes and assumed his ribs would be the target. He hadn't expected to be deceived by that very gaze, which led to his abdomen getting hit, exposing a weakness and causing his complete downfall. However, he did not grow frustrated over his loss. His words remained polite, and his attitude humble and respectful, demonstrating his cultivated demeanor. Seeing this, Tang Jin was slightly impressed. He nodded subtly, acknowledging the young man. You're right. This isn't just boxing. It's the 8 methods of I techniques from Shaolin martial arts. Shaolin martial arts? 8 methods of I techniques. This was Su Jie's first time hearing of it. In fact, Odell should have known about it. But Su Jie had spent too little time training under him and had not learned such advanced concepts. The 8 methods of I techniques consist of bright, dark, solid, fierce, sweeping, wavy, luring, and begging, Tang Jin explained. The bright eye technique means focusing your eyes and concentrating on the opponent's every move, reacting instantly. The dark eye technique involves pretending not to look at the opponent. Your gaze appears scattered, making them think you are distracted, but in reality, you're secretly observing their weaknesses and launching a sudden attack. The solid eye technique is about maintaining a dignified and unshaken gaze, exuding confidence so that the opponent feels your strength and hesitates to attack. What about fierce, sweeping, wavy, luring, and begging? Su Jie was intrigued. He hadn't realized eye techniques could be so versatile. Fierce is the glare of the wrathful Vajra. Like a beast hunting prey, it intimidates the opponent. Sweeping involves scanning up, down, left, and right, making the opponent think you're about to strike various areas, forcing them into a defensive dilemma. Wavy means using peripheral vision to monitor the surroundings, swiftly seizing advantageous positions for a sudden strike. Luring is a deceptive trick. I just used this technique against you. I intentionally glanced at your ribs to make you believe that was my target, but in truth, I aimed for your abdomen. As for begging, it's about feigning weakness, pretending to be timid or vulnerable to lure the opponent into underestimating you, only to strike unexpectedly. That makes a lot of sense. Su Jie nodded repeatedly, feeling like he had learned a great deal. Coach, you two barely fought for 5 seconds, and all we saw was a chaotic exchange of punches. Who knew there was so much behind it? 3 young women approached. They hadn't been able to grasp the deeper meaning behind the fight, only that Su Jie, who looked impressive when hitting the sandbag, was still completely outmatched in an actual bout against the professional coach, Tang Jin. One of them, a tall girl standing at about 1.78 meters, curiously asked, Coach, did you also learn Shaolin martial arts? Just now, You mentioned something about eye techniques being part of Shaolin martial arts. First, focus on learning boxing properly. Tang Jin kept a stern face. Your movie in 3 months has a lot of boxing scenes. If you don't train well, the filming of those scenes will suffer, and I won't take the blame. Your agency is paying me to be your coach, so I must do my job responsibly. Understood, coach. The three girls earnestly practiced their punches, each strike carrying considerable force. Let's talk. Tang Jin patted Su Jie on the shoulder. The two sat down to the side, and Tang Jin asked, "Your boxing skills are impressive. You've actually reached a certain level, but what you're lacking is real combat experience. Not the kind from the ring, nor even street fights, but something closer to battlefield conditions. Of course, underground fights could also serve the same purpose. That is the best way to temper your mind and will." This wasn't the first time someone had told Su Jie this. But as a high school student, where would he find such an opportunity? He could only listen in silence. What do you think is the most important quality for a martial artist? Tang Jin asked again. It should be character. Su Jie had pondered this question before. That's what allows someone to go further in life. Take, for example, the former boxing champion Tyson. For a time, he ruled the boxing world, and no opponent could stand against him. But after his coach passed away, he spiraled downward, neglected training, and led a reckless lifestyle, getting himself into all sorts of trouble. He ruined his career, and his skills and physical condition deteriorated significantly. He could have gone much further. That's why traditional martial arts emphasize virtue before skill. With good character, one can face any challenge with composure. You're absolutely right. Tang Jin slapped his thigh. Would you be interested in becoming a professional boxer? I can train you into a world champion. Forget about learning other sports. Boxing is the most profitable sport in the world. The money you make from kickboxing or MMA doesn't even come close to 1% of what you can earn in boxing. I'll think about it. Su Jie had already mapped out his life plan, so he politely declined. No worries, you're still young, but time waits for no one. If you change your mind in the next 2 years, you can contact me anytime. Tang Jin handed Su Jie a business card before getting up to continue training the three girls. Su Jie observed Tang Jin's training and striking techniques for a while and ended up learning a few more things from it. Just then, Zhang Manman approached. Su Jie, how was it? Great. Live ammunition shooting was pretty fun, Su Jie replied. This whole day of training must have cost quite a bit. Let me settle the bill. He now had nearly 200,000 yuan in his account, giving him some financial confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to spend so freely. No need. Zhang Manman smiled. The owner of Heart Cleansing Manor is my uncle. He's covering the cost this time. Come on, let's head back to school. Su Jie nodded and left the manor with Zhang Manman. As usual, a car was waiting to take them straight back to school. By the time they returned, it was already late. After grabbing dinner at the cafeteria, Su Jie headed to the small arena training grounds to see if he could find a match. Luck was on his side this time. He actually got a slot. Because of the ongoing Regional Martial Arts School League, many participants were too exhausted to join the small arena matches after competing all day. Since there were still several more days of competition ahead, most people chose to rest. Even so, the small arena still had a sizable audience. It was a staple of Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, having signed deals with multiple live-streaming platforms and video sites. Matches were broadcasted every evening from 7:30 to 10 o'clock. It was said that the annual broadcasting contract brought in a significant amount of money. Su Jie stepped into the ring like a ferocious tiger. His first opponent was a boxer, but with just 2 feints and a sudden lunge, Su Jie knocked him to the ground. His second opponent was a towering MMA fighter, well over 1.9 meters tall, with an incredibly long reach. Fighters like him were the most troublesome, as they could keep their opponents at a distance while landing strikes freely. However, Su Jie simply circled him for a moment. Then, in a split second, he lunged forward, pinning the man to the ground. In the following matches, Su Jie didn't make a move until the perfect moment. Whenever he did, his opponents were instantly taken down. At this point, he truly seemed to have transformed into a 1,000-pound tiger. That morning, He had been defeated by Feng Hengyi with just 2 punches. After practicing live-fire shooting at heart-cleansing manner in the afternoon, he had finally grasped the concept of a mind like gunpowder, fists like bullets. His explosive power had increased significantly. He still used his halt-strike technique, but compared to before, both his speed and strength had improved dramatically. He won match after match, as if he had entered a state of flow, or perhaps he was just aggressively raking in money. After all, each victory earned him between 1,000 and 2,000 yuan. If he could win 10 matches in a single night, he could pocket 20,000 yuan. With summer break coming to an end, he would soon have to return home and transfer back to his old school. Before that, he wanted to gain as much combat experience as possible and earn as much money as he could. While Su Jie was dominating the small arena, in a building within Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, international superstar Liu Zihao was hosting a private dinner. His guest was none other than Feng Hengyi, the man who had defeated Su Jie with 2 punches. Strangely, the two dined at separate tables, each having their own set of meals. Liu Zihao's meal consisted of chicken breast, beef, 7 or 8 types of fresh vegetables, dairy products, and a medicinal soup that carried a noticeable herbal aroma. Additionally, several bottles containing trace element supplements were lined up beside him. Feng Hengyi's table also had beef, along with several rare seafood dishes. However, they were all prepared very plainly, without much seasoning. His vegetable selection was even more diverse than Liu Zihao's. He also had several bottles filled with what appeared to be specialized drinks. Hengyi, want to try Mingluan Martial Arts Academy's premium health meal? The Nie family's private nourishing dishes are quite good, Liu Zihao said while eating. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects. Flower, Stealing Master. Immortal Divine Tribulation. Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. I'm not eating. Feng Hengyi directly refused, without politeness. I bring my own food and ingredients, prepared by my team in the most scientific way. The ingredients are cultivated in labs, free from any impurities or hormones. If my diet is disrupted, it will easily reduce my physical strength. My dishes are all organic. Liu Zihao smiled, seemingly unconcerned. With his status, even if a billionaire CEO spoke to him like this, he would immediately order them to leave without hesitation. Organic isn't necessarily better. The land is heavily polluted now. Only lab-cultivated ingredients are truly free of impurities. Feng Hengyi said dismissively, "How many people are taking care of your diet and daily needs now?" Liu Zihao asked. 3 chefs carrying various ingredients and kitchenware, a mobile home, on standby 24 hours a day. The water is brought by us. Feng Hengyi said, his tone not boasting, just stating facts. There are also 3 masseuses available around the clock and 3 doctors in another car, equipped with various health and medical devices. In addition, there are 3 assistants for my clothes and daily needs, plus 5 bodyguards. Huh? No coach? Liu Zihao asked. A coach? None of them are better than me. Their training methods are outdated. Feng Hengyi waved his hand. In this world, there's only one coach I respect, and that's the God Maker, Odell. Though his physical training in movement and breathing has been surpassed by our Typhon training camp's AI, his spiritual training still has its unique insights. He was here last month, but I don't know where he is now, Liu Zihao said. By the way, have you found the 3 to 5 sparring partners you were looking for? You don't have to participate in the competition yourself. I can pick a few with good physical fitness for you. No need. I'll choose them myself. It's always best when I choose them personally. Feng Hengyi's tone remained blunt, subtly implying that Lu Ziheo's judgment wasn't good enough. That's true. To train, you need human targets. Using live people as targets is the best. Only those without money use wooden dummies or fixed sandbags. Lu Ziheo said, in ancient times, many rich masters hired strong men to serve as targets for martial arts training, progressing very quickly. But it seems that abroad, they're already robotic sparring partners. These robots can even do backflips. I know Typhon Training Camp already has these simulation robots as training partners, with various martial arts AI programs. Why don't you get one? Too expensive, and that kind of technology isn't available for public use. But our Hallyu Group's AI has made breakthrough progress. Of course, people are still more affordable. I'll observe for a few days and pick out a few human targets to join my team and sign lifetime contracts. My training involves many secrets, and they cannot be allowed to switch jobs or leak anything. Once I've selected the people, you'll need to provide me with their information. Feng Hengyi spoke in a commanding tone to Lu Ziheo, who frowned but held back from reacting. He couldn't afford to offend the young master of the Feng family, especially since he had a major collaboration with Hallyu Group. In the Feng family, the leader was Feng Shouqin. His eldest son, Feng Yuxuan, was in charge of the group's investment business. The second son, Feng Qiansong, was anything but modest and loved the spotlight. He invested in the film industry, entertainment sectors, live streaming, girl groups, and artist management, creating a huge buzz. In just a year, his initial capital of 3 billion grew to several billion, making him a business genius. The third son, the most mysterious of them all, had never been seen. Many didn't even know he existed. But Lu Ziheo knew the secret. Feng Shouqin had sent this youngest son, Feng Hengyi, to Typhon Training Camp at a very young age, where he had trained for over 10 years until he had just returned in the past 2 years. Lu Ziheo had also trained at Typhon Training Camp, but only for 6 months. And even the limited training he received had dramatically boosted his physical strength and martial arts skills. He had experienced explosive growth in ability. Now, he no longer had the qualifications to enter. Not just anyone could enter. Lu Ziheo had gained his spot by helping a major figure film a movie, which got him an introduction to the camp. Hengyi, have you found any talent yet? Lu Ziheo asked. My first opponent was okay. Although I finish him off with 2 punches, his physical condition makes him a good target for training. His name is Su Jia. Feng Hengyi nodded, and someone beside him handed Lu Ziheo a photo. This person? He's just a temporary student, not from our academy, Lu Ziheo remarked. I tried to get him to sign with my film company, but he refused. Apparently, he's planning to take the university entrance exam. Really? Does he have any background? Feng Hengyi asked. I don't think so, Lu Ziheo replied. Then there's no problem, Feng Hengyi said. He should consider himself lucky to work for me for life. At least he'll never go hungry. Well, let's see if you can deal with this student. He's quite difficult, Lu Ziheo said. I've had 3 years of special agent training, mastering psychological, physical, and both tangible and intangible torture methods. Whatever I set my mind to, I can definitely accomplish. Feng Hengyi's tone was arrogant, but the confidence in his voice made people believe he was capable of anything. You must have had some human-shaped dummies in your training, right? Where did they go? Suddenly, Lu Ziheo asked. When you have human-shaped dummies, you can learn many secret things. During the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China, some became human-shaped dummies for martial arts families. The disciples of those martial arts families couldn't learn the techniques, but the human-shaped dummies instead became more skilled. My few human-shaped dummies, after learning my methods, wanted to switch sides, so I got rid of them. Feng Hengyi seemed to be speaking about something trivial. Lu Ziheo fell silent. He understood that getting rid of them meant killing them. Feng Hengyi was not old, not even 18, but he was already ruthless and scrupulous, extremely powerful, and had strong financial and political backing. Lu Ziheo didn't speak, and neither did Feng Hengyi. They silently ate their food. The two of them found themselves in an awkward situation. Meanwhile, at this moment, Su Jia had won 13 matches in a row. His stamina was almost depleted, so he finally gave up guarding the arena. After settling the accounts, he had earned a total of 26,000 yuan and felt quite satisfied. Although it was just a bank card, it felt heavy in his pocket. Then he went to find Uncle Mang for a massage. Uncle Mang seemed to be even more punctual than him every day, eagerly waiting for him. As soon as Su Jie arrived, Uncle Mang began checking his body, adjusting his bones, and massaging him. Suddenly, he frowned. Your cervical spine has been hit hard and is slightly dislocated. Your head was punched. If it had been anyone else, their neck would have likely been broken. Luckily, your horizontal training is very impressive, and it protected you from serious injury. But that person was really ruthless. I'm not injured, right? Su Jie asked. You'll recover, Uncle Mang said, using acupuncture to help treat Su Jie for a while before starting electrical stimulation. Today's electrical stimulation gave Su Jie a strange sensation. It was both painful and soothing, unlike the pure pain he usually felt. Congratulations, your nerve resilience has increased another level. Uncle Mang observed various data for comparison. According to AI predictions, you should only be able to achieve this level of nerve response in a month. I got beaten up today and suddenly comprehended the state of heart like gunpowder, fist like a child, and then went to experience live shooting. I learned to exert force. Su Jie explained his experience. That's enlightenment. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Uncle Mang praised. But I'm curious, with your current skills, even if you encounter strong professional fighters, you could handle it passively in a match. Even if you just run around, it would be hard for your opponent to knock you down. I met someone really powerful about my age who completely overwhelmed me in speed, experience, strength, stamina, and momentum. His name is Feng Hengyi, Su Jie said, trying to gather more information. Coach Gu Yang said he has killed people, and not just one. He came from the Typhon training camp. So if it's him, Uncle Mang's expression changed slightly. Be careful from now on. He's not like Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun only uses underhanded methods, but he can't get anywhere. Feng Hengyi is different. As for the Typhon training camp, it's the most mysterious, high-tech laboratory in the world. Training humans is just one of their projects. I heard this camp was originally established by wealthy people seeking immortality through investments in life science, but it gradually changed and became something no one could control. I thought these things were far from me, but I didn't expect to get involved in it. Su Jie shook his head. Now, under the electrical stimulation, he was chatting freely, feeling somewhat like Guan Yu undergoing bone treatment to detoxify his body. After the treatment, he felt extremely comfortable, as if the medicinal ointment he had applied was completely absorbed. These past few days, he had been using the Nie family's secret ointment combined with the electrical stimulation, so the ointment had almost no waste and had been fully absorbed into his skin, enhancing its toughness, vitality, and improving the strength between his tendons and joints, even penetrating into his bones. Since using the secret ointment and the internal strengthening liquor, Su Jie could clearly feel his physical condition improving drastically, almost rapidly advancing, especially his physical training, which seemed like it had been practiced for 3 to 5 years. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon, Ask the Mirror. The physical condition is really quite good. Uncle Mang nodded. I'll be honest with you. This special ointment and internal strengthening wine are the best medicines at our Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. They're so expensive that money can't buy them, and I've used quite a lot of them on you. But the Typhon training camp has even better medicine, And they also have surgeries to enhance potential, like replacing weak joints with special material joints that are practically indestructible. There's such a thing. Su Jie couldn't accept the idea of replacing his joints with artificial ones. It made him feel like he wasn't entirely human. Of course, if it were for a medical reason, it would be understandable, but doing it just for strength fell off psychologically. Of course, Uncle Mang continued. In these past few days, I've explained a lot about the structure of the human body to you. In fact, the most fragile, easily injured, and irreparable parts of the body are the joints, with the knee joint being the most critical. Many martial artists have knee problems, even those professional fighters who follow the most scientifically advanced training systems. Injury is still inevitable. Uncle Mang seemed to be reminiscing. The human body is simply too fragile. You have to be careful everywhere. Practicing martial arts is essentially like crossing a river by feeling the stones along the way. You must cross the river, but you can't be too aggressive. You need to find the most delicate balance, and it can't be achieved by hard practice alone. This is the way of moderation. I understand. Su Jie nodded. If there were more time, I could teach you a lot of knowledge about human anatomy and medicine, but time is too tight. Uncle Mang truly wished Su Jie would become a student. Yes, school is about to start. I really need to go back and handle some things, Su Jie said, already making plans for his future. I'll go back and see if I can apply for a leave of absence, then come back here to train. Honestly, the college entrance exam isn't that hard for me. Even if I took it now, I could still get into a top university. The problem is my parents, older sister, and the school teachers and leaders probably won't agree. People are always tied down by worldly matters, unwilling to let go of things, and end up running around in circles like a monkey picking corn. In the end, it gets nothing, Uncle Mang said with sudden seriousness. Su Jie, if you don't have the courage to give up everything and focus solely on the path, don't even think about reaching the highest realm. I don't think so. Su Jie shook his head. In fact, the world is incredibly complex. A person must exist within it. If you abandon everything in pursuit of something, that's actually a sign of incompetence. The true highest realm is to navigate through the complexities of the world with ease, handling all kinds of relationships with grace. Both Buddhism and Taoism have such figures. Taoism has Zhuangzi, Buddhism has Vimalakirti. The 8 trigrams of the Book of Changes, when combined, form all the manifestations of heaven and earth. As long as you are part of it, you can't escape. I believe that trying to escape or sever it isn't really severing. On the contrary, not severing is the true way to break free. Kid, did you come to this realization on your own? You even know the Book of Changes. Uncle Mang was shocked. It's something I've realized myself, Su Jie nodded. I believe everything in life must be handled with one's own wisdom, resolved harmoniously, so that your heart remains in a state of ease and freedom. You're not influenced by the external environment. Even if all the misfortune in the world falls upon me, aimed at me, I can still turn danger into safety, remain unhurried. This is the true way of a sage. Su Jie, your mindset surpasses mine. I can hardly imagine that this came from your own insight. But you must know, when entangled in a mess, the best method is to sever it quickly with a sharp knife. What you're choosing to do, untangling it one by one, will be exhausting. Uncle Mang said, I don't think this is a mess, but water. Drawing a knife to cut the water only makes it flow more. The only solution is to understand the nature of water. Su Jie truly thought this way deep inside. After being urged by Odell to study the Book of Changes, which contained China's ancient and highest wisdom, Su Jie had gained some insight. He then applied that to other ancient books, such as Zhuangzi, Laozi, and even some Buddhist stories. Through this, he developed his own philosophy on life and how to interact with others. This also helped him form his own worldview and outlook on life. For many of life's troubles, he needed to face them actively, solve them one by one, and maintain a state of ease and freedom, rather than abandoning or avoiding them. Thinking this way, his heart felt at ease, and he always experienced a sense of freedom in every moment. Not to mention your future achievements, Just your attitude toward life already surpasses mine. With this mindset toward life and martial arts, you'll gain many unexpected things, Uncle Mang said. There are only a few days left. Your electrical stimulation has reached a peak, and now I'll prepare a psychological training course for you. Psychological training? Sujia asked, somewhat puzzled. Your body has already reached its peak after this period of massage, acupuncture, and electrical stimulation. What's left now is slow recuperation. However, your psychological endurance still needs further strengthening. Though you can endure pain, there's still one thing you need to endure to improve your mental resilience, Uncle Mang explained. What is it that I need to endure? Sujia asked. Loneliness. Uncle Mang said. All right, will you join this training? I'll join. Sujia thought for a moment and nodded. I want to see what is more unbearable than pain. Actually, there are many things more unbearable than pain. Loneliness, despair. They are harder to endure. The pain caused by electrical stimulation is just the first lesson in agent training. What I'm giving you now is the second lesson in agent training. Since you've agreed, don't back out. Put on your clothes and follow me. Uncle Mang stood up. Sujia wiped his body and followed Uncle Mang outside the school. They arrived at an abandoned warehouse. Inside, it seemed like some things were stored, and the space was very large with a basement. The basement was built very solidly, divided into many rooms. It was empty and chilling, like a terrifying location from a movie scene. The dim light only added to the eerie atmosphere. Bang! Uncle Mang unlocked a solid iron door with a key. Inside was a room about 10 square meters. The room was empty, except for a toilet in the corner. The floor felt soft, as if there was a layer of some membrane, and the walls and ceiling were also covered in it. The only purpose of this membrane was soundproofing. Once inside the room, and with the door closed, not a single sound could be heard. The only sounds were Su Jie's own heartbeat and breathing, magnified as if he were the only person in the sealed space. This is a true, soundproof room. The materials used in the construction can block out any external sounds and absorb internal noise. In here, everything is absolutely silent. Of course, it will also bring about utter loneliness. The training I'll give you is to lock you in here and make you experience despair and loneliness. Uncle Mang's voice became eerie, like that of an evil scientist. You can't be serious, just locking me in here? Su Jie asked. Don't underestimate it. This is both a psychological and physical torment. You might look fine now, but after a while, you'll understand how difficult it is. Uncle Mang's voice had a sinister tone. Have you made up your mind? If so, I'll leave now. All right, Su Jie nodded. Uncle Mang walked out of the room, and as he closed the door, he said, Su Jie, you need to know, this place is desolate. No one will be able to find the basement. If I leave and don't tell anyone, you'll be stuck here and die. No one will ever know. Then, the door slammed shut. The iron door was practically indestructible by human strength. Su Jie heard Uncle Mang's words and felt a chill in his heart. He knew Uncle Mang was just trying to scare him, adding psychological pressure, but he couldn't stop thinking about the worst-case scenario. This was an abandoned warehouse, with very few people coming by. Even if someone did enter the warehouse, it would be hard to find the basement. Even if they found the basement, there were so many rooms that it would be difficult to locate his specific room. His voice couldn't be heard outside. If Uncle Mang didn't come back to open the door, he would truly be trapped here to die. Once this thought took hold, it grew and spread uncontrollably. Bang! The lights in the room suddenly went out. The entire room was plunged into complete darkness. Su Jie couldn't see anything. Although he had good vision, in a room with no light, he felt completely blind and had to rely on his memory to navigate. Calm down. Su Jie immediately felt a strong sense of darkness and despair rushing toward him. He wasn't wearing a watch and didn't have his phone with him. He had nothing to track the time, which made him even more anxious. Breathe, breathe. He simply lay down, using the great corpse state to sleep. Since he had done some stretching earlier, it was already time to rest. When he woke up, he opened his eyes, and it was still pitch black. He had no idea how long had passed or what had happened outside. It should be around 3 a.m. now, because after practicing the great corpse state, my routine is pretty regular and I wake up on time every day. Su Jie tried his best to stay calm, realizing that many restless emotions were rising from within him. There was no light, no sound, no one to disturb him, and Uncle Mang's words kept fueling his fear and despair, making them spread uncontrollably. In an instant, he felt like he was going mad. No, this is loneliness and despair. It's truly unbearable, even harder than pain. Su Jie forced himself to calm down and decided to focus on practicing martial arts. He started to assume a stance, preparing to practice, but then stopped suddenly. If I practice martial arts and sweat, there's no way to wash up here, and there's no food. If I burn through my energy, that won't do. If there were enough water and food here, I could spend my life here practicing martial arts without getting bored. But now there's nothing, so I can't practice. Thankfully, there was a toilet. After he relieved himself, he lay back down and continued the great corpse state. But the anxiety remained, and even the great corpse state couldn't calm him down. His usual calm mindset had vanished. Author's words. I've seen many readers ask whether this book will include fantasy cultivation or futuristic technology. I want to tell everyone that this book is realistic. All the cultivation methods will be explained scientifically, using physiology, psychology, and more. All the martial arts moves are based on real concepts, and the cultivation techniques are grounded in reality. As for AI and technology, everything mentioned, like the backflip robot I referenced, you could search the Zero Ston Dynamics robot backflip online, exists in our world. The smart dog that opens doors is real, and I believe we're witnessing the beginning of a new era. In the AI field, AlphaG Zero defeating all professional Go players is already well known, and intelligent systems analyzing martial arts movements, sports like basketball, soccer, etc., are already out there. The effectiveness of certain moves is clear and measurable. As for D*Ugs, the news of performance enhancers used by athletes is rampant in the world. What will the world look like 10 or 20 years from now? I can't even imagine. Just 20 years ago, my rural home used a rotary dial phone, and the brick-sized mobile phones cost tens of thousands. Who could have imagined today? In short, this book won't contain anything too far ahead of its time. Goblin. Unfortunately, C0 vid happened, and it seemed to have affected the author's thoughts. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. Su Jie paced back and forth, appearing restless and uneasy. Inside his body, an uncontrollable surge of emotions threatened to break free. In some foreign countries, there were competitions where people were locked in sealed rooms to test their endurance. However, those participants had light, food, and the reassurance of knowing it was just a show. Psychologically, they felt safe, completely different from Su Jie's current situation. Yet, even under such conditions, Su Jie had not collapsed. His mental resilience was already remarkably strong. A pitch-dark, enclosed space. This was already a form of cruel punishment. Over time, it was even more tormenting than electric shocks. Time passed. Sometimes Su Jie lay down. Sometimes he stood up. He was on the verge of breaking down. But just when he reached his limit, he would force himself to stop and suppress his agitation. He had no idea how much time had passed, but eventually hunger and thirst set in. Yet, Uncle Mang still hadn't come. Did Uncle Mang really forget about me? Doubt crept into Su Jie's mind. He's blind. If something happened to him, I might starve and die of thirst in here. In theory, if he was truly desperate, he could drink the water from the toilet. But when he checked, There was none left. He pressed the flush button, only to find that the tank was empty. The first time he had relieved himself, the water had already been used up, and the pipes had not refilled. Now he was in a situation with neither food nor water, deepening his despair. To make matters worse, the longer he stayed in this agitated state, the more energy his body consumed, making his hunger intensify. I can't go on like this. I have to calm down. No joy, no sorrow, no fear of life or death, no dread of terror. Every time he felt himself breaking, Su Jie reminded himself to hold onto the last thread of clarity in his mind. Who knew how many times he had near collapse? How many times he had been tormented by despair? Yet gradually, through sheer willpower, Su Jie forced himself into a state of complete calm. He lay down, thinking of nothing, doing nothing, breathing in the most even rhythm possible. It was a great corpse state. He entered a deeper level of this technique, treating himself as a corpse. Wasn't this pitch-black space just like a tomb and coffin? If he was already dead, what was there to fear? What was there to despair over? All that remained was absolute relaxation and tranquility. In that instant, Su Jie found this place rather nice, so peaceful that he felt he could stay here forever. He no longer felt hunger or thirst. It was as if his body's life force had stopped depleting. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the essence of a certain state of feigned death in his training. It was something he had never reached before in the great corpse state. After enduring excruciating suffering and despair, he had finally broken through. Lying there motionless, he neither thought nor slept. His mind was crystal clear, void of all distractions. He had forgotten martial arts, forgotten his studies, forgotten everything. It was as if he were drifting at the edge of a universe, embracing endless solitude. But solitude was not suffering. It was bliss. This was an evolution of his mental resilience. Click! The door opened. Uncle Meng entered. But at that moment, Su Jie didn't react, as if he didn't care about his arrival at all. Su Jie, do you know how long you've been in here? Uncle Meng asked. Not really interested, Su Jie finally sat up, his expression serene and his mind exceptionally composed. This was the state he had reached after enduring suffering and despair. His great corpse state had advanced further. It's been 3 days. Uncle Meng clicked his tongue in amazement. Even elite American agents struggle to endure such conditions without breaking down. But judging by your state, you could probably last another 2 days without issue. Your mental state has minimized your energy consumption. The great corpse state is one of the simplest yet most profound yogic disciplines, a gateway, so to speak. There are many levels within it. Previously, you had only reached the first level, calm mind, tranquil spirit. Now, you've attained the second level, neither dead nor alive. If you can reach the third level, living dead, you will be at the peak. This kind of psychological training enhances your brain function, influences your body's hormonal balance, and further boosts your physical capabilities. The intricate relationship between mental and physical states is one of my research topics. Living dead? Sounds like a character from some martial arts novel. Something about Mount Zhongnan and a tomb of the living dead, Su Jie used. That is Wang Chongyang, the founder of the Chuanjin sect. Historically, he practiced Taoist Qi cultivation, which was quite similar to the great corpse-laying technique. He built a tomb for himself and secluded himself inside. After 3 years of cultivation, he finally trained his mind to the state of a living dead, thus establishing the Chuanjin lineage, Uncle Meng said. Is that how it was in history? Then was his martial arts very powerful? Su Jie asked. That I don't know. Mental cultivation can certainly enhance physical fitness, but it's not the same as martial arts. However, if you reach the state of a living dead, any martial arts you practice will progress rapidly. In Chinese history, many cultivators didn't actually train in martial arts, but instead focused on mental resilience. For example, Zhang Sanfeng. I believe his martial arts is another matter, but his mental cultivation was truly at the level of a grandmaster. If you have time, you should read his ruthless words. Uncle Meng had Su Jie step outside. You've been in there for 3 days and nights. Although your mental state is fine, your body has deteriorated significantly. You need to recuperate. Come with me. I prepared plenty of nutritional supplements. Sure enough, when Su Jie got up, he felt weak in the legs. Anyone would feel the same after going 3 days and nights without food. Moreover, during that time, he had gone through intense anxiety and despair, depleting a significant amount of physical energy. I understand this well, Su Jie said, still able to walk. My coach also told me that mental resilience is essentially a person's moral character. When someone has a strong will, can endure hardships, and calmly analyze gains and losses, they can excel in anything they do. That's why establishing good character from the start is crucial. A person who is lazy and deceitful will achieve nothing, no matter how favorable their conditions are. If I'm not mistaken, your coach is the God-maker, Odell. Uncle Mang suddenly said. How do you know? Su Jie was startled. Odell had told him not to reveal it to anyone, and he had kept it a secret. But now that someone had guessed, there was nothing he could do. Actually, some time ago, he came here and spoke with me. I know what he's trying to do. He's searching for supernatural power. But what he's truly after is the highest level of mental training. Right now, human body training has reached a level of extreme precision, completely analyzed by artificial intelligence. Humans will never surpass AI. AI can absorb thousands of years of human knowledge in a single second and extrapolate even more. Just look at Go, and you'll see what I mean, Uncle Mang said. But when it comes to training the mind, AI is powerless because the human psyche is uncontrollable. Su Jie had heard plenty about this subject. However, he was particularly interested in what Uncle Mang had mentioned about Wang Chongyang and Zhang Sanfeng. He wanted to research them and read their works. These figures have been mythologized in various novels, but in reality, they were just practitioners of mental cultivation. If he could learn from their insights, his own training in this area could reach a higher level. Globally, the training of mental resilience is still in its infancy. But in ancient times, civilizations such as those in India and China, along with various religious sects, conducted extensive research on it. Unfortunately, back then, civilization wasn't advanced enough to preserve much of it. Only written records and illustrations remain. If there were videos or detailed data, that would be ideal, Uncle Mang sighed. Su Jie remained silent. His experience over the past 3 days in the dark room had significantly strengthened his mental resilience, far more than days of electric stimulation ever could. After that, he followed Uncle Mang to another location. He first drank dairy products and honey to regulate his digestion. After half a day, he ate porridge and soup noodles, then received massages to aid his recovery. After 24 hours, he had fully regained his strength, and all his physiological indicators had returned to peak condition. In truth, his physical fitness was excellent, and his recovery ability was extraordinary. This level of exertion was nothing to him. Once his body had fully recovered, he resumed training and found that his boxing techniques had improved once again. He could control his punches effortlessly, and his mind was sharper than ever. His mastery over his own body had also become more precise. Originally, your darkroom training was supposed to last much longer, with repeated cycles of hardship. But you managed to complete the mental resilience training in just 3 days. In fact, you've already broken many records for special agent training, Uncle Mang said. The training of mental resilience is fascinating. It's easy to break through. Buddhism has a saying about sudden enlightenment, but physical training requires consistent effort over a long period. Your physique is already very strong, but you lack muscle memory. To truly master combat techniques to the point where they become instinctual, you'll need 3 to 5 years of constant practice. Of course, at your current rate, you could reach that level in just a year. I understand, Su Jie said. He was well aware that his physical ability, techniques, and reflexes had yet to reach their peak. There was still plenty of room for growth. The reason for this was simple. First, he was only 16 years old. Second, he had only been training for 2 months, far too short time. But within those 2 months, he had already reached a level where he could compete with provincial-level professionals. That was thanks to the efforts of Odell, Uncle Mang, and Guillaume. Of course, his own dedication and intelligence played a significant role. Additionally, Josh's contributions could not be overlooked. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects: Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon, Ask the Mirror. This is a jar of internal strength wine. Take it with you and drink a sip every day to help regulate your body. Also, here is a jar of specially made oil ointment. Don't use it carelessly. Only apply it to your joints if you experience pain after intense training. Uncle Mang handed Su Ju 2 items. Don't refuse. This is a gift from Yeshuang and me. Talented individuals are rare, and we hope you can go further. Thank you, both teachers. Su Ju understood their intentions. As teachers, they must have seen great potential in him and wanted to invest everything they could to help him grow. To be honest, we've gained quite a bit from you as well, so you don't need to feel overly grateful. I used to think you should study at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy and become a professional fighter, but now I see that this life plan is too limiting for you. You have your own ideas, and even a small Mingluan Martial Arts Academy can't accommodate you. Even if you stay here to train, it won't be of much help to your growth. If you get the chance, I could truly recommend you train at the Typhon Training Camp. Uncle Mang waved his hand. All right, take care. Contact us more when you have time. Holding the 2 large jars, Su Ju bowed deeply to Uncle Mang and then left. He had already bought a ticket for that day and would return home early the next morning, then report to school the day after. The day after was September 1st, the start of the school year. Back at the dorm, he decided to say goodbye to Zhang Man, Josh, Guiyang, and the others. However, when he entered the dormitory, Josh was nowhere to be seen. Instead, another person was sitting there. This person was dressed in a suit, his gaze sharp, exuding an aura of blood and fire. Somehow, when Su Ju saw him, he felt as though this man could pounce at him at any moment, slitting his throat or killing him with swift and precise movements. A dagger. His gaze shifted slightly, and he saw something hidden in the man's suit sleeve. It was subtle, so much so that an ordinary person wouldn't notice it unless they were trained in hidden weapons. If it weren't for his lessons with Odell on dagger fighting, Su Ju wouldn't have recognized it at all. At the time, Odell had taught him dagger combat to quickly build his courage, followed by long-range weapon training. One was for close combat, the other for long-range, both of which were the most practical battlefield skills. Daggers were most commonly used by modern special forces for assassination, capture, reconnaissance, and so on. They were easy to hide, throw, and use quickly. While long-range weapons like guns were no longer used in modern society, they were once divine weapons on ancient battlefields, used to shape empires. These 2 forms of training had greatly benefited Su Ju. In fact, the reason he was so fearless and strong in the ring was due to this training. However, it also made him extremely sensitive to daggers and highly cautious around anyone carrying one. "Who are you?" Su Ju asked as he entered the room, subtly moving towards the door, hand on the handle, ready to defend against any sudden attack or dagger throw. This was the best approach. "Not bad," the man said, his face showing a look of satisfaction as he observed Su Ju's reaction. "Looks like you're indeed worthy of becoming my boss's pawn. Come, sign here." The man tossed a contract toward Su Ju. "You can call me by my code name, Grey Wolf." The Grey Wolf was exuding the unmistakable aura of a special forces soldier, but he wasn't from the domestic military. He was from overseas. "Who is your boss?" Su Ju asked. "Over the past few days, he had been forced to sign contracts twice, once with Zhou Chun, another time with Liu Zihao. Now it seemed there was yet another one to deal with. The one who knocked you out with 2 punches. That's my boss, Grey Wolf replied. By the way, your friend Josh also signed this contract, becoming my boss's sparring partner, just a pawn. This could really benefit you and help improve your skills quickly. Is that so? Suju looked over the contract. There were many pages, but he skimmed through it rapidly, quickly finding the key points. Room and board for 5 years? But I have to be on call 24/7? No salary? This contract is really interesting. Even an ordinary person, just by being my boss's sparring partner, could quickly become a master. Do you know how many people want to become my boss's sparring partner? Grey Wolf sneered. Your friend Josh made a wise choice. I hope you don't miss this opportunity. Sorry, I'm not interested. Please find someone else. Suju waved his hand. You're young, and some opportunities shouldn't be missed. Grey Wolf stood up. I'll give you 3 more minutes to think about it. No need. Please leave, Suju said firmly. He could already tell that this man was used to being overbearing and forceful, thinking he could do whatever he pleased because he was from abroad, unaware of how things work domestically. Very well. You've directly rejected an opportunity that could change your life, Grey Wolf said, pulling out a lighter and burning the contract in front of him. The flames reflected on his face, making him look menacing. As the contract burned, he walked toward the door. Suju stepped aside, letting him pass. But as they crossed paths, Suju suddenly felt a chill, his hair standing on end. Danger was closing in. Grey Wolf had somehow produced a jet-black dagger, which was completely matte and extremely sharp. He aimed it straight at Suju's throat, seemingly trying to end his life. Almost instinctively, Suju contracted his body, pulling his head in like a turtle, narrowly avoiding the slash. However, his clothes were torn wide open by the dagger's edge. Grey Wolf's expression shifted. He hadn't expected Suju to dodge his strike. His arm moved again, and the dagger twisted, angling toward Suju's wrist tendons. He was aiming to sever Suju's tendons and disable him completely. Suju's body swayed again, seemingly fleeing outside the door, but instead, he directly dove into the room. Almost 99% of people in this situation would run toward the exit and never walk straight into a trap, diving into a room where they could be easily captured. However, Suju did the opposite. He dove into the room, reached the corner, and grabbed a weapon without hesitation. It was a hoe. Yes, it was the same hoe Suju used to practice his martial arts. Every morning at 3 a.m., he would grab the hoe and head out to the wild fields outside the school to practice. His signature move, the hoe strike, had been perfected to the point where he could do it effortlessly. The moment the hoe was in his hand, it seemed to have gained a life of its own, full of vitality. Without even needing to aim, he raised and swung it slightly, aiming at the Grey Wolf's head, delivering a deadly strike. The Grey Wolf furrowed his brows, swiftly dodging the swing. His body twisted like a snake, attempting to close in on Suju. The hoe was long, and in the cramped room, it couldn't be fully extended, making it clumsy and unwieldy. If the enemy got too close, it would be over. But at this moment, Suju crouched, rotating from the corner. It was as if he had grasped the trajectory of the Grey Wolf's dagger, knowing exactly what the next move would be. Seizing the opportunity, he swept the hoe across the ground, disrupting the Grey Wolf's movement, and before long, he was at the door, holding the hoe and standing firm. Now the Grey Wolf found himself trapped, a sitting duck. Swish! Suddenly, a flash of cold light. The Grey Wolf had thrown his dagger. Suju raised the hoe, and the dagger stabbed directly into it. If it hadn't been for his special training with Odell on dagger combat, he would have been in serious trouble today. Moreover, the Grey Wolf's dagger techniques were exactly like those Odell had taught him. Simple, practical, and lethal, striking in a way that ensured death with a single move. This was the mark of a true soldier, one who carried out special missions, ruthless and deadly, with every dagger technique honed to perfection. However, even though the Grey Wolf had thrown the dagger, his body lunged forward. Somehow, Another dagger had appeared in his hand, and he attacked Su Jie once again. In close combat, the series of dagger strikes were seamless, as if each one was linked to the next, killing without a sound. TRRT. Su Jie's clothes were torn once more. Luckily, he wasn't injured, but at this point, the gray wolf had retrieved his dagger and had backed out of the room, forcing Su Jie back inside. Su Jie stood in full alert, but the gray wolf made no further moves. "You're lucky," the gray wolf said dismissively. "I gave you a light punishment, just slashing your clothes. If it had been more serious, I might have severed your tendons so you'd never be able to lift anything again." He sneered. "You've got a little talent, but you don't know your limits. One day, you won't even know how you died." With that, the gray wolf turned and left. D*MN. Su Jie looked at the slashes in his clothes, relieved that his skin wasn't harmed. He immediately considered calling the police, but then thought better of it. Given that the gray wolf had clearly come prepared, calling the police would likely yield no evidence and could lead to an unfavorable situation. The man was probably a mercenary-type special forces soldier from abroad, with various counter-surveillance skills. In terms of experience handling such matters, Su Jie knew he was no match. Not good. He suddenly remembered something. My sister is still working on artificial intelligence at the Feng family's lab, and she's been harassed by Feng Yuxuan multiple times. If it weren't for Feng Yuxuan being a second-generation heir, I wouldn't have come here to learn martial arts. Su Jie thought quickly. But while Feng Yuxuan is insidious, he still follows some rules. On the other hand, Feng Hengyi is unscrupulous. I can't let my sister stay at Haoyu Group any longer. She needs to leave. Initially, he had planned to say goodbye to Zhang Man and the others, but with this new realization, he couldn't sit still. Josh actually signed a contract with Feng Hengyi to become his sparring partner. I need to find a chance to talk some sense into him. After checking over his belongings, Su Jie quickly packed and made his way home. He took a cab straight to D-City's airport, where he bought a ticket on the spot. He had originally planned to take the train, but now there was no need for it. He didn't even bother to cancel the train ticket. Instead, he focused on getting home as quickly as possible. With a couple $100,000 in his pocket, he didn't need to worry about saving money. With almost $200,000 in his wallet, he felt incredibly secure. I wonder what it will feel like when I have 2 million or even 20 million, Su Jie thought as he boarded the plane, opting for first class. This wasn't a show-off, but the last flight had sold out in economy class, and only first-class tickets were available. In order to save time, he had no choice but to spend the extra money. Soon, he arrived at his city. His city was truly an international metropolis, city, extremely bustling, with flights coming and going, connecting to all corners of the country and the world. When Su Jie got off the plane, he checked his watch and realized only 2 hours had passed. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So, do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon, Ask the Mirror. Having money is great. It'll be so much more convenient when I visit D-City in the future. No need to worry about so many things. It's like that news story about a celebrity who, while walking around H0 in Kong, suddenly flew to London to feed pigeons and then returned in the afternoon. After getting off the plane, Su Jie didn't take the subway or line up for a taxi. His pre-booked private car was already waiting for him. Before long, he arrived outside his residential complex. His family lived in an old neighborhood. Their apartment was just over 100 square meters, bought by his parents when they got married 20 years ago. Back then, it was cheap, but now it was worth a fortune. Of course, new homes in the area were even more expensive, and his family couldn't afford a second one to improve their living conditions. When he got home, he found the place empty. It was noon, and with the new academy year approaching, his mother, a university professor, was busy, as was his father, the head of a security team. As for his older sister, she spent most of her time in the lab conducting research. Jie took out his phone and called his sister, Myukin, but her phone was turned off. Still buried in research. Jie knew that her lab had no signal. It was a top-secret facility. Forget it. I'll just buy some supplements. He opened the Academy's website and ordered a large batch of nutritional products, spending a total of 30,000 yuan, enough for about a month. Through personal experience, he had come to realize that the Academy's health supplements were incredibly effective, significantly aiding his training and further improving his physical abilities. Of course, supplements were just one part of it. To unlock even greater potential, his diet had to keep up as well. The Academy's VIP cafeteria offered all sorts of specialized meal plans, but he couldn't access them now. However, in S-City, a major international metropolis, if you had money, you could buy anything. While browsing online for health-focused meals, he suddenly came across Nie's Private Kitchen. Is this Nie Shuang's family's restaurant chain? As he scrolled through the menu, he saw many dishes he had once shared with Coach Odell. When he glanced at the prices, he was stunned. Whoa! Every custom dish costs several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan. The 200,000 yuan he had on hand might not even last a few days at this rate. Top professional fighters seem to have nutritionists who design their meal plans, dedicated chefs on standby, 24/7, massage therapists, sparring partners, and entire teams to support their training. That kind of money is no joke. Let's see. Boxer Pachi spends millions of dollars a year just on body maintenance. These rich guys are on another level. My 200,000 yuan wouldn't even make a splash in that ocean. At this moment, Jie realized how little money he actually had. Back at Minglun Martial Arts Academy, he could make 10 or 20,000 a day from small ring matches, so he never really thought much about money. But now that he was home without that income, he suddenly felt strapped for cash. Though he still had some savings, they wouldn't last long when he considered all his expenses. But he knew that every penny spent on his body was worth it. Forget it, I'll figure something out. Once the academy year starts, I'll see if I could take a leave of absence. If I can, I'll go back to Minglun Martial Arts Academy and train for another year. That should be enough to solidify my martial arts foundation. 2 months is too short. Even though I've learned a lot, I need long-term training, full immersion in that environment. I told Uncle Mang that I could stay calm and handle everything with ease, but I'm no saint. There's no way I can master everything perfectly. No matter what, my training can't stop. Otherwise, I'd be letting Coach Odell down. Jie quickly calculated his next steps in his mind. Click. Just then, the door opened. A tall girl walked in, wearing a white lab coat and flat shoes. Her hair was a mess, as if she hadn't brushed it, but her face was delicate and pretty. Carrying a bag, she stepped inside and, upon seeing Jie, suddenly let out a sharp scream. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Big sis? You're back. Jie was stunned. What? You don't recognize your own little brother? He touched his face. You? The girl in the white coat, Myukin, recognized his voice. She took off her glasses, rubbed her eyes, and put them back on. You kind of look like him. Wait, are you really my little brother? Oh my God, did you get plastic surgery? You've grown so much taller. Really? Jie touched his face. His transformation over the past 2 months had been drastic. With the sculpting training from Odell, the massages, acupuncture, and electrical stimulation from Uncle Mang, his own rigorous training, and an abundance of high-quality supplements, not to mention that he was still in his prime growth period, his appearance had changed almost daily. His facial structure had become sharper, his physique more defined, leaner, and more proportional than even professional bodybuilding champions. But more than that, his entire aura had shifted. He radiated confidence and vigor, his every movement upright and disciplined, exuding the crisp sharpness of a well-trained soldier. Did you join the army? Or something? Myukin stepped closer, inspecting him carefully. You look completely different, like you've been through military training. Sujia knew a child from a neighbor's family who was quite mischievous and carefree, almost like a good-for-nothing. Later, the child was sent to join the army, and in just 2 or 3 months, he completely transformed. He became polite, composed, and radiant, as though he had been completely remade. No, I just enrolled in a short-term martial arts training course at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy during the summer, Sujia said. Mom and Dad don't know about this yet, so don't tell them. After you've changed like this, it would be strange if they didn't ask when they come back. You said you went to an English-speaking summer camp, but instead you went to a martial arts academy to learn kung fu. Sumyukin scrutinized her younger brother up and down. It wouldn't be because of Feng Yuxuan, would it? Big sister, last time, I really did catch him at a club saying that he was going to take you under his control. He even said you were completely under his thumb now and that he could make you do whatever he wanted. But the evidence I took was snatched away by his subordinates, and they even threw me out. All the records I saved online disappeared too. I have no evidence at all, Sujia said, as if he had repeated this explanation several times. All right, I know. Sumyukin waved her hand. Feng Yuxuan is indeed pursuing me, but he hasn't done anything inappropriate. Honestly, I'm not interested in him, but he works at How You Group, and the project I'm leading right now is very critical. I absolutely can't leave. If this project succeeds, my team and I will have a stake in the company, and by the smallest valuation, I make several $100 million. Once we have the money, I'll leave How You Group and start my own business. By then, our parents won't have to work anymore and can just enjoy their retirement. Look at how old this house is. We could buy a few new houses and hire a caregiver for them. Plus, when you start dating and getting married, you'll need a new house too. The way things are now, no girl will want to marry you. All right. Sujia immediately yielded. I haven't even graduated from high academy yet. Marriage and relationships are too far off for me. Also, big sister, I don't want people to call you a supportive sister, but you're into research, and you definitely won't be able to deal with those businessmen. Be careful with all the contracts and don't get tricked. Also, any verbal promises don't count. They need to be written down first. You don't need to remind me of that. Sumyukin knew her younger brother was very mature for his age, even more so than many adults. The team I'm leading is working in a high-level research environment, and only How You Group is funding us. If I leave now, it would be morally wrong. Moreover, I can't afford the breach of contract penalties stipulated in the contract. Sujia fell silent. He knew the situation wasn't simple. He needed to stay vigilant and protect his sister in the background. Now that he had learned martial arts, he believed he could do many things in secret to safeguard her. But thinking of Feng Hongyi, he still felt uncertain. By the way, recently, many companies have been reaching out to our team, trying to poach us. Some even offered to pay the penalty for breaking the contract. In order to keep morale high, the company gave us a large bonus. I'll transfer some to you, so you could buy some good food, Sumyukin said as she picked up her phone to make a transfer. Don't. Sujia quickly protested. I'm making money now, too. Keep your money for yourself. Despite Sujia's insistence, his sister Sumyukin still transferred the money. It was an astonishing 100,000 yuan. Big sister, why so much? Sujia was shocked. How much bonus did How You Group give you? Just a few 100,000. Sumyukin said, by the way, don't tell Mom and Dad about the money I sent you, or I'll get scolded. Anyway, I'm going to take a shower and sleep. I haven't had a proper bath in days, and I stink. By the way, big sister, How You Group is famous for being stingy. Their employees have low salaries and long hours. How come they gave you such a large bonus this time? Is the project you're working on really that important? All I know is that it's about artificial intelligence, Sujia quickly asked. If we succeed in the research, this artificial intelligence could change human life. Sumyukin paused. By the way, I heard that artificial intelligence can even help people train in martial arts. Have you researched this project? Sujia asked again. You're right. Sumyukin quickly responded. Recently, we've been helping Mingluan Martial Arts Academy create a training system, and it's part of our project. It's in the testing phase right now. When it's ready, I'll get you a special How You Group phone with the system installed. But I'm off to shower and sleep first. I'm so tired. How You Group is involved in so many industries. They've even started making phones. Su Jie hurriedly opened Hallyu Group's official website, but found no information about phones. Hallyu Group was a typical internet company. They initially ran a portal website, then expanded into gaming, film and entertainment, technology software, security systems, social media, and more, gradually forming their own brand and accumulating many technical teams. They had ventured into many high-tech industries. This company has a lot of cash flow, and it seems like they're brewing some big move to dominate the market and become a global commercial giant. Su Jie browsed through the official website and various news articles. For some reason, his mind was unusually sharp lately, and he had a vague sense that something wasn't quite right. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become a The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon, Ask the Mirror. After browsing through these commercial ads, Su Jie started watching some instructional videos on the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy website. The Academy's website featured some videos with profound content, including training videos from national champions who graduated from Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, along with little secrets and tips. These materials were quite valuable. However, they required a fee. Even during training, there's attention paid to how you drink water, what temperature it should be, what minerals to add, how much you sweat on the body surface, and the internal body temperature at which you should drink, as well as what temperature the water should be to ensure the best balance. Su Jie paid to watch some videos and ended up gaining many insights. Some of the national champions' training regimens were so detailed that every movement was refined. My current strength is roughly at the level of a provincial-level professional team member, but my training methods and mental toughness are a bit better than theirs, and my physical fitness even exceeds theirs. However, technically, because I've had fewer real fights, there's a significant gap. Su Jie was well aware of his own strength. After all, even a national-level combat sports athlete wouldn't be able to endure the kind of electrical stimulation training used for special agents. They probably wouldn't afford the internal strength wine or the secret oil paste, let alone receive direct instruction from Coach Odell. I need to develop my own training method that ensures I'm always practicing my skills without neglecting other important things. Some old boxing manuals mention that every action, walking, sitting, lying down, is a form of training. There's no moment when you aren't practicing. Everything is integrated into it. With a harmonious spirit and form, a person's state of mind transcends the ordinary. I haven't reached that level yet. However, Uncle Mang said that my state of being is already at the near-death, yet not dead level, but still far from the state of the living dead. How exactly should I cultivate my mental state to reach that level? Wang Chongyang is known as the living dead. I could take a closer look at his writings. Maybe I can find some inspiration. Uncle Mang suggested that Su Jie take some time to study the writings of Wang Chongyang and Zhang Sanfeng. In most people's minds, both Wang Chongyang and Zhang Sanfeng are figures born from various novels and films, with appearances that are completely different from the historical figures. Historically, these two were famous Taoist figures whose mental training had reached very high levels. Actually, Su Jie believed that practices like meditation and internal alchemy, when explained by scientific theories, are just forms of mental training. A person's mental strength greatly influences their physical condition. When Su Jie was being massaged by Uncle Mang every day, one remark from Uncle Mang left a deep impression. If someone's mental state reached the realm of no self, no person, no living being, no mortal, then their physical condition would undergo tremendous changes. What exactly those changes would be, Uncle Mang said he didn't know because he hadn't seen anyone reach that state yet. Odell searched everywhere, also looking for such a person. Training physical fitness requires a lot of equipment, nutritional supplements, and various considerations. With my current resources, I can't even match the training conditions of national-level athletes, let alone world-class athletes. But I can engage in all sorts of mental training. In terms of physical training conditions, I definitely can't compete with Feng Hongyi, but mental training can narrow the gap. Su Jie gradually found the direction for his next training phase. At that moment, the door opened again. It was a middle-aged man with a burly build, dressed in a security guard's uniform. It was Su Jie's dad, Su Sherlin. After he came in and saw Su Jie sitting on the sofa watching his phone, he paused for a moment before recognizing his son. "Where did you go during the 2-month summer break?" "Not a single phone call. You've changed so much I almost didn't recognize you. I have to cook for your mom now, so I don't have time to talk much. Explain everything to me properly tonight. Mr. Lee from your school called me several times about you attending extra classes. With the college entrance exam coming up next year, if you continue wasting time out here and fail to get into a good school, wait and see how I handle you." After that string of words, Su Sherlin grabbed the bags of groceries he'd just bought and headed to the kitchen. Within half an hour, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. There were 4 people in Su Jie's family: his dad, his mom, himself, and his sister Sumyukin. In most families, the mom does the cooking, but ever since Su Jie could remember, his dad has done the cooking, mopping, and cleaning. He handled all the household chores. His mom never did anything. After meals, she would just toss her chopsticks aside, either watch TV, scroll on her phone, read a book, or exercise, completely treating his dad as a servant. Yet, Su Jie's dad, Su Sherlin, did it all with enthusiasm and without complaint. Moreover, his dad's cooking was delicious, and he was very skilled, while his mom's cooking was terrible. She even burned the rice and porridge. It seemed she had been spoiled from a young age, like a pampered princess. Oddly enough, Su Jie had never heard about his grandparents on his mother's side, nor about his paternal grandparents. Ever since he could remember, it had just been the 4 of them. He didn't even have a single relative. After spending over an hour in the kitchen, Dad, Su Sherlin, finally emerged. He was holding an insulated container filled with various dishes, rice, and soup. "Go take this to Mom. There's an event at her university today, so she can't eat at home. She isn't used to the university cafeteria food, so hurry up and deliver it before the food gets cold. There are some leftovers in the kitchen for you to eat later. The company has a security training session tonight, so I'll be back a bit later." As he spoke, he hurriedly left. Just as Dad was leaving, Su Jie noticed a small detail. At the threshold before the door opened, as soon as Su Sherlin paused a step, his ears twitched a few times, seemingly listening to the sounds outside. Only after confirming there was no danger did he step out and quickly shut the door behind him. This action had been honed to perfection. Ordinary people wouldn't even notice a detail that lasts less than a second. In the past, Su Jie never would have thought so much about it. But after Odell's training, he found himself unconsciously paying attention to the smallest details in every. When leaving the house, he had been fully focused, listening carefully to the sounds outside before opening the door. Odell had once given Su Jie a bit of training, teaching him minor techniques for being ready for combat and for preventing surprise attacks in complex environments. Don't be fooled by the unassuming nature of these techniques. They can often be life-saving. Dad isn't just an ordinary security guard. He seems to have that special agent vibe. Ordinary security guards wouldn't pay attention to such details, Su Jie thought, closing his eyes and recalling how his dad had moved when he slipped out the door. His movements were subtle, yet meaningful, so natural, like water flowing over stone, light and effortless. Could it be that Dad is a master? Su Sherlin was the captain of the company's security team, managing many guards, and Su Jie knew he was skilled in joint locks and combat. Originally, before Su Jie went to the martial arts school, he had casually mentioned wanting to learn combat. But Dad had harshly scolded him, almost slapping him, and told him not to learn such brawling skills, insisting he focus on his studies instead. So Su Jie had no choice but to secretly attend Mingluan Martial Arts Academy on his own. Now, his perspective was completely different from what it had been 2 months ago. He could almost tell who was a master and who wasn't. With questions swirling in his mind, he grabbed the insulated container and headed out to catch the subway to the university where Mom was. The container was large and packed with many dishes, each prepared exquisitely. In truth, Mom couldn't possibly eat all that, but Dad always found creative ways to make something delicious. "I feel like a delivery guy," Su Jie mused as he carried the container on the subway. Even though the train shook violently, he remained as steady as a post, his stance remarkably solid. Then he suddenly realized this was also a form of training. In combat, the worst thing is when an opponent's impact causes you to lose your balance, rendering your strikes ineffective. That's why you first practice stances, to build balance and stability, keeping calm, so you can seize the opportunity to take down your enemy. Su Jie excelled at this. When Odell trained him, they practiced various strikes and impacts every day. No matter the situation, his stance never wavered. A man can die, his life can be lost, but his stance must never falter. Even on the swaying subway, Su Jie's mind was occupied with thoughts of martial arts. He recalled Odell's words. "It's like your Chinese spirit of valor. Standing firm in your stance is about exuding an unyielding spirit. Here, no matter what posture you take, it's like a mountain, a towering fortress, indestructible. Even if natural disasters shatter you to pieces, your soul remains. If you can grasp that feeling, your martial arts will surely improve." Just as he was pondering this, the subway arrived at his stop. Su Jie stepped out, carrying the container, and walked straight toward the university. Suddenly, he noticed a military unit stationed at the entrance of a military district building. Several soldiers were standing guard beneath the national flag, their posture upright, like bayonets pointed at the sky, motionless as if they were sculptures, indifferent to the sweat streaming down their bodies. Su Jie had no doubt. Even if faced with an avalanche, tsunami, or the end of the world, these soldiers would not budge. They were steadfast in guarding the flag. That's the spirit. In that moment, Su Jie felt a stirring in his heart. These soldiers might not be as physically strong as him or as skilled in combat, but the spirit they embodied far surpassed his own. He absorbed that spirit deeply. His body straightened as if his very bones were lengthened. This wasn't just a superficial adjustment. It was a sudden infusion of a noble quality that transformed his soul. In everyday life, you can always sense the presence of martial arts. Su Jie was filled with excitement and joy, almost wanting to let out a long shout. But he suppressed the thrill, converting it into a calm emotion, a subtle joy that made him feel serene. He briskly walked to the school gate, watching university students coming and going, radiating youthful energy. It was the start of the semester, with freshmen enrolling early and beginning their military training, their shouts echoing like thunder. "Is this the life I'll have a year from now? Do I really like this kind of life?" Su Jie paused to reflect. Want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects, Roughly an Ice Guy Hypnosis Story, or Zero Novel Winking Face, Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon, Ask the Mirror. Su Jie had been thinking about his future all along. In the past, he wanted to study and go to university, but after getting into martial arts, he felt that it could be a lifelong career. However, he didn't want to become a professional fighter, as that would essentially limit the development of martial arts. In his view, the purpose of martial arts was to explore the limits of life and the human body. So he still wanted to go to university and pursue research in life sciences. Up to now, his idea had not wavered, but he felt that attending university was somewhat of a waste of time because he could finish the courses in just a few months. In fact, he had already studied 3 years' worth of high school curriculum by buying textbooks and workbooks during his first year. In the first semester of high school, he tackled mock college entrance exams and scored very high. Meeting the top-tier cutoff was never an issue. Later, in his sophomore year, he followed a steady study routine and put a lot of effort into English. His spoken language was fluent enough to converse quickly with foreigners and even translate. He originally thought that was the pace of learning, but after practicing martial arts and coming into contact with many profound subjects, he began to feel that time was precious and couldn't be wasted. To ordinary people, high school studies were extremely intense, almost suffocating. However, Su Jie felt that the workload was too relaxed. It would need to be at least 10 times more intense for him to barely cope. Learning is a kind of training too, and having gone through super agent training, Su Jie naturally thought that this level of study was child's play, a complete waste of time. I'll find a time to talk about this with my teachers, the principal, and my parents. Even if they don't agree, I have other ways, Su Jie finally decided in his heart. Before long, he easily found his mom's office. This university was a national key institution with a great reputation. His mom was a university professor and a minor administrator with her own office. "Mom, I brought you some food," he said as he pushed the door open. Sure enough, his mom was inside, though she was in the middle of a conversation. Su Jie's mom was named Su Ying. Although she was in her 40s, she looked like she was under 30. Her skin was well maintained, and she always wore a neat uniform that made her look less like a university professor and more like a corporate professional. Every gesture and word from Su Ying exuded a refined elegance, making it clear that her family background was extraordinary. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open, and the man who had been talking with Su Ying frowned slightly. He was a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes. At first glance, he seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that every piece of his outfit was extremely valuable. The subtle details of his collar and cuffs fit his physique perfectly, crafted with exquisite workmanship that clearly came from a master designer. What appeared to be ordinary clothing, when worn by him, became the finishing touch that brought his look to life, exuding vigor and spirit. "Xiaoying, please give my suggestion some thought, and let me know your reply." The middle-aged man stood up, looked at Su Jie, and appraised him with a couple of glances. A peculiar glimmer flashed in his eyes as he added, "This is your son. He's grown so tall. Not bad, not bad." After saying that, he walked out. "Mom, why do you look so pale? Who was that man?" Su Jie asked as he took the food out of the insulated box. "Someone I used to know." "None of your business," Su Ying replied absent-mindedly. Then, suddenly fixing her gaze on Su Jie, she said, "You definitely haven't been in an English summer camp these past 2 months. So what on earth have you been doing?" "I went to Mingluan Martial Arts Academy and signed up for a short-term martial arts training course. Training in martial arts helped me grow taller," Su Jie said with a playful grin. He felt very relaxed talking to his mom, unlike his dad, who used to beat him whenever he misbehaved as a child. Fortunately, as Su Jie's studies improved, the beatings became much less frequent. In fact, every time he was about to get hit, his mom would step in. His dad, Su Shilin, always listened to Su Ying. Whatever she said, he followed. Over the years, Su Jie had noticed that his dad always obeyed his mom. Not quite like a couple, but more like an assistant, or even a servant. "Your dad told you not to learn all this fighting and brawling, yet you're still at it," Su Ying said, slightly irritated. "Mom, please don't get worked up. Just listen to me," Su Jie quickly explained. "I'm actually learning this from my older sister. The boss at her company is chasing after her, but he's a real scumbag. Even though my sister wouldn't believe me, I collected evidence and ended up getting beaten and humiliated by his bodyguard. Otherwise, what would I do? Besides, that guy Qianzheng at school always scores first in exams. His family runs a chain of large-scale combat fitness centers. His physical education scores are much higher than mine, and his smarts are superior too. Of course, I need to train in martial arts to see if I can surpass him. Why have you never told me about this?" Su Ying said while eating. Exercising is good, but you could just as well go to the gym or run. Your dad is just worried that if you practice martial arts, you'll get overly aggressive and cause trouble. He practiced this himself before. Anyone who learns combat tends to get overly inflated, oblivious to their limits, and always looking for a fight. Sujie thought about it, and he realized he had indeed gone through that phase. Fortunately, at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, he was never short of opponents. At first, he sparred with Xiaoxi, and later participated in small ring matches, venting all his belligerence on the arena. As his character matured and his martial arts deepened, he became remarkably calm and composed. There was no trace of aggression left, only a dedication to studying and contemplating martial arts. That was also one of the reasons he didn't want to become a professional fighter. "Mom, if I want to take a leave of absence from school, will you agree?" Su Jie asked tentatively. "What?" Smack! Su Ying slammed her chopsticks onto the table, splattering soup everywhere. "Say that again," she ordered. Mom, calm down, calm down," Su Jie quickly said as he wiped the table clean, peppering her with compliments. He knew that when his mom got angry, it was all bark and no bite, very different from his dad, Su Sherlin, who believed in beat first, talk later. "You go back and tell your dad that once he agrees, I will agree too." Su Ying sipped her tea, her temper easing a bit. She ate quickly and silently, not bothering to respond to Su Jie. "Mom, take it slow. Don't choke, chew carefully." Su Jie kept smiling. His mom was gentle and reasonable, and he was confident he could win her over. Once she agreed, even if his dad objected, there'd be no other option. But Su Ying continued to ignore him. "Mom, it's not that I don't want to study anymore. I just think the traditional way of learning is such a waste of time. I could take the college entrance exam right now and guarantee a spot at a top university. Why waste my time in high school then?" Su Jie earnestly explained. "Some geniuses go to college at 14, and their test scores are off the charts. So, are you saying you consider yourself a genius?" Su Ying almost laughed through her anger. "Something like that," Su Jie replied unashamedly. "Mom, let me prove it. Give me a few sets of really challenging mock exams, and I promise I'll score high." Su Jie was already among the top students, so his claim wasn't just hot air. "What do you plan to do if you take a leave from school? Do you have any plans?" Su Ying asked calmly. "I want to return to Mingluan Martial Arts Academy to do research, not to practice martial arts, but to study. I'm really interested in life sciences, psychology, anatomy, and medicine. I plan to study these subjects in college. During my time at Mingluan, I was introduced to this field by a Cambridge medical doctor who taught me some things." Su Jie then brought up Uncle Mang. At Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, Uncle Mang worked as a masseur, but before losing his sight, he had been a doctoral graduate of Cambridge University's medical school, a title sure to impress Mom. Sure enough, Su Ying was momentarily stunned. Getting into Cambridge Medical School is extremely tough. Only top-tier talent in the global medical community can qualify to do research. Why would someone like that end up at a small martial arts school? I don't know. Besides, Mingluan isn't small at all. International superstar Liu Zihao is from there. They even selected me to join his Liu family team, but I turned it down. Su Jie mentioned this casually. "Liu Zihao?" Su Ying studied her son again. "What on earth have you been taking these past 2 months? You've grown so tall, and your body seems much more solid. No professional body sculpting trainer could have gotten you to this level." "Well, what's a body sculpting trainer compared to my coach? He's none other than Odell, the world's most mysterious godmaker from the Typhon training camp." Su Jie thought inwardly with a hint of sarcasm, but kept his thoughts to himself. "School starts with your senior year, the most important year. If you want to take a leave of absence, you'll need the approval of your homeroom teacher, the dean, and the principal, right?" Su Ying mused. "I'm still pretty open-minded. If you can really score high on a set of challenging mock exams, I'll let you take a year off to pursue what you want. Then you can sit for the college entrance exam in June next year. How does that sound?" "All right, it's settled then," Su Jie agreed sycophantically. "I knew you were the best, Mom. So educated and open-minded, unlike Dad, that rough old brute. Later tonight when we get home, if Dad beats me up, Mom, you've got to protect me." "That remains to be seen," Suing rolled her eyes at him and continued eating. After the meal, watching Su Jie swiftly tidy up, she felt quite pleased. He's gotten a lot more handsome, and his bearing now suits high society. Minglin Martial Arts Academy is truly miraculous, she thought. Anyone who had known Su Jie just 2 months ago would be astonished by his current appearance and vigor, either thinking he had undergone plastic surgery or some extreme muscle-enhancing transformation. It was nothing short of a complete metamorphosis. With his mom softening her stance, Su Jie felt elated and walked with a light step. Leaving the office, he carried a thermos as he passed by the playground, his mind preoccupied with perfecting his martial arts stances. He even marveled at the military bearing of the flag-guarding soldiers, their posture exuding an unwavering resolve, as if they would stand firm even in the face of landslides or tsunamis. Phew! Just then a basketball suddenly flew toward him, barreling at the back of his head. It turned out that a group of college students and instructors, engaged in military training, were playing a basketball game on the playground, and the ball had gone completely out of control. As the ball was about to hit him, it was as if Su Jie had an extra set of eyes on the back of his head. Without a second thought, and still holding the thermos in one hand, he spun around sharply, instinctively unleashing the halt technique. With a fierce single-handed strike, he smashed the basketball. The ball, hit with such force, collapsed inward and then exploded with a bang. The basketball was utterly shattered. Want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects, Roughly an Ice Sky Hypnosis Story, or Zero, Novel Winking Face. Flower, Stealing Master. Immortal Divine Tribulation. Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. At the moment the basketball exploded, even Su Jie was taken aback. Luckily, his recovery was fast. If his hand had stayed on the ball any longer, it would surely have been injured by the blast. Exactly like that. The instant you retract your hand, it should be as if you're scooping something out of boiling oil, withdrawing immediately upon contact. In all martial arts, especially boxing, a quick retraction is key. Having effortlessly shattered another basketball, he felt he'd gained a whole new level of understanding of his halt technique. In recent days, he'd watched videos and browsed websites to learn about various martial arts and techniques, but in the end, he always returned to that fundamental move, the halt. Its variations seemed endless. Every little improvement made Su Jie marvel at the ancient master's wisdom. No wonder they enshrined the halt as the core fist technique, a move one could devote a lifetime to. The force needed to shatter a basketball was once tested by foreigners. I can't recall the numbers, only that it was extremely difficult. And mind you, my strike was a chopping strike, not a straight punch. If it had been a straight punch, it would have required even more power. Su Jie paused to savor the sensation of the move he'd just executed. The halt had come out almost unintentionally, perfectly embodying the martial arts idea that true intent lies in what appears unintentional. If someone were to throw another basketball at him now, he was certain he wouldn't be able to shatter it. If I could make this state of true intent and unintentionality my norm, my martial arts would surely reach a new level. I might still never match Feng Hongyi, but at least I wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Su Jie put away his insulated box, but didn't leave the area. He noticed a few people running over from afar, the military training instructors and several college students coming to retrieve the basketball. Shattering their ball meant he'd have to make amends somehow. Hey, young man, this basketball. A military training instructor was the first to arrive, looking at the splintered ball with a puzzled expression. I'm really sorry. I'll make it right. I don't know how it just exploded. Su Jie quickly apologized. I'll go buy a new one right away. No, the instructor waved him off. You all go grab another basketball and continue your game. I'd like to have a word with you. The college students who'd hurried over soon dispersed. Young man, that punch was really impressive. If I'm not mistaken, it's a chopping strike from Foreman tent boxing, isn't it? To be able to shatter a basketball with it. The force in that chop is nothing short of transcendent. Could you show it to me again? The instructor clearly knew something about martial arts. He'd seen the whole thing, how the basketball flew toward Su Jie's head, and how Su Jie suddenly turned and delivered a chop that exploded the ball. There was no way this was mere coincidence. I've practiced martial arts, but that move isn't a chopping punch. It's called the Strike, Su Jie explained openly. Since the instructor was also a martial artist, it was a great chance to exchange ideas. Martial arts are all about sharing techniques. Practicing alone in the wilderness for 10 years isn't as effective as several people getting together to study kicks, strikes, throws, and grappling for a few months. Strike? The instructor blinked in surprise before saying, "You learned Shaolin boxing, right? I mean, those movements are ancient and unadorned. Their great subtlety lies in appearing clumsy. This move may seem simple, but mastering it isn't easy." "How old are you?" 16. I'm in my second year of high school. Actually, with school starting tomorrow, I'll be a senior, Su Jie replied with a smile. He had great respect for military men. Just a moment ago, he'd even picked up on the spirit of the stances from a soldier guarding the national flag. "How long have you been practicing martial arts?" the instructor asked again, still in disbelief. "At Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, 2 months. My coach is Gu Yang," Su Jie answered, carefully omitting any mention of Odell. "Impossible," the instructor said irritably, suspecting Su Jie was lying. He extended a hand. "Let's test your strength." The stance he assumed wasn't a fighting stance at all. It was similar to the push hands movement of Tai Chi. Su Jie had never quite understood it before. On TV, it always seemed impractical. After all, who in a real fight would simply push each other around? Later, after delving into various martial arts histories and old manuals, he learned that this was a form of one bai, a refined spar where two people test their skills without injuring each other. It was very popular during the Republican era when martial arts needed to be embraced by high society. Brute force and deadly fighting were unacceptable. Dignitaries of any era considered such behavior crude and common. On the contrary, this kind of back-and-forth pushing, graceful yet skillful, interwoven with Zen-like wisdom, was favored by the upper echelons and helped promote martial arts. Su Jie extended his hand to join the instructors. At the moment their hands touched, as their skin made contact, the instructor suddenly pushed forward, trying to off-balance him. The force was so swift it almost lifted Su Jie off his feet. But Su Jie rooted himself firmly, as if 1,000 pounds were pressing him down, making it impossible to be lifted. He employed his shoulder load technique. At that moment, the instructor's arm smoothly shifted its pull sideways, aiming to redirect Su Jie. A maneuver executed with such subtlety and ease, it was like effortlessly herding a sheep. Without a second thought, regardless of how his opponent's force might change, Su Jie hoisted his arm and body upward, and then delivered a forceful downward chop. It was once again the Strike. Smack! The instructor looked as if he were a rabbit caught by an eagle or an antelope pounced upon by a tiger, instantly pinned to the ground and utterly immobile. Immediately, Su Jie let go and helped him up. Sorry, I didn't execute it properly. I didn't know when to stop." "If that's what you call poor practice, then no one in the world could ever perfect it," the instructor replied as he dusted himself off. "An eagle's catch in a few moves stains the yellow sand. With your catch, you nearly had me blood-stained on the sand. Do you know any other techniques?" "I've picked up a few moves from other schools, but I'm mainly focused on this one move, the Strike. I believe it's worth dedicating a lifetime to." Su Jie spoke earnestly, exuding a sense of reliability. "Practicing one move with all your heart, truly remarkable," the instructor marveled. "You really managed to develop such skill in just 2 months? I can tell you, even after 10 years, one might not perfect this technique. I know Mingluan Martial Arts Academy is the top martial arts school in the country, teeming with experts. Many of our military grappling coaches have been recruited from there, yet even they wouldn't possess such extraordinary prowess. Practicing one move with all one's heart, Su Jie mumbled, as if the phrase had sparked another thought. The sentence, practicing one move with all your heart, resonated deeply with him. All right, my name is Yu Jiang. I've been studying martial arts since I was a kid. My family's tradition is the Tai Chi praying mantis style. Let's keep in touch and exchange ideas when we have time. Sure, can I have your contact info? The instructor asked. Absolutely, Su Jie replied quickly, exchanging names and contact details before pointing at the basketball. I'll go get you a new one. Actually, forget it. Really, the fact that the basketball hit you is partly our fault. I've got to go leave my students now, but let's chat again sometime, said instructor Yu Jiang as he patted Su Jie on the shoulder and briskly headed toward the basketball court. Su Jie also quickly left the college campus. Watching his departing figure, Yu Jiang stopped and gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Incredible, simply incredible. 2 months at 16 years old. How could one possess such skill? Today it was merely a push-hands match, not real combat. I wonder what would happen in an actual fight. Push-hands is quite interesting. Such matches are very safe, and they truly reveal who has the deeper skill. Even though it was just those few moves, I learned a great deal," Su Jie thought as he walked home by subway. By the time he got home, his older sister, Su Mucheng, had already woken up and left for work, and his dad, Su Shilin, hadn't returned, leaving Su Jie alone. He reheated the meal his father had left behind and ate every bite. The food was really quite good. While his dad's cooking might not match the secret recipes of the Nye family, it was at least on par with what you'd expect from a 5-star hotel chef. Su Jie's mom, Su Ying, was notoriously picky. She only ate dishes that were meticulously prepared. The ordinary fare at most restaurants would never tempt her. Because of this, Su Jie remembered from a young age how his dad had diligently practiced his cooking. Over the years, while not transcendent, his dishes were always pleasing in color, aroma, and taste. It's still early. Since today's training didn't leave me feeling off, I might as well get some extra exercise. How about the nearby park? Su Jie now felt an itch for training if he went a day without it. Not far behind his residential complex was a large park that in the mornings buzzed with activity. Elderly folks practicing Tai Chi and young men and women jogging or working out. But now it was afternoon, and with the scorching heat and heavy humidity, hardly anyone was out. In such weather, aside from those military training college students, most people were indoors enjoying the air conditioning. But Su Jie didn't care about the heat at all. His time working in the fields, hoeing, digging, and carrying loads had already built his endurance. When he arrived at the park, completely empty, he began his routine workout, still following Odell's training regimen without any changes. After all, Odell's training method represented the most scientific system of the Typhon training camp. With his current level of wisdom and insight, he couldn't stray from that system. Any rash modifications might backfire. Today, his training state felt different. He had infused the upright, flag-guarding spirit of military men into his halt-strike technique and found that every move became remarkably erect and imposing, almost exuding an aura of conquering mountains and rivers, immovable as a mountain, vast as the sea. Gradually, he became completely absorbed, practicing repeatedly until that very spirit became second nature. Martial arts are, first and foremost, about form. The posture must be correct and follow the principles of mechanics. Only then can the spirit shine through. Su Jie had long known that when he once watched a flock of chickens fighting over food in the wild, he'd absorbed a certain spirit from them. Although the posture remained the same, incorporating that spirit into his technique made his strikes far sharper. Chickens have a unique independence, the courage to fight, the skill to peck at insects, the majesty in shaking their feathers, and a buoyant momentum, each quality exuding impressive spirit and intent. When blended into martial arts, they give your moves a certain sharpness. And perhaps one could also incorporate the spirit of soldiers guarding the national flag into the art. By the way, isn't our motherland's territory just like an eastern rooster? As Su Jie practiced, that thought suddenly came to him. The map of China is like a rooster in the east. At that very moment, a line of poetry surged into his mind. When the rooster crows, the world turns bright. Want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects, Roughly an Ice Guy Hypnosis Story, or Zero, Novel Winking Face. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation. Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. The long nights seemed endless, enveloped in pitch darkness. Demons and malevolent spirits roamed, wreaking havoc across each. As all living beings lamented and the people suffered greatly. Then, in an instant, with the crowing of a rooster, the sun rose in the east, sweeping aside the drifting clouds, and the whole world was bathed in brilliant light, filling hearts with joy and inspiration. While practicing the move, halt, Sujia initially sensed a mysterious aura in his mind. The surrounding darkness felt so oppressive it nearly suffocated him. Yet he transformed himself into a rooster, ruffling his feathers in the gloom, raising his unyielding head, and with a long, piercing cry that seemed to cleave the very heavens and earth, tore through the darkness to welcome the light, bringing daylight to the world. With that single crow, the entire world was illuminated. Bang! As he stomped down, even the concrete beneath his foot appeared to crack. This version of halt was entirely different. While the form remained unchanged, its spirit had been completely transformed. If the earlier version of the move had carried a ruthless ferocity and an explosive quality, now it exuded only grand, indomitable valor. Because darkness will eventually vanish, and light will surely come. That's it, Su Jie exclaimed, his whole body trembling with excitement after finishing the move. It wasn't a loss of control, but rather the joy akin to the sentiment of hearing the way in the morning. One could die content by evening. At long last, the elusive spirit he had pursued so desperately was found. In that moment, it felt as though he had truly claimed something for himself. Had he not witnessed the posture of soldiers guarding the national flag, he would never have grasped this level of understanding. This must be the internal energy method Su Jiem used as he repeated the practice. Although his stance was the same, the move halt no longer carried that aura of hopeless lament, or the satisfaction of harvest and cultivation familiar to Gu Yang, but instead resonated with the invigorating energy of a rooster's crow heralding the arrival of light. To him, the map of his motherland was like a rooster, its rivers and mountains forever enshrined in his heart. Every time he practiced, an indescribable surge of energy bubbled up within him. This is real Nice martial arts, Su Jie thought. He lost all sense of time as he trained relentlessly from noon until nightfall. Even as twilight began to glow, he continued. This session's intensity was several times his usual practice, yet he felt no fatigue, no weariness, not even hunger or thirst. Time to head home, Su Jie decided, feeling a soothing comfort throughout his body. Hey, young man, wait up, an elderly man called out. I see you've been practicing that move for 3 hours straight, over and over. What kind of martial art is that? The old man, dressed in a white training outfit and carrying a teapot, even sported a badge emblazoned with Hunyuan Tai Chi, indicating he was a member of the Tai Chi Association. Hello, uncle, Su Jie greeted politely. This move was taught to me by a martial arts school instructor. I've only been practicing it for 2 months. It's called halt. Halt, the old man exclaimed, evidently unacquainted with the move. I see you're very diligent, but learning martial arts requires instruction from a true master. If you're interested, you can come to our Hunyuan Tai Chi Martial Arts Hall. Our teacher is a bona fide heir to authentic Tai Chi without proper guidance. Practicing incorrectly can injure your muscles and bones. The hall is just to the left of the park. See that tall building over there with the plaque? Sure enough, Su Jie looked in that direction and noticed a large plaque in a corner not far from the park, a detail he'd never paid attention to before. "All right, thank you, Uncle," Su Jie replied, knowing the old man meant well. He smiled, nodded, and walked away. Noticing Su Jie's somewhat perfunctory response, the old man shook his head. He then went to his usual training area, where he practiced Tai Chi with deliberate, graceful movements, accompanied by classical music, quickly immersing himself in the flow of his practice. His Tai Chi was unhurried, yet perfectly controlled, exuding a poised and extraordinary demeanor that made Su Jie regard him with newfound respect. This must surely come from masterful instruction. Looks like I should check out the Hunyuan Tai Chi martial arts hall sometime, Su Jie thought. He had even studied Odell's joint exercise, a routine that, at the Taifan training camp, blended Tai Chi with various disciplines of kinesiology and sports medicine, and which also contained elements of pure Tai Chi martial arts. Thanks to that experience, he could instantly discern whether a set of Tai Chi techniques was genuine. Of course, excelling in Tai Chi forms is far different from being able to actually fight. Combat requires relentless real-world sparring, hundreds or even thousands of failures and bloodied lessons before mastering the techniques, whereas perfecting a martial arts routine only demands endless repetition. Mastering a martial arts form is merely the foundation for combat, much like learning and memorizing formulas is just the beginning before an exam. When he got home, neither his father nor his mother had returned, and his elder sister was also away. It was just Su Jie. He simply took a shower, washed his clothes, and then went to his room to review his textbooks. Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, biology. He flipped through each textbook, with one knowledge point after another flashing through his mind. Although he hadn't studied at all during the 2-month summer break, Su Jie felt that his knowledge hadn't faded at all. In fact, it had grown even deeper. He also reviewed many exam papers. Even those once obscure topics now yielded effortlessly to his understanding, and his mind felt more agile than ever. Snap! He closed the exam paper, and an unprecedented surge of confidence welled up inside him. "Let's grab some food. I really miss those days at the martial arts school. At times like this, I should be dueling with Xiao Si or taking part in a small sparring tournament, and then Uncle Meng giving me a massage." After getting used to that kind of life, coming home now felt strangely out of place for Su Jie. "Su Jie, come out now." At that moment, both Su Shilin and Mom, Su Ying, had returned. As soon as he stepped inside, Su Jie could feel his dad's murderous aura. He quickly ran out and saw Su Shilin standing by the sofa while Su Ying was sitting on it. "You little brat, taking a leave from school. How presumptuous. You don't know your place, and now you even have the nerve to lie." Su Shilin fumed. "You sneaked off to the martial arts school to learn how to fight and brawl, to be some kind of hoodlum, and then you tricked us about going to English summer camp. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't even carry the Su name anymore." "Dad, don't get worked up," Su Jie said with a smile, showing no fear. "I want to learn martial arts. Why would that be considered fighting and brawling or being a hoodlum? Besides, those gangster movies are from your generation. I've never even seen them. Come out now." Su Shilin shouted, and in no time he was almost upon Su Jie, ready to grab him and give him a proper beating, the very way he used to discipline him when he was a child. "Mom, didn't we agree on this?" Su Jie protested, darting off to hide beside Su Ying. "This time, your mom won't save you either." Though Su Shilin said that, he paused for a moment, afraid that any tussling might accidentally bump into Su Ying. "Xiao Ying, this kid's still so young and already refuses to study. You mustn't protect him this time." "All right." Su Ying waved her hand dismissively. "Now that he's older, it's normal for him to have his own ideas. You two go downstairs and sort this out. And Su Shilin, what did I tell you on the way? Why didn't you listen? Little brat, come with me downstairs." Su Ying's words worked. Su Shilin turned and left immediately. Su Jie followed, and just as they reached the door, Su Shilin's voice rang out. "Make sure your mom closes the door properly." The father and son arrived, one after the other, by the small flower bed downstairs. Finally, Su Shilin couldn't hold back his anger any longer. You're usually pretty good at your studies, so why on earth did you suddenly start learning how to fight like a hoodlum? I swear, if I don't beat you to death today. Wait a minute, Suji interrupted. Dad, let me say it again. It wasn't for fighting and brawling. It was to learn niece martial arts. Martial arts? Little brat, you're still so young. What do you know about martial arts? Su Shilin growled even louder. All right then, today we're going to have a proper training session. Just the two of us. If you beat me, you could do whatever you want from now on. If you can't, then you'll obediently study and get into university, and there will be no more talk about martial arts. Dad, you're not joking, are you? Su Jie waved his hand frantically. What are you afraid of? Haven't you learned martial arts? Su Shilin shouted. With that cowardly look, you're no match for martial arts. Dad, martial arts isn't meant for fighting with you. Su Jie, now completely calm and unruffled, showing none of the typical youthful anger, replied. If it were any other young person, they might have immediately started a fight with their dad. All right, Dad, let me demonstrate a set of punches. If my focus, energy, chi, bone, and spirit all come together in perfect unity, I hope you'll change your opinion of me. Su Shilin, noticing Su Jie's demeanor, was momentarily stunned. His anger suddenly subsided. You actually know about chi, bone, and spirit? Complete unity? Then show me what you've got. I wonder what you've been secretly learning these past 2 months. Sure enough, Dad must know something about martial arts, Su Jie thought, recalling that little detail he'd picked up at noon when he went out to listen. Suddenly, Su Jie focused his mind, calmed his spirit, and fixed his sharp gaze straight ahead. That aura forced Su Shilin to take 2 involuntary steps back. He could actually feel an enormous threat emanating from his son. What on earth is going on? How does he have such an aura? Su Shilin couldn't believe his eyes. He knew all too well what kind of kid his son was. How could he have changed so drastically in just 2 months? Su Jie raised his hand and leapt forward, executing a flurry of swift, digging moves. Then he halted. A finishing technique. The sound roared like thunder, mixed with the howling of blades and the surging might of martial prowess. Cracks appeared in the concrete. Su Shilin took another 3 steps back. He sensed that his son's punch was unstoppable. So powerful it felt, as if it could move mountains and fill seas, sweep away all demonic forces, and restore order to the heavens and earth. Strike. Shaolin heart intent palm. Resent the sky without a handle. Resent the earth without a loop. No, that's not the intended aura. But the posture is perfect. Chicken leg, dragon body, bear arm, tiger covers head, eagle snatch, monkey sky gazing, thunder sound. All 7 methods are fully present. How on earth could you have mastered this kind of martial arts in just 2 months? Not even 20 years of grueling practice would compare. The strike may look like a simple up and down chopping strike, but in every motion it carries the proud stance of a golden rooster standing alone, the graceful strength of a winding dragon, the immense might of a bear's composed power, the fierce and roaring force of a tiger, the sharp, snatching demeanor of an eagle, the keen perceptiveness of a sky-watching monkey, and the unstoppable momentum of thunder striking down. It's only when all 7 methods are perfected that it truly becomes martial art. Missing even one makes it mere show. Dad, how was that punch? Su Jie asked after finishing his move. Want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring chapters at Buy Me a Coffee. Check out my other projects, Roughly an Ice Sky Hypnosis Story, or Zero, Novel Winking Face. Flower, Stealing Master. Immortal Divine, Tribulation. Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. Su Shilin fell silent. He had originally intended to give his son a beating as a lesson, but after witnessing that punch, he was deeply shaken. Standing before him, Su Jie was composed and steady, exuding the weight of a mountain. There was none of the recklessness or impatience typical of an ordinary teenager. What is the intent behind your punch? Su Shilin suddenly asked. Everything has a core philosophy. Otherwise, it is like water without a source. The form of your punch is flawless, but I cannot grasp the essence within it. The spirit of a punch lies in one's thoughts. What were you thinking when you executed it? The Prime Minister once said at the age of 12, I study for the rise of Seychelles. Su Jie replied earnestly. When I threw that punch, I had only two phrases in my heart. The land resides in my heart, and with the crow of the rooster, the world awakens to light. I carry the land within me, wishing for my motherland to rise with the morning sun and illuminate the world. A punch must have spirit, and momentum determines its magnitude. Su Shilin gazed at his son. Your punch indeed carried that essence. The form of martial arts is fixed, but its spirit is ever-changing, shaped by one's character. Those with ruthless determination suit a spirit of defiance against the heavens and the earth, while those with a peaceful nature align with a spirit of cultivation and harvest. A person's martial arts should reflect their inner self, and you have found the spirit most suited to you. I truly underestimated you. Does that mean you agree to let me take a break from school? Su Jie asked, overjoyed. No. Su Shilin's response left Su Jie dumbfounded. Why not? It's for your own good. Su Shilin sat down by the flower bed and lit a cigarette. I don't know what you've experienced at the Martial Arts Academy, but while you have honed your skills, that life has also altered your mindset. You now believe that attending school is a waste of time. But in my view, you have become restless and need to return to a state of calm. Only then can you truly settle your outlook on life and temper your worldly distractions. Hearing his father's words, Su Jie fell into silence. Son, do you know what a dragon is? Su Shilin suddenly asked. A dragon? Su Jie was puzzled by his father's question. In the Book of Changes, the Qin hexagram speaks of the dragon. Do not act as a hidden dragon, a dragon seen in the fields, a flying dragon in the heavens, an arrogant dragon that will have regrets, and a group of dragons without a leader. These phrases actually describe people. People are dragons, and dragons are people. Su Shilin continued. Cao Cao's discussion of the dragon and romance of the Three Kingdoms is particularly insightful. The dragon can be great or small, can ascend or conceal itself. When great, it swallows clouds and exhales mist. When small, it hides in crevices. When it ascends, it soars through the universe. When it hides, it lurks beneath the waves. A dragon can fly in the sky, but it can also dwell in the burrows of insects. No matter the environment, it remains unfazed. Since hearing Odell's words, Su Jie had started reading the Book of Changes in his spare time. However, he only had a superficial understanding of it. Given his current life experience, he still could not fully grasp the wisdom within its pages. Yet, after hearing his father's words, he gained some insight into the first hexagram. A dragon seen in the fields, a flying dragon in the heavens. An arrogant dragon that will have regrets. All right, Dad, I'll continue with my studies at school. Su Jie understood the reasoning. His father wanted him to maintain his mindset, even in an ordinary environment. A dragon seen in the fields benefits from meeting a great person. So that's what it means. The dragon remains hidden in the fields, which benefits its growth into greatness. Meeting here doesn't mean encountering someone, but rather gaining experience. A great person is a state of being. Su Jie shared his interpretation. You actually understand the Book of Changes? Su Shilin looked at his son with newfound respect. I'd really like to meet your martial arts teacher. How did he manage to bring you to this level in just 2 months? Could he be some kind of deity? He told me not to say anything, Su Jie replied. But you'll find out sooner or later, Dad. All right, go upstairs. Su Shilin finished his cigarette. By the way, Dad, what kind of martial arts do you practice? Su Jie had always been curious. In the past, he hadn't understood martial arts, but now that he had stepped into this world, his curiosity about his father's skills had only grown. Let's eat first. Su Shilin seemed reluctant to discuss martial arts. Stay in school for 1 more semester. After that, I won't interfere. You can decide how to live your life. The father and son returned home in harmony. When Suing heard that Su Jie had re-enrolled in school, she was slightly surprised but said nothing. After preparing a lavish dinner, the family enjoyed a warm and cheerful meal, though Su Jie's older sister, Su Myukin, did not return home. After dinner, Su Jie went downstairs for some exercise, reviewing and refining what Odell and Gu Yang had taught him. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Su Shilin watched his son practicing below. He lit another cigarette, his eyes gleaming as he sank into deep contemplation. After training, Su Jie took a shower, read for a while, and went to bed at exactly 9 o'clock. At 3 in the morning, he got up, washed up, and jogged to the park to begin his morning practice. No matter where he was, he maintained this habit, never letting his surroundings influence his discipline. His conversation with his father had completely settled his mind. He no longer rejoiced in gains or lamented losses. He could live in luxury or endure hardship, thrive in comfort, or survive in adversity. Indeed, the training environment at Minglin Martial Arts Academy was far superior to that at home or in high school. However, if he became unaccustomed to his home and school environment, because of it, it would not be beneficial for tempering his mindset. He had completely come to terms with this. After training until 6 in the morning, he returned home, intending to buy some breakfast. However, he discovered that his father, Su Shilin, had already prepared a meal: fragrant porridge, eggs, milk, fruits, vegetables, boiled fish, as well as honey in a purple capsule. Gee, purple capsule, medicine. This capsule, is it propolis? Su Jie asked his father. Dad, why is breakfast so lavish today? Gee, propolis, also known as bee glue, is a resinous substance collected by honeybees from plant buds and exudates. It's propolis. It's great for health, and it supplements the nutrition you need for training. This meal plan is based on one of the breakfast categories of boxing champion Pa Chi, Su Shilin explained. Eat up, then head to school. You're registering today. All right. Su Jie sat down and ate slowly, maintaining his usual habit of eating in silence, an unshakable routine. After finishing his meal, he swallowed his saliva, massaged his stomach, stood up to move around, and only after completely dispelling the feeling of fullness did he speak. This entire series of actions once again left Su Shilin astonished. He had been observing his son for quite some time and realized that he was completely different from 2 months ago. Beyond his martial arts progress, his attitude toward all aspects of life now exhibited the temperament of a true master. After finishing breakfast, Su Jie helped clean up the dishes before heading to school with his backpack, squeezing into the subway. Today marked the start of the school term, and the campus was bustling with people in the early morning. The most solemn expressions were on the faces of students entering their final year. Everyone knew that the last year of high school was crucial. It was all about the college entrance exams. From now on, it would be a relentless cycle of daily quizzes and major exams every 3 days, with the pressure of academics weighing down like a collapsing mountain. Su Jie's high school was the top-ranked school in the city and one of the top 3 in the country. He had earned his place there purely through merit. Every student at this school was a top scorer from their respective regions, each possessing their own unique strengths. Su Jie consistently placed 2nd or 3rd in exams, making him one of the elite among the elite. However, he had never managed to take 1st place. The school's top student, and the #1 student in the entire province, was Qian Zheng. No matter the subject, he always held an unshakable lead over Su Jie, particularly in physical education. Moreover, Qian Zheng was tall and handsome. While Su Jie stood at only 1.75 meters, Qian Zheng had already reached 1.85 meters, boasting a perfectly sculpted, streamlined physique. Dressed in casual clothes, he looked like a celebrity, exuding an extraordinary aura. Among the female students, he was unanimously recognized as the most handsome guy in school. To top it off, Qian Zheng's family owned the Starshine Combat Fitness Club, a franchise with branches all over the country. The business was booming, the brand was worth a fortune, and he was the textbook definition of a rich and handsome elite. With top-tier grades, an outstanding physique, a striking appearance, and a wealthy background, he had all the glory in the world. No matter how hard Su Jie worked, he simply couldn't catch up. One of the main reasons Su Jie enrolled at Minglin Martial Arts Academy was because of his older sister, Su Myukin, and a situation with Haoyu Group. Another significant reason was his rivalry with Qianzheng. Su Jie desperately wanted to take first place, but each time, Qianzheng crushed him without fail. This frustration gnawed at him, especially because a certain girl was caught in the middle of it all. Now, as he stepped onto the school grounds, he found his past competitiveness laughable, just the folly of youth. Looking back, it was nothing more than a fleeting memory. Even though only 2 months had passed at Minglin Martial Arts Academy, just a single summer break, Su Jie's mentality seemed to have matured by 20 years. Stepping into the campus, he saw his classmates again after the summer break, both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Whoa, Su Jie, is that really you? How did you get so tall? Did you take something? Several students ran up to him, exclaiming in surprise. At school, Su Jie had the nickname Second Brother Su because he was always second place in exams, whether in school or across the district. The unflattering nickname had stuck. Qi Shuai, Zhang Minghui, Zhou Min, Gu Shunan. You guys have grown taller too, Su Jie said, smiling at the 4 classmates he often hung out with. Looks like you're almost as tall as Qianzheng now, Qi Shuai teased, winking. Maybe now you can compete with him for our school's beauty queen. We're taking the entrance exam today, and I heard the school has introduced an AI grading system. Scores will be released on the same day. If you manage to take first place, what was it again that the school beauty would do? Oh, and your last love letter was a literary masterpiece. What did you prepare for her this time? Mind letting us take a peek? Yes, show us, show us. His friends egged him on again. That was just youthful foolishness, Su Jie replied calmly. Dating and chasing girls can wait until after university. The renowned campus belle Ning was named Ning Zishi. She was also a top student, and on top of that, she was stunningly beautiful. She, Su Jie, and Qianzheng consistently secured the top 3 spots in the school. Qianzheng was always ranked first. Su Jie and Ning Zishi alternated between second and third place, though most of the time, Su Jie was second while she was third. At school, the 3 of them were well-known figures. In terms of looks, Qianzheng and Ning Zishi were considered the perfect golden couple. After all, Su Jie was rather plain, with no particular advantage in height, appearance, or family background. Once, in a moment of reckless impulse, Su Jie wrote Ning Zishi a love letter. She did not respond, but instead had someone return the letter to his desk. Somehow, the letter got leaked, causing a huge uproar in both their class and the entire school. For a long time, Su Jie couldn't even lift his head in embarrassment. Every time his close friends brought up the incident, he would be mortified. But now, when someone mentioned it again, he felt nothing. Instead, he smiled, finding his past foolishness amusing. Looking back, he realized that everyone experiences impulsive moments in their youth. Reflecting on it now, Su Jie neither regretted his past recklessness nor felt the need to restore his reputation. His current mindset was like that of an adult reminiscing about the naive mistakes of youth, filled with nostalgia for lost innocence, savoring the bittersweet memories. Morning blooms, evening memories. That was exactly how he felt. How did my mindset mature so much? It's only been 1 summer break. Su Jie was slightly surprised at his own change in perspective. Seeing that Su Jie showed no signs of embarrassment, his friends quickly lost interest in the topic. Ning Zishi and Qianzheng are here, Qi Shuai pointed into the distance. Sure enough, the golden couple walked side by side. The boy was tall and handsome, while the girl was elegant, graceful, and radiant, yet exuding an aura that made her seem untouchable. No one knew what they were discussing, but their presence alone drew countless gazes from the students around them. That's Ning Zishi and Qianzheng, our senior classmates in the 3rd year. They're the president and vice president of the student council. They really look amazing together. The first-year students, in particular, were buzzing with chatter. Su Jie, you've grown quite a bit over the summer, Qianzheng remarked casually as he approached. Ning Zishi also smiled and nodded. You're the student council's vice president now. After the entrance exam, we have a task for the student council. Stay behind to help us complete it. What task? Su Jie asked. Haoyu Group has installed an AI learning system in our school. The school's database is now linked with Haoyu Group and connected to numerous global servers. We can access advanced academic knowledge that isn't available on the regular internet, Ning Zishi explained. The three of us will be the first to test it and submit a report to the academic director and principal. Later, we'll be responsible for guiding the other student council members before rolling it out to the whole school. That sounds good. The mention of Haoyu Group made Su Jie take notice. If even their school was receiving an AI learning system and sharing data, the company was clearly executing a grand strategy. Su Jie's high school was one of the nation's top institutions, affiliated with a prestigious university. Outstanding students had opportunities to participate in university-level scientific research and experience college life in advance. The school also had numerous direct admission slots, making it the dream destination for middle school graduates across the city. We should go register now. The entrance exam is about to begin, Qianzheng said, glancing at Su Jie. This exam is a comprehensive assessment. It's significantly harder than even a national college entrance exam. The AI system generates questions in real time from an extensive database, and the school administration has set the difficulty level 50% higher than usual. This exam is citywide, with multiple schools participating. The results will be compiled and ranked together. The school leadership is taking it very seriously. We three must maintain our positions in the city's top 3 rankings. We can't afford to fall behind, Ning Zishi said confidently, making it clear that she had done extensive preparation over the summer. And that's not all, Qianjing added. Haoyu Group has implemented its AI learning system in many high schools, handling everything from question generation to grading. To promote the system, the company has set up a scholarship for the top-scoring student in the city. The prize is a staggering 200,000 yuan. What? That much? Su Jie was shocked. Even the champion of the Silk Road Cup essay competition only got 100,000 yuan. At the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy tournament, the champion's prize was 500,000 yuan. Su Jie had been determined to win, but unfortunately, he was eliminated in the first round after facing Feng Hengyi and losing in just 2 punches. But for a high school entrance exam to offer a 200,000 yuan scholarship, that was astronomical, completely unheard of. Then again, Haoyu Group had deep pockets, and launching a high-profile campaign wasn't surprising. It's definitely a huge amount, Ning Zishi nodded. Haoyu Group probably wants to use this to market their software to schools nationwide. The highest prize before this was from the Xixin Group's National Poetry Contest, where the grand champion received 300,000 yuan. Unfortunately, Qianzheng and I both failed to win first place. B-City Zhang Jinchuan took the title instead. Zhang Jinchuan is indeed formidable, Qianzheng said. I consider him my greatest rival. I aim to be the national top scorer in the college entrance exams, and he is the biggest obstacle in my way. It was clear that Qianzheng had already set his sights on winning the 200,000 yuan prize. Haoyu Group offering such a large bonus is actually a test. 200,000 may be a lot for an individual, but for Haoyu Group, it's just a drop in the bucket, and it also earned them a good reputation for supporting education. Moreover, connecting with the school's data brings many benefits to the group. Young people are the future. Their various habits, when analyzed through big data, have significant reference value for the future of commerce. Of course, that's just one aspect of the plan. There's also a deeper meaning behind it. Deep inside, Su Jie's perspective had already shifted. He pondered carefully, since Mingla Martial Arts Academy didn't receive that championship bonus. Maybe this time I can give it a try by challenging Qianzheng. Seeing Su Jie silent and lost in thought, Ning Zishi spoke up. Su Jie, you need to work hard too. Let's go, Qianzheng said with a wave of his hand. Zishi, you still need to improve your fitness. Has your training this summer really transformed your physique? Our Starshine Combat Fitness Club's karate coach is pretty good. Let's practice together after school. It's really good, though I still can't master the high-difficulty aerial kick, Ning Zishi admitted. Sujia, would you like to join our combat training as well? I've been learning karate at Starshine Combat Fitness Club all summer. Hearing Ning Zishi's invitation, Qian Zheng's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. Forget it, Su Jie remarked, clearly noticing Qian Zheng's discontent. If I'm going to train, I'd rather choose Chinese martial arts. Chinese martial arts is all show. It won't win in the ring. Even if that might not seem patriotic, the fact remains. In competitions, you hardly see any true martial arts, Qian Zheng said with obvious disdain. Zishi, that so-called martial arts master who came to our Starshine Combat Fitness Club this summer, claimed it was for an exchange, but he actually came to challenge the club, and within 3 seconds he was knocked down. You saw it with your own eyes. I did see it with my own eyes. Chinese martial arts might look impressive in movies and novels, but in reality, it's just average. We need to face the facts. Ning Zishi waved his hand dismissively. All right, now that you put it that way, I really do want to check out your combat club and learn a thing or two, Suji admitted. Originally, he hadn't been very interested, but after hearing Qian Zheng and Ning Zishi's attitudes toward Chinese martial arts, he felt compelled to change his mind. During the 2 months he spent training in martial arts at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy that summer, Su Jie experienced many revelations. The passion for Chinese martial arts among Chinese people wasn't very high, yet countless foreigners were eager to learn it one after another. Their perseverance, their dedication to martial arts, it was all truly impressive. In a few years, or maybe even 10, will Chinese people have to go abroad to learn Chinese martial arts from foreigners? In fact, that's already the case. Su Jie's journey with martial arts began with the foreigner Odell. That sounds great. I'll contact you after school, Ning Zishi said happily. The 3 of us training together will be much more lively. Qian Zheng forced a smile, adding, Su Jie, if you join, I'll get you an 80% membership discount. That sounds awesome, Su Jie thought, having sensed all of Qian Zheng's little schemes. Let's go get ready for registration and the exam, Ning Zishi suggested. The 3 of them walked into the classroom. In the large lecture hall, simply scanning your face in front of the video screen was equivalent to completing the registration process, after which they took their seats. The homeroom teacher entered, clutching a thick stack of test papers. Class, today, is both registration and the entrance exam. Now that you've entered your senior year of high school, I won't say much except prepare yourselves for a year of relentless exams. This year is all about exam after exam, she explained. The teacher, Ms. Chun Wan, was highly qualified with top-notch teaching skills, fair in her judgments yet strict. Of course, even the strictest teacher is gentle with her top students. Su Jie thought very highly of her. After the previous love letter incident, she even took the time to speak with him sincerely without losing her temper. Today's exam will last 1 day, Ms. Chun Wan announced. Normally, the college entrance exam spans 2 days, but this time you only have 1. If you can adapt to this intensity, then you'll be as free as a fish in water during the actual college entrance exam. You've all seen the information on the school website, right? This entrance exam is sponsored by How You Group, and all high schools in the city will have unified test papers. If someone manages to clinch first place in the city with a total score above 700 points, How You Group will award that student a scholarship of $200,000. However, the overall difficulty of this exam paper is 50% higher than even the hardest college entrance exam paper from previous years. I won't say more. I expect our class to produce the top scorer in the entire city. Qian Zheng, do you have a confidence? Of course, Qian Zheng responded as he stood up, clearly standing out among his classmates, before sitting down again with an air of dominance. He had always been the top student. In the 2 years of high school, no one had ever taken his top spot. Hand out the test papers. Ms. Chun Wan instructed the students at the front to distribute them to everyone, and the exam began. All the students were well practiced. As soon as they received the test papers, they plunged into answering the questions with intense concentration. These questions are really difficult, Su Jie thought. After scanning through the test paper in 10 seconds, various knowledge points began to ferment in his mind, and within 20 seconds he had gauged the overall difficulty of the exam. Yet, these questions posed no problem for him. During those 2 months of martial arts training in the summer, aside from English, he hadn't reviewed much. After returning, he only studied for a few hours, so logically his grades should have slipped. But now, his mind was clearer than ever, and he understood various concepts more profoundly, as if he had suddenly come to a revelation. Swish, swish, swish. The fountain pen flowed across the test paper, writing out graceful Chinese. This exam was extremely challenging, and time was very tight. During the Chinese language test in the first session, many students in the class hadn't finished their papers when it was time to collect them. It's important to note that the school Su Jie attended was a national key school. Even the weakest student could easily get into a top university. Yet now, faced with the test paper, everyone was at a complete loss. Even Qian Zheng's expression was grave. How can this exam be just 50% more difficult? It's more than double the usual difficulty. What exactly is Haoyu Group trying to do? After one session of the exam, Ning Zishi couldn't help but complain. The entire class was very dejected. But before they could adjust their mindset, the second exam began. They had to finish 4 sessions in one day, which was a huge drain on both their physical stamina and mental energy. The second session was mathematics, and the questions were even tougher. Most students couldn't complete even half of the problems. After the 2 morning sessions, many students were completely exhausted. They barely managed to eat lunch and rest for a while before beginning the foreign language test, followed by either the comprehensive liberal arts or science test. Su Jie's class was the science track, so the test papers were even harder. After the comprehensive science exam, the entire class felt as if they were soldiers defeated in battle. Finally, the test is over. The moment Su Jie handed in his paper, he felt even more exhausted than if he had been competing all day. His brain felt completely drained, and even his physical strength nearly gave out, a testament to how difficult this exam was. Qianzheng looked pale as well. Of course, there were also students who had given up early. Seeing that the questions had exceeded their limits, they simply stopped trying, which made things much easier for them. But Qianzheng was determined to preserve his honor, so he racked his brain to solve every problem, naturally leaving him utterly exhausted. After everyone had submitted their papers, the homeroom teacher, Chen Wan, entered with a smile. The test results will be completely graded in 1 hour. This time, the papers were scanned by artificial intelligence and then entered into the system for scoring. There won't be any errors, and the rankings will be published on the computer. Please wait here. In the past, if it had been a citywide exam, the teachers would have had to organize a huge grading team, and it would have taken at least 3 or 4 days to release the scores. Now, however, the papers are simply fed into a scanner, each image entered into the system, and the exam results are produced. The efficiency has increased by over 100-fold. Maybe in the future, homework grading can be done this way too, saving the teachers so much time, Su Jie thought. All the students sat in the classroom, waiting with teacher Chen Wan for the exam results. At the front of the classroom, there was a large computer projection screen that would immediately publish the citywide exam rankings. It seemed that this test was the result of long negotiations between Haoyu Group and various high schools' education departments. A very tightly scheduled exam where everything was about efficiency. Time ticked by second. Suddenly, a countdown appeared on the big screen. 10, 9. Everyone grew tense, as if they were truly facing the moment when their college entrance exam scores would be announced. Teacher Chen Wan nodded repeatedly as she observed. This kind of atmosphere lets everyone experience the intensity of the college entrance exam in advance. If we have more sessions like this, all the students will become accustomed to the pace of the college entrance exam, and that will help avoid situations where too much pressure causes poor performance. Having been a homeroom teacher for many years, she had seen too many cases where students, who usually performed excellently, underperformed in the college entrance exam because of psychological factors, which she found very regrettable. The exam scores are out. Who is the city's number one? 200,000. That's a prize of 200,000. I still can't believe that How You Group is offering such a huge reward. This exam left me completely exhausted. I never want to take another exam in my life. I think whoever scores above 700 on this test should get the 200,000. Yeah, the questions were too difficult. Normally I could score 600, but this time I doubt I'd even reach 500. It must be Qianzheng. After all, he always scores first. I think so too, but I wonder if he can manage to score 700. Even if he comes in first, without a score of 700, he won't get the bonus. Look, the results are out. Everyone held their breath. Then they all watched as festive red characters jumped onto the screen. First place, Su Jie. Total score, 723. Second place, Qianzheng. Total score, 700. Third place, Ning Zishi. Total score, 690. Then the list continued, scrolling until the top 100 names have been published. For a full minute, the room was silent before it finally erupted. Everyone was staring at Su Jie. It was simply unbelievable. Even Qianzheng only scored 700, yet Su Jie managed to pull off an astronomical score of 723. In previous exams, Qianzheng's scores usually range between 710 and 730. Given the extreme difficulty of this exam, Qianzheng scoring 700 was still nothing short of miraculous. When everyone first saw the exam questions, they all believed that it was impossible for anyone to score above 700 on this paper. Good grief, is this even humanly possible? How did Su Jie improve so much over one summer? Did he take some kind of divine medicine? Or was he secretly taught some techniques? Have you read too many novels? Did Su Jie get the exam paper in advance? No, it can't be. I heard this exam paper was generated automatically by the system within an hour before the test, and then printed. The How You Group developed this system precisely to prevent anyone from leaking the exam paper beforehand, ensuring complete fairness. Does that mean this is his true ability? That's just terrifying. This time, the title of number one finally slipped from Qianzheng's grasp. Maybe after the love letter incident, Su Jie reflected deeply and spent the whole summer determined to study. But Qianzheng wasn't idle either. He seemed to be diligently studying and exercising. He even broke the 700-point mark. Honestly, if it weren't for Su Jie, he would have been first this time, and he'd have easily secured the 200,000. It's a pity something unexpected happened. Class teacher Chun Wang was also shocked. She had been astonished that Qianzheng could score 700, and she never imagined that Su Jie could score 723. Her first thought was that the exam paper must have been leaked. But thinking about it, that was impossible. The exam paper was generated only an hour before the test, so even if someone got hold of it an hour in advance, it would still be too late. It can't be. Qianzheng suddenly stood up in a burst of shock when he saw Su Jie's score, clearly losing his composure. He knew very well how difficult the exam was. He had pushed himself to his limits just to barely hit 700 points, and he thought he would be able to outshine everyone. He hadn't expected Su Jie to surpass him by so many points. In the past, the difference between his and Su Jie's scores was always 20 to 30 points, and Su Jie never stood a chance of catching up. Now, he had been overtaken by a wide margin, and his first reaction was disbelief. After a long while, he finally sat down, still trying to maintain his composure. Then he walked over to Su Jie and said, "Congratulations, you finally got first place this time. Could you share some study tips? But mark my words, for the next exam, I'm going to take it back. Let's study together and improve together," Su Jie replied calmly. He wasn't really shocked. He thought it was only natural, and there wasn't even a ripple of disturbance in his heart. He had now seen another side of the world of martial arts, broadening his horizons significantly. Su Jie, remarkable, Ning Zishi said with a curious gleam in her eye. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone, please return to your seats and be quiet. Class teacher Chun Wan clapped her hands, and the classroom immediately quieted down. A barely contained look of joy appeared on her face as she said, "You all performed exceptionally well this time. Our class has all 3 of the top spots in the city." Of course, don't get too cocky. Keep striving for even better results. Sujia, come up here. The principal will present you with an award shortly, and your bonus will be deposited directly into your account. Sure enough, it wasn't long before all the school leaders arrived. Sujia stood on the podium, practically basking in the spotlight. Of course, he was one of the top 3 students, and the school leaders had already marked him as a key student to watch and nurture. This time, Sujia truly achieved both fame and fortune, stealing all the limelight. The second brother, Su, finally turned the tables. Yeah, Qianzhong may seem calm on the outside, but I'm sure he's feeling pretty upset. Just wait and see how he plans to take it back in the next exam. Even if he does manage to retake it, there won't be such a huge bonus again. This was a publicity stunt by the How You group to promote their artificial intelligence, with no expense spared. There definitely won't be such an opportunity next time. The 200,000 scholarship is enough to buy 2 or 3 square meters of house. In our area, luxury homes go for over 200,000 per square meter. Later, Su Jie should treat everyone. Su Jie showed no hint of restraint while standing on the podium. Su Jie, would you like to share your thoughts? Also, now that you've received this enormous scholarship, how do you plan to use it? The principal, a middle-aged man named Zhao Ming, spoke. He didn't have any bureaucratic airs. Instead, he exuded a strong academic vibe. I'd prefer if this money isn't deposited into my account. If possible, please donate it directly, in our class's name, to the students in the mountainous regions who are struggling to continue their education, Su Jie said after a moment of thought. Wait, listen everyone. Su Jie said he wants to donate the entire bonus to the underprivileged students in the mountainous areas. 200,000, just donated like that? And it's in his name or the class's name. This comment immediately caused another uproar. Su Jie, are you really going to donate all this money in our class's name? Class teacher Chun, one was momentarily stunned when she heard Su Jie's words. Yes, donate it all in our class's name, Su Jie said decisively with a nod. He had just reflected on the fact that he was in dire need of money, especially after learning from his martial arts training that physical fitness is built on financial means. That 200,000 could have enabled him to do a lot, but in the end, he decided to donate it. Once he had made up his mind and spoken aloud, he felt an immense sense of relief. Money was important to him, but having seen the left-behind elderly and children in the countryside, he realized that although his family wasn't as well off as those rich kids, he was fortunate enough to enjoy a better education in the city compared to those rural children. If he could do something with what he had, he'd do it. As the saying goes, all the money in the world will come back to you if you have the ability. During study sessions in the second class taught by Guiyang, they were taught to deliver rice, grain, and oil to rural areas to comfort the left-behind elderly and children, a lesson that had deeply moved him. Donating the money would be a way to see if he was truly willing to let it go and to measure the gains and losses as his attitude shifted. Money was important, but would it ever truly affect his inner self? Cultivation requires a lot of money. There's a saying that one may be poor in scholarship, but rich in martial prowess. However, as Su Jie studied the Book of Changes, he gradually understood some important principles. Although money is indispensable, one should not become its slave. Rather, one must master it completely. Choosing and discarding at will, handling it as casually as one might pluck a flower, letting it drift away like passing clouds. After making his decision, Su Jie felt as though a dark haze in his heart had completely vanished, replaced by fearlessness and brilliant clarity. Heroes and brave men do not fear death, but what do they fear? They fear having no money. As the saying goes, even a penny can trip up the bravest man. Even the most principled individuals cannot help but bend for a small payment. That is life. Once a person is no longer shackled by money, his heart becomes flawless. Although Su Jie might never completely free himself from such constraints, he had now embraced this subconscious understanding. His spirit, his mental resilience, was gradually becoming stronger. Initially, under Odell's training, he was able to persist and endure pain. Later, Under Uncle Mang's massage, his endurance deepened even further. Eventually, when Uncle Mang locked him in a dark room for several days and nights, Su Jie managed to free himself from despair. Afterward, he rediscovered the soul of his martial arts, and his mental strength greatly improved. Then, through conversations with his father, Su Shilin, he gained the insight to remain calm and composed in any situation. Today, he further refined and elevated himself, reaching a state where money in his heart could be acquired or discarded at will. Step by step, he honed his spirit, making it more unbreakable and fully under his control. In doing so, his boxing techniques became pure, and his martial arts skills broke through once again. When everyone saw Su Jie donate a full 200,000 in scholarship money without batting an eye, Qian Zheng's face turned extremely solemn, while Ning Zishi was utterly puzzled about what exactly had happened to Su Jie this summer. She was very curious. Tonight's evening self-study session is canceled. Now everyone can return to their dorms or go home to rest. Classes will resume as usual tomorrow. After the exam results were released, Su Jie received his award and made the donation, leaving him with nothing further to do. Homeroom teacher Chun Wan clapped her hands, signaling the students to rest. Su Jie, the student council has something to attend to. We need to go to the computer lab to try out the school's new learning system, called out Ning Zishi. All right, Su Jie replied with a smile. At that moment, Qian Zheng had completely bounced back, as if his second-place exam result had nothing to do with him. One couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary mental fortitude. Let's go. After we give it a try, we need to write a reflection too. As the student council president, he led the way. The school's computer lab was enormous, and the computers inside were not ordinary machines, but specialized devices with immense computational power, extremely advanced. They had been installed and calibrated with the help of Haoyu Group, and it was said that the school wasn't charged for them. Instead, they were donated. This is the artificial intelligence learning system, said Qian Zheng as he approached a computer as tall as a person. As the camera flashed, facial recognition was conducted, and then a voice said, Qian Zheng, I am AI Xiao Chun, and I am delighted to assist your learning. That voice, Su Jie realized that the AI Xiao Chun sounded exactly like his sister, Su Myukin. It was clearly modeled after her voice module. Hello, Qian Zheng added, startled. Hearing the voice, he thought there was a person hidden inside the computer. Based on your multiple comprehensive exam papers, your performance is excellent, though there are some areas lacking. I can now train you specifically on the knowledge gaps in your studies. Pick up the electronic pen next to you. I'll give you some questions to work on to reinforce these gaps, and if you can't solve them, I'll explain them to you. This AI, Xiao Chun, was far superior to even the best teachers in the country. In fact, it was like a collective of many outstanding teachers, continuously innovating to strengthen each individual's learning weaknesses and guiding them patiently, making the learning process enjoyable. Artificial intelligence is truly formidable. Has teaching reached this level? And this is just ordinary AI. If it were high-tech like the AI from the Tiefing training camp, I wonder how powerful it would be. No wonder even Coach Odell lost his job, Su Jie thought. After operating the AI learning system for an hour, the three of them each drew their own conclusions. The system had pre-compiled each student's exam scores, analyzed which knowledge points needed reinforcement, and then listed a series of problems along with instructional methods that rapidly improved the students' grades. Of course, all this still required the students to study hard on their own. Even with a coach like Odell, if the students feared pain and did not train, it would all be in vain. At present, no black technology has emerged that can imbue someone with a century of prowess, like in novels. After some adjustments, Su Jie discovered that the AI learning system was indeed quite effective. For students who love to study, it served as a superb assistant. With this system, it was as if numerous outstanding teachers were by their side, available 24 hours a day. But that was about it. It was merely a super learning assistant, somewhat more advanced than the various search engines available online. I think we've pretty much covered everything. Su Jie said as he bid farewell to Qian Zheng and Ning Zishi. I'm heading home to rest. Tomorrow, I'll take some time to write up today's reflections in an email to the school administrators. I'll study a bit longer. See you tomorrow, Ning Zishi replied, fully engrossed in her studies. And Qian Zheng had no intention of leaving either. Today, both of them had been stirred by Su Jie's example. Even if they were extremely tired, they still chose to stay and study. Su Jie took the subway straight home. Once there, he spent 2 hours practicing his boxing in the community's open area before finally taking a shower, reading, and going to sleep. By the time he lay down, it was already 9 at night, a habit he had formed. When he slept, he still used the great corpse state of sleep, but now he had cultivated the ability to fall asleep in an instant whenever he wished and wake up the moment he wanted to. He was like an alarm clock that he could set precisely. Every moment was exact, every second utilized, his daily routine resembling that of a robot. As he slept, his father, Su Shilin, quietly arrived at the door and listened to his breathing. He felt that Su Jie's breaths were faint and delicate, at times barely perceptible, as thin as silk strands that seemed as if they might break at any moment, yet they never did. It was like the slim thread of life that persists between heaven and earth, the proverbial last ray of hope. This sleeping method, the great corpse state, has reached a state between life and death. If he goes any further, he'll become like the living dead. What exactly has he encountered? Su Shilin frowned deeply. What are you doing eavesdropping here? The child is already asleep. His mother, Su Ying, scolded as she approached and gave Su Shilin a light tap. Our son is truly extraordinary. His skills have genuinely reached a high level. I can hardly believe he developed them in just 2 months, Su Shilin remarked, his emotions mixed as he pondered many things. I may not understand martial arts, but after all these years, I do know your difficulties, Su Ying said, inviting Su Shilin to sit down. How do his skills compare to yours? He's still lacking a bit in finesse, but his technique is much purer than mine. I can't even tell where his limits lie. Maybe one day he'll ascend to the level I've always dreamed of reaching, Su Shilin replied. Then why not fully encourage him to practice martial arts? After all, he never falls behind in his studies, Su Ying suggested. There's no need to push him. He's already established a mature training system and formed his own ideas. No one can interfere with his path. We just need to observe, Su Shilin suddenly chuckled. The heavens have been kind to me, gifting me such a treasure. Don't get too cocky. There will be troubles ahead. Su Shun has already come looking for me, Su Ying said with a hint of worry in her eyes. And what if he comes looking? Are we afraid of him? What era is this? We live our own lives, and the Su family can live theirs. If they try to do anything, I'll make sure they remember the pain of the past, Su Shilin declared, his gaze as sharp as a knife. It's not really related, but the old man is leaving, and he made a will that gave me a share of the estate, Su Ying added. Then just refuse it. We may not have much money now, but our lives are manageable, and our children are becoming more accomplished. Living peacefully is better than anything else, Su Shilin said. I agree, though I fear things might not be that simple, Su Ying replied with some concern. When soldiers come, we block them. When water rises, we dam it. Don't worry, I'll handle everything, Su Shilin assured, as steady as a mountain providing shelter from the storm. In the following days, Su Jie continued his daily routine, waking at 3 in the morning to train for 3 hours, eating breakfast at 6, and then heading off to school. At school, he attended classes as usual, worked out in the gym during breaks, and practiced for another 3 hours after classes ended. Every day was the same. The atmosphere in the senior year was extremely tense, yet Su Jie remained completely at ease. In his final year, the curriculum was basically all about exams. He would finish each exam in under 10 minutes, hand his paper, leave the exam room, and head straight to the computer lab to look up various materials, or to the gym for a workout. This left him with plenty of spare time. The key was that he nearly always scored full marks on his exams. The teachers had become accustomed to his genius. Time passed for a month, quietly and without incident. During that month, Su Jie completely settled his restless heart. He practiced the halt-strike technique repeatedly, and then used the school computer lab to search for various martial arts combat materials for his own study. Simultaneously, he taught himself a vast array of knowledge in anatomy, medicine, massage, acupuncture, meridians, yoga, meditation, and psychology, thereby adding a solid theoretical foundation to his cultivation. During his 2 months at the Minglun Martial Arts Academy, his schedule had been jam-packed with training, sparring, massage, acupuncture, and electrical stimulation, all focused on enhancing his physical strength. Now, in addition to maintaining his physical training, he had embarked on the deepest level of academic research. In the process of this study, many aspects of his past training that he once did not understand began to make sense, and his gains were enormous. He had come to realize that listening to his father and focusing on academic study proved even more effective than merely training his body. Su Jie, you're amazing. You actually scored 740 on this monthly exam and ranked first in the entire city again. In the classroom, everyone looked at the score report displayed on the screen. Su Jie was once again in first place, with Qian Zheng following closely behind at 720 points, and Ning Zishi at 719, just 1 point short of catching up to Qian Zheng. However, the two of them were still far behind Su Jie. In their senior year, they had small quizzes every day, but the real exams took place once a month. After the monthly exam, the citywide scores would be compiled, and students would get a 2-day break to relax. Otherwise, being under constant academic pressure every day would be overwhelming. Qian Zheng had been holding back his energy, determined to reclaim the top spot this time. But Su Jie's score made him feel a sense of despair. It was a complete and overwhelming defeat. Yet, when the results were announced, Qian Zheng remained expressionless, giving no hint of the turmoil in his heart. Su Jie, we have a 2-day break. Let's go to Qian Zheng's combat fitness gym to train together and work on our physical fitness, Ning Zishi suggested. Sounds good. Su Jie agreed with a smile. He had spent the past month practicing, studying, adjusting his mindset, and strengthening both his physical and mental conditioning. However, he hadn't had any real combat practice, and he was itching for a fight. The Starshine Combat Fitness Club was one of the best training facilities in the city. It even had retired professional coaches, making it a great place to spar. Over the past few days, Su Jie had read numerous martial arts articles, watched training videos of professional fighters from all over the world, and studied ancient boxing manuals. He had also analyzed historical matches in boxing, kickboxing, and mixed martial arts, gaining insights into the styles and strengths of many renowned fighters. Beyond that, he had even researched the training regimens of special forces for various countries. This was his true entry into the world of martial arts. However, the deeper he delved, the more he realized how shallow his knowledge was. This field was incredibly vast. Without at least 3 to 5 years of dedicated study, it would be nearly impossible to grasp the fundamentals properly. Hearing this, Qian Zheng's interest was piqued. He strode overconfidently. Su Jie, I see you've been training a lot lately. Every time you finish a test early, you head to the gym to work out. But that's just basic fitness. Without a professional coach, incorrect movements can lead to injuries. Let's go. Starshine has national-level professional trainers who can help with body sculpting. Qian Zheng had noticed Su Jie's routine, finishing exams early and heading straight to the gym. But he didn't take Su Jie's training seriously, especially that strange, slow-moving halt-strike technique which he mistook for Tai Chi. To him, it looked awkward and outdated, like something an elderly man in a park, brainwashed by a fake Chi master, would practice. To most people, halt-strike did indeed look awkward and unsightly. The movement mimicked a pecking chicken, making the practitioner appear hunched like an old monkey or like a weathered farmer digging in the dirt. Qian Zheng found this kind of training utterly ridiculous. All right, let's go. Ning Zishi was excited. Recently, she had been feeling great. Her fitness had improved significantly, and so had her academic performance. This time, she was only 1 point behind Qian Zheng in the monthly exam. The three of them left the school. As soon as they reached the school gate, a business car that had been parked at a distance drove up. A chauffeur stepped out to open the door for them, exuding an air of luxury. Su Jie accepted the invitation to get in and immediately noticed that the interior of the car had been customized. It was lavishly decorated, featuring a minibar and plush sofas, showcasing an extravagant lifestyle. Qianzheng took 2 bottles of purified water from the minibar and tossed them to Su Jie and Ning Zishi. This is fresh from Fiji, airlifted just now, not the kind you find in stores. The taste is exceptionally pure. Try it. The ones on the market these days are mostly fake. Ning Zishi casually opened a bottle, took a sip, and nodded. This is indeed sourced from deep volcanic rock aquifers, completely unpolluted. You can tell from the taste. Su Jie also took a sip but remained silent. He had never paid much attention to luxury brands of purified water or which country had the best ones. That was something for the wealthy and celebrities to care about. The only water he regularly drank came from Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, which was specifically designed for training purposes. It was actually quite expensive but highly effective. Mingluan Martial Arts Academy's training water contained added trace elements, specially formulated for fighters. Professional fighters had to undergo urine and blood tests before and after matches to ensure they hadn't taken performance-enhancing substances. As a result, their drinking water had to be strictly controlled. Mingluan Martial Arts Academy had developed a specialized brand of drinking water specifically for this purpose. The business car soon arrived at an upscale fitness center. The Starshine Combat Fitness Club occupied an entire high-rise building, designed like a 5-star hotel with premium services. However, after seeing the leisure facilities at Heart Cleansing Manor, Su Jie felt that Starshine Combat Fitness Club was a level below. While it appeared grand and luxurious, it lacked a sense of true heritage. This building has 62 floors. The upper levels house a hotel, while the lower levels include the combat gym, fitness center, yoga studio, and spa. There's even a panoramic restaurant on the top floor. Qianzheng introduced the place enthusiastically. My family developed this property years ago. Over the past 10 years, its value has increased more than tenfold. Su Jie could clearly hear the sense of superiority in Qianzheng's words, but he didn't argue. He simply smiled and nodded. This, however, dampened Qianzheng's enthusiasm. Qianzheng had actually wanted to see Su Jie's shocked reaction, which would have given him a sense of superiority. Let's go to the combat area, Ning Zishi suggested to ease the atmosphere. The combat area was quite large, with clearly defined sections: karate, kendo, judo, muay thai, boxing, and taekwondo. Each section had specialized instructors, and many people were training intensely. Su Jie took a look around and noticed that most of the practitioners were elite white-collar professionals or wealthy second-generation heirs who were passionate about sports. This was very different from Mingluan Martial Arts Academy and Xixin Manor. The students at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy were mostly from less privileged families, often sent there for discipline or foreigners eager to learn real martial arts. There were also people like Su Jie, who had once traveled from afar just to test himself. These students generally had lower social status. On the other hand, Xixin Manor was purely a high-end retreat for the ultra-rich to train and rejuvenate. Xingyao was somewhere in between. Most of its members were from the middle class. Even those wealthy second-generation heirs who were passionate about sports, while rich, had no real access to the upper echelons of society. Su Jie had seen enough of the world to make an easy comparison. Ning Zishi and Qianzheng came from wealthy families, but compared to Zhang Man, they seemed to lack a certain aura. Nice! Great strike! Impressive punches and kicks. A burst of enthusiastic cheers echoed through the hall. The energy was familiar to Su Jie. Without even looking, he could tell that someone was competing in the ring. Hearing those cheers, Su Jie felt a familiar itch deep inside. An uncontrollable excitement and urge to fight. Looks like my self-discipline still isn't strong enough, Su Jie said with a smile. What? Are you interested? Qianzheng raised an eyebrow. I see you practicing traditional martial arts in the gym every day. Why not step into the ring and give it a try? We have small matches here daily, streamed live. Anyone can participate, and winners get prize money. Without responding, Su Jie turned to look at the competition rules posted on the wall. The rules were a direct copy of Mingluan Martial Arts Academy's small-scale ring matches. However, the overall venue, the number of participants, and their skill levels were far inferior. "All right, I'd like to give it a try," Su Jie said, feeling a hint of excitement. "Great!" Qian Zheng's eyes lit up. "The participants here are all highly skilled. Look at those two in the ring right now. One is a provincial Muay Thai champion, and the other is a veteran who has competed in many international fights. They're both instructors from other martial arts gyms who come here to make money. If you fight them, you'll definitely lose. It'd be pointless. Why don't we fight instead? I see you training so diligently every day. You must have some skill." "That sounds perfect," Su Jie nodded. "I'll go make the arrangements," Qian Zheng said, afraid Su Jie might back out. He immediately went to inform the staff. The two instructors who had been fighting in the ring stopped and turned their attention to Su Jie and Qian Zheng as they stepped onto the platform. Gloves and protective gear, the referee, who was also a coach, handed them their equipment. "Ready." Qian Zheng immediately raised his guard, assuming a fighting stance. However, as he observed Su Jie, he noticed his opponent showed no intention of making a move. A trace of contempt appeared in his eyes. Only amateurs acted like this. "Begin." The referee dropped his hand between them and stepped back to give them space. Bang! Qian Zheng fell flat on the ring. What just happened? Neither the referee nor the audience understood why he had suddenly fallen. The two fighters had barely made contact, and no punches had been thrown. "Did I slip?" Qian Zheng got up, looking confused. But since it was a match, there was no time to dwell on it. He quickly readjusted his stance and seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault on Su Jie, throwing a flurry of punches. Yet, just as he reached Su Jie, he tripped over something and lost his balance, crashing to the ground again. This time, he saw it clearly. Su Jie had subtly extended his leg, hooking him just enough to make him stumble. "You're using dirty tricks." Qian Zheng was furious. He had thought he could easily overpower Su Jie, using this match to vent his frustration from his recent exam failures. But instead, he had been thrown to the ground twice, completely humiliating himself. "Now that I know what to expect, you won't trip me again so easily. Once I catch an opening, I'll make sure you regret it," Qian Zheng vowed in his mind. Lowering his stance and keeping his center of gravity stable, he cautiously advanced toward Su Jie, paying close attention to his footing. Su Jie simply smiled, then hooked his foot again with a movement as swift as a snake's tail. Bang! Qian Zheng was tripped once more and fell to the ground again. I refused to believe it. When Qian Zheng got up, burning with anger, he attacked fiercely once again. Yet every time he closed in on Su Jie, he was hooked and thrown down. Su Jie's leg hook was as elusive as a ghost, extending and retracting like a spring, while his foot acted like a scythe slicing through wheat, reaching out and pulling as if it could even cut down a tree. This leg technique is known as Mandarin duck feet. In the water margin, Wu Song was the master of this skill. The Jade Ring steps and Mandarin duck feet, as showcased in the drunk fight with Jiangmen Shun, were true masterpieces of this technique. In traditional Chinese martial arts, however, this falls under the category of leg, thrusting, and springing techniques. Highly practical and stealthy, this hook disrupts an opponent's balance and is often used during entangling holds or in the very moment of contact. It is one of Coach Gu Yang's 18 practical free fighting techniques. Some of these traditional unarmed combat techniques are so effective that the martial arts practiced in the military have been refined from them. Once Su Jie began his unpredictable maneuvers, even a provincial-level professional fighter, not to mention Qian Zheng, would have struggled to keep up. After being thrown down 4 or 5 times in succession, Qian Zheng was already dizzy and unsteady. Yet the fire within him grew even stronger, and he was determined to defeat Su Jie at all costs. Just as he launched his 6th attack, his shoulder was grabbed. A coach had stepped in, signaling for the bout to stop, and whispered, "Little Zheng, this guy is really formidable. You're no match for him. Let me handle this." "Coach Hua Xing, it's you." Seeing the coach, Qian Zheng calmed down. This was the head coach of Starshine Combat Fitness Club, hired at a high salary by his father, a former national-level combat sports athlete who had retired to teach here. Qian Zheng had trained with him on and off for 3 years, which had made him far superior to the average person. "Didn't expect that even at your young age, your skills would be this good. How about a little fun?" Coach Hua Xing, taking Qian Zheng's place, addressed Su Jie. Seeing this man, Su Jie knew he was not someone to be underestimated, just like the boxing coach Tang Jin he had seen at Heart Cleansing Manor earlier. "Head coach, let me continue. It really isn't time for you to step in." A younger coach nearby interjected, eager to redeem his young boss's honor. "Go down." Hua Xing waved him off. "You're not his match. He's that strong," the young coach muttered in disbelief, but he obeyed and led Qian Zheng off the ring. Ning Zishi, watching from below, had already realized that Qian Zheng and Su Jie were in entirely different leagues. While those in the thick of the fight might not notice, onlookers could clearly see that in front of Su Jie, Qian Zheng was no better than a 3-year-old child, collapsing at a mere shout. Since when did Su Jie become so strong? Ning Zishi wondered. She had spent a whole summer learning karate and had picked up some knowledge about combat sports. She knew Qian Zheng's prowess. He had trained from a young age, was guided by a renowned coach, and had worked hard with proper nutrition. Although he wasn't a professional, he was undoubtedly one of the best amateurs around. But Su Jie? His athletic performance used to be quite average, not weak, but nothing outstanding. How could he become a super master in just one summer? Interested in a little sparring? Coach Hua Xing invited Su Jie once more. "Sure, what are the rules?" Su Jie replied readily. He had been holding back for a long time, and now, regardless of the opponent's level, he was eager to challenge them and stretch his muscles. "What are your strengths, young man?" Hua Xing asked casually. "I'm good with bare hands," Su Jie responded as he removed his boxing gloves. His signature move, known as the halt strike, centered on a chopping motion, like a downward slash of a blade or a hoe digging into the earth. To maximize speed, his fingers had to be spread wide, like eagle talons grabbing, allowing air to rush through the gaps. Wearing boxing gloves, however, would obstruct the airflow and reduce the speed. It's akin to a fly swatter, which needs many tiny holes in the center to effectively swat a fly. In the era of cold weapons, the chopping technique was widely used. In modern combat, punches are typically limited to jabs, hooks, and uppercuts, omitting the crucial chopping punch, precisely because boxing gloves restrict the movement. However, in street fights, the chopping punch is widely employed, colloquially known as the turtle punch. Whether it's cats, tigers, leopards, or monkeys, their slashing attacks share a similar nature. This month, Su Jie had delved into the studies of kinesiology, biomechanics, and the coordination and continuity of various movements, enough to fill a tens of thousands word paper. His understanding of the halt strike and its evolution since his martial arts school days had deepened profoundly. "Interesting," Coach Hua Xing remarked as he watched Su Jie remove his gloves. He then took off his own gloves and signaled to the referee that the bout could begin. "Begin," the referee shouted. At that moment, Hua Xing's eyes suddenly flickered as he aimed at Su Jie's ribs. In an instant, he withdrew his gaze, performing the exact same deceptive move Tang Jin had used in the past. His mastery of the 8 methods of techniques was truly sublime. Had Su Jie not already suffered a loss at Tang Jin's hands earlier, he might have been fooled once again. But now things were different. Ignoring the deceptive glances, Su Jie bent his body low, tucking his shoulders inward and compressing his body toward the center. Wrapped up tight, he seemed to transform into the very edge of a blade, poised along the enemy's midline and ready to strike. This was the result of a month's worth of insights. He had incorporated the centerline theory of Wing Chun, referenced the ancient boxing manuals saying, "With the feet on the middle gate, even immortals are hard to defend against," and studied many of the slashing techniques from Japanese kendo. After experimenting with these methods on Hua Xing, he was ready to test his skills. What is this? Kendo. Hua Xing frowned. Whoosh. Su Jie had already lunged forward. His attack was directed along Hua Xing's center line, what traditional Chinese medicine calls the Ren meridian. The Ren meridian runs down the front center of the body, while the Du meridian runs along the back. Together, the Ren and Du meridians form a three-dimensional ellipse that envelopes the human body. Su Jie turned himself into a blade, cutting into the Ren meridian with a force akin to splitting mountains and parting rivers as he attacked Hua Xing. After a month of relentless practice and contemplation, he had never before engaged in actual combat. Now that he finally had an opponent, all his pent-up emotions were released in a move that felt as earth-shattering as a collapsing world. It was as if the Monkey King, trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain for 500 years, had broken free, unstoppable. Boom! Hua Xing hadn't expected Su Jie to attack with such ferocity. In one swift move, his instincts kicked in, and his hands shielded the vulnerable center. By that time, Su Jie's strength had already taken hold of him. It was as if he'd been hit by a speeding car. Hua Xing was propelled to the edge of the ring, his body halted by the ropes. But the ropes couldn't withstand such power. They snapped outright, sending him tumbling from the ring. What a pity! Standing in the ring, Su Jie wasn't overjoyed by having sent Hua Xing flying. On the contrary, he recognized his own shortcomings. According to the principles of mechanics, with that one powerful strike, all his strength should have pinned his opponent in place. Yet Hua Xing had managed to escape. Although he was knocked off the ring, he remained uninjured. In a street fight, this would mean his opponent could continue fighting, leaving the outcome uncertain. Sure enough, Hua Xing shook his arms once he was off the ring and said, "Such great power! Impressive, impressive. Let's go again." All right, Su Jie was eager for another round. A formidable opponent was exactly what he craved. Hua Xing leaped back into the ring, and once again the two clashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, Hua Xing took the initiative. His body moved with agility. His speed had increased as he swayed from side to side and struck forcefully from above and below, reminiscent of an elaborate fencing duel. This fighting style was known as the pirate style. Su Jie, too, was moving, matching Hua Xing's steps. As they circled each other, their punches and kicks were probing, with no intense, tangled skirmishes taking shape. Now Hua Xing's true skill began to show. Though he was a retired national-level athlete, and his combat prowess might not match that of the active top-tier fighters, his fundamentals were strong enough to quickly overpower many professional experts. At the beginning, Hua Xing had been a bit careless, not fully concentrating. But after suffering a setback, he became completely focused, treating the bout with Su Jie as if it were a national championship match. Once he got serious, it was nearly impossible for Su Jie to land a finishing blow. Occasionally, Hua Xing's strikes even landed on Su Jie. For a national-level fighter, even a light touch from such powerful punches and kicks would be unbearable for an ordinary person, not to mention full-force blows. Yet every time Hua Xing's strikes connected, they seemed to hit stone, and even his own limbs began to ache. In contrast, when Su Jie landed a hit on him, it carried a penetrating force that made even Hua Xing's bones and teeth feel numb. Enough, let's stop. Even though the fight was still undecided, Hua Xing suddenly pulled back and gestured for a break. Need a rest. Su Jie was just getting excited by the bout, so he felt a tinge of disappointment when his opponent halted the fight. Have you had special agent-level anti-strike training? Hua Xing asked. Your ability to withstand blows has already surpassed some of the limits of the national team. Something like that. Su Jie nodded. How about we go again? Not today. I've got other matters to attend to. Come by again sometime. Hua Xing felt that if the fight continued, his chances of victory might dwindle further. A loss could tarnish his reputation, perhaps even cost him his job. If I had fought this kid at my peak, I believe I could have won. But now, this kid is fearless like a newborn calf, and my condition has declined. I still have a chance, but it isn't high, Hua Xing admitted in his heart. Su Jie noticed Hua Xing's hesitation and understood. Smiling, he said, Coach Hua Xing, You really gave me plenty of chances this time. In terms of experience, I'm nowhere near you. When I get the chance, I like to learn more from you. He wasn't just offering polite words. Hua Xing was a retired national-level member with far more experience, and had spent years coaching, mastering even the subtlest combat techniques. Even if Su Jie was strong, his understanding was still superficial, and he knew he needed to exchange insights with seasoned veterans rather than letting his abilities go to his head. Author's words. Some readers have questioned how Su Jie managed to score so high and finish his exam in just over 10 minutes. In truth, back in my school days, I really did know a top student like that. Su Jie's experience is similar to that of a classmate of mine. While I was in junior high, there was a classmate who always ranked in the middle among over 50 students, usually around the 20s or 30s. But after one winter break, his grades shot up and he consistently came first. Truly, underachievers can never imagine just how strong top students are. You can think of Su Jie as even more formidable than those astonishing prodigies on the Brain show. Take physical training, for example. When I do a plank, I can manage only 3 to 5 minutes, while the world record is 8 hours. I just can't comprehend it. Let's go sit over there. At this moment, Ning Zishi stepped in to diffuse the situation. She could see that Qian Zheng's mindset had become unbalanced after consecutive setbacks. He needed to take a moment to compose himself before he could recover. Su Jie, you're really amazing. Qian Zheng shook his head and accepted reality. He quickly calmed himself down. I'll have a chat with Xiaozheng about training. Hua Xing noticed Qian Zheng's shaken confidence, patted him on the shoulder, and led him aside for a talk. Su Jie, let's go over there and have some coffee while we wait for them. Ning Zishi invited Su Jie and led him skillfully to a nearby tea lounge. Hua Xing took Qian Zheng to a quiet training room. It was designed in a Japanese tatami style, with pure wooden decor and a faint scent of incense lingering in the air. A large Zen character was inscribed on the wall, an ideal environment for calming the mind and nurturing inner peace. Sit down, Hua Xing said to Qian Zheng. Your mindset is off balance, making you prone to extremes. Sit down and practice the meditation technique I taught you. Clear your mind, stay calm, and reflect rationally. Qian Zheng sat cross-legged, but his face was flushed. Something was clearly weighing on his mind, preventing him from settling down. Coach, before the summer break, Su Jie couldn't compare to me in anything. At school, I was always ranked first in exams, and he was always second. In combat training, I could take on 10 of him at once. How is it that after just one summer, he has surpassed me in every way? Qian Zheng lowered his voice, almost growling in frustration. Look at yourself. Your expression is already twisted with resentment. Hua Xing said, no one remains in first place forever. Your long-standing excellence has made you accustomed to being at the top, and now that you've fallen, you can't accept it. This is a critical moment for you. If you can't overcome this, then there's nothing more to say. In martial arts, you must face your opponents head-on and let go of personal pride. The moment you win a match, that victory becomes the past, and everything resets. Even world champions lose sometimes, don't they? I understand what you're saying, but I just can't accept it. I want to take back my place. Qian Zheng's frustration eased slightly. With your current mindset, try to reclaim your position will only drag you down further. Hua Xing said firmly. Coach, then what should I do? Qian Zheng asked. It's simple. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. You need to find out exactly how Su Jie managed to surpass you. Gather intelligence on his training methods and follow the same approach. Hua Xing instructed. Coach, this is what puzzles me the most. Logically, you came from the national team, and their training methods are the most advanced. You've been training me using the same standards. So how is it that he's... Qian Zheng struggled to make sense of it. Hold on. Hua Xing raised his hand to interrupt him. While I have incorporated some national team training methods into your regimen, your training volume isn't even a tenth of what those athletes undergo. Plus, you rarely engage in real combat. If you were to train in a national team camp for a while, you'd be several times stronger than you are now. As for Su Jie, I suspect he has undergone elite training similar to that of top international special forces. At the very least, his ability to withstand hits suggests as much. The level of suffering required for that kind of training is beyond what ordinary people can endure. Even I struggle to understand it. Coach, are you saying that even you wouldn't be able to defeat him? Qian Zheng asked. If we were competing under official rules, I would definitely win. But in no-rules fight, the outcome would be uncertain. His moves are highly lethal and banned in regulated matches. Hua Xing admitted without hesitation. My strength lies in ring combat, while someone trained for real-life combat and assassination techniques has a different edge. That being said, if I observe him for a while and analyze his techniques, defeating him wouldn't be a problem. You should actually be glad to have such a rival. He motivates you, pushes you forward, and prevents you from becoming complacent. Keep a calm mindset, observe him carefully like a strategist, and look for his weaknesses. Even Zhuge Liang, with his legendary brilliance, was eventually outlasted by the scheming Sima Yi, wasn't he? Coach, I understand now. Qianzheng finally calmed down. Good. Now practice 10 minutes of diaphragmatic breathing and meditation. Settle your mind completely before going back out to face the challenge. Hua Xing instructed. Meanwhile, in another lounge area, the aroma of coffee and desserts filled the air, and soothing music played softly. At the center of the lounge, someone was playing snooker. Billiards is considered a gentleman's sport, much like golf and bowling, making it a favorite pastime for elites who prefer less intense physical activity. Su Jie and Ning Zishi sat together, waiting for Qianzheng. Su Jie, you hit Qianzheng so hard this time that he completely lost confidence. Coach Hua Xing is helping him recover psychologically now. But I'm really curious, what exactly happened to you over the summer? Can you tell me? Ning Zishi asked eagerly. I just went to Mingluan Martial Arts Academy to train. That's all. I studied traditional Chinese martial arts. Su Jie replied with a smile. You should give up practicing karate and learn Chinese martial arts instead. Actually, karate itself originated from Chinese martial arts. It was once called Tang Hand, after all. Gee, it developed from the indigenous Ryukyuan martial arts, called Hand, under the influence of Chinese martial arts, Tang Shou Tao. Then can you teach me? Ning Zishi asked expectantly. I'm still learning myself. How could I possibly teach anyone? Su Jie declined politely, just as he was about to say something more. Trong. The sharp sound of a cue ball striking interrupted his thoughts. Nice! The exclamation came from a snooker table. The two players were a foreigner and a young Chinese man. Both of them played exceptionally well, but the Chinese youth was clearly superior. His shots were smooth and seamless, balancing offense and defense perfectly. It was obvious he was giving the foreigner a lesson. Su Jie watched for a few shots and found himself completely drawn in. Trang! The young man took a shot, and the cue ball struck the red ball, sending it straight into the pocket, while the cue ball took the red ball's place, remaining completely still. This was a stop shot. When taking another stop shot, the young man sank unconsciously and thrust the cue stick with great force, as if wielding a spear. At the very moment of contact with the cue ball, he suddenly halted, as though he had transferred all his strength into the ball. In this way, after the cue ball hit and sent the red ball flying, it would remain in position. Trang! Another shot followed, this time a draw shot. The cue stick extended and retracted, quickly pulling back so that after the cue ball struck the red ball, it recoiled instead of continuing forward with its inertia. Su Jie carefully observed the young man's application of force in his billiards technique, along with the trajectories of both the cue ball and the red ball. He recalled that during his earlier match against Hua Xing, although his strike had pushed Hua Xing back, it had cost his opponent 99% of his power. If one could force the opponent's shot to stop, or even execute a draw shot, wouldn't that be even better? I understand now, Su Jie thought as a flash of inspiration struck him. In his mind, he began to combine the techniques and physics of billiards with martial arts, and many moves seemed to acquire subtle new variations and insights. Especially with the halt move, he discovered that it contained even more techniques and variations. This move was simply marvelous, In every moment when he thought he had mastered all its subtleties, a new insight would emerge. It seemed that the art behind this move was truly inexhaustible. "Hey, Qianzheng and the others are here. Let's go train," Ning Zishi said as she saw Qianzheng and Hua Xing come out, snapping Su Jie out of his trance. She had intended to ask him about how he had changed over the summer, but he paid her no attention, fixated on the billiards, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. "How's the environment here?" Qianzheng asked, seemingly completely recovered from the shadow of his previous defeat. "It's excellent, perfect for training," Su Jie replied with a smile. "You usually train with Coach Hua Xing, right? May I observe? From now on, we'll train together," Qianzheng said earnestly. "Su Jie, you're really impressive. I wonder if you'd be willing to accept my offer to become a coach here. I'll learn under you, and you'd receive a monthly salary of 100,000. Would you be willing?" "Are you serious?" Su Jie asked, looking at Qianzheng. He hadn't expected Qianzheng to actually make such an offer. "Of course I'm serious," Qianzheng nodded. "Please, I beg you. And it won't interfere with your studies. You can even train me at school. Whatever training requirements you have, I can fulfill them, whether it's training equipment, massage therapists, nutritionists, or health coaches. Everything you need is available here." Su Jie considered for a moment. "All right, then I'll have someone prepare the contract immediately," Qianzheng said, his face lighting up with joy as he saw Su Jie agree. At that moment, Hua Xing nodded slightly at Qianzheng's actions, a satisfied smile on his face. It was clear that Qianzheng's mindset had completely transformed. The best way to surpass a strong opponent wasn't through envy, but by learning from them and then using their strengths against them. As early as the Qing dynasty, wise men had proposed the idea of using the strengths of others to defeat them. Soon, a formal coaching contract was drafted. Su Jie picked it up and examined it carefully. He vividly remembered when Liu Zihao had tried to make him sign that so-called sellout contract, which he refused. Later, Zhou Chun even staged a scam incident in an attempt to force him into signing a contract, and then Feng Hengyi sent Grey Wolf over, even pulling out a dagger to threaten him into signing. After that, he had developed a certain wariness towards contracts, and over the past month he had learned a great deal about legal matters. That was why he was now so sharp when reviewing contracts. This clause can be modified, and this one as well. Also, the wording in this clause could be changed to this, Su Jie said as he took out a pen and methodically made amendments to the contract, looking extremely professional, as if he were an experienced lawyer who negotiated regularly. This caused Hua Xing, Qianzheng, and Ning Zishi to regard him with renewed admiration. "Su Jie, have you studied law? How do you know so much about this?" Ning Zishi asked, growing increasingly surprised. "I know a little," Su Jie replied after finishing his amendments and handing the contract back to Qianzheng. Qianzheng readily agreed. Originally, the contract from Starshine Combat Fitness Club was designed to be extremely favorable to the company, but after Su Jie's amendments, it had become very fair. Moreover, Qianzheng's real intention was to learn the secret of becoming stronger quickly from Su Jie, not to take advantage of him through the contract. Su Jie had his own reasons for agreeing. The atmosphere at the Starshine Combat Fitness Club was quite good. It was conducive to training in martial arts and provided many opportunities for exchange, especially since there was so much to learn from Hua Xing. Also, Qianzheng had kept a humble attitude. After all, they were classmates, not enemies, so it would be nice to become friends. Su Jie always believed that having many friends was better than having many enemies. Of course, having enemies like Zhou Chun and Feng Hengyi wasn't really in his control. After signing the contract, Qianzheng eagerly wanted to learn the secret of becoming strong in 2 months from Su Jie, proposing to start training immediately. The four of them went to a separate quiet training venue equipped with various gear. "How should I train for quick results?" Qianzheng asked. Hua Xing watched Su Jie with interest, curious about how his methods differed from the national teams. The national team couldn't turn a clueless teenager into an expert in 2 months. "Do you want to improve physical fitness or focus on fighting?" Su Jie asked. "Both," Qianzheng replied instantly. Then we'll do hard conditioning, Su Jie said, recalling how Odell trained him. Follow me for a warm-up. He began Odell's joint exercises, with Qianzheng mimicking. Is this Tai Chi? Qianzheng doubted the slow movements, but followed. After finishing, he was stunned as Su Jie led him through martial drills, push-ups, squats, planks, frog jumps, jump rope, pull-ups, wall crawls, and more. 10 minutes in, Qianzheng was gasping, vision blurring. Can't go on, need a break. This is just the warm-up. I've reduced my usual load by 3 times for you. Su Jie shook his head. This routine preheats every muscle and joint, filling them with lactic acid. That's what makes hard conditioning effective. Without lactic acid buildup, striking practice would harm soft tissues. Su Jie demonstrated, flowing through high-intensity movements effortlessly, leaving Hua Xing stunned. Sweating, Su Jie stripped off his shirt, revealing a chiseled torso. Holy crap, Ning Zishi blurted, her school beauty persona slipping. Only expletives could capture her shock at Su Jie's physique. His muscles weren't bulky but perfectly defined, glistening with sweat, a bronze tint on smooth, fair skin. Indestructible Vajra body, Shaolin bronze skin, Qianzheng thought, recalling martial arts novels. Damn, Hua Xing muttered inwardly. Su Jie's physique wasn't always this striking, but Nie family's secret ointment, combined with massage, acupuncture, and electric stimulation, had transformed him. The Nie family historically served the imperial palace, crafting health regimens for emperors. Lu Guanglie of Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, once a Shaolin disciple, collaborated with them to develop traditional fitness formulas, refined with modern medicine into ointments and tonics. Though Su Jie was a test subject for Nie Shuang and Uncle Meng, he reaped real benefits. I'm going to pass out, Qianzheng collapsed after battle ropes, lying motionless, uncaring even if threatened with a knife. Too weak. Get up. Su Jie adopted a coach's tone, knowing this was a test of willpower. Giving up now meant no hope for hard conditioning later. But no matter how he urged or pulled Qianzheng up, it was futile. He'd do a few moves and collapse again, a puddle of mud. Bro, slow down. You can't get fat in one bite, Qianzheng begged, his rich kid swaggered on. Su Jie, this explosive overload could cause sudden death. Even a national team doesn't start like this. Stop, Hua Xing frowned. It's fine. This is limit training, and the initial sequence gradually opens cardiopulmonary function. Su Jie waved off. I can tell his body's okay. This is about mental grit. Without strong will, the next step is impossible. Qianzheng couldn't pass this martial drill, let alone hard conditioning. Tomorrow. Let's try tomorrow. I need a breather, Qianzheng pleaded. Then I can't help you, Su Jie sighed. Even the best coach needs a willing student. In this state, even Odell couldn't help. My stamina was worse than Qianzheng's back then, yet I endured Odell's training. Why can't he? Is my willpower naturally stronger, or is my drive for martial arts greater? Su Jie pondered, watching Qianzheng rest. Let's spar, Hua Xing invited. I didn't go all out earlier. Show me your real skill. Perfect, Su Jie said, eager to apply mechanics insights from billiards to his host strike. Bang! They clashed, fists and feet flying. What's this? Hua Xing felt a force tilting him forward after a strike, unable to retreat or dodge. Su Jie's new insight was working, a refined host strike with subtle changes. Hua Xing's the real deal, Su Jie realized during the fight. At Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, only Feng Hengyi surpassed him in sparring. As a retired national-level fighter, Hua Xing was a senior coach, even there, a rare match for Su Jie's level. They sparred 5 minutes, rested 10, repeating for 3 hours. Su Jie was still eager, but Hua Xing showed fatigue. Young blood wins, Hua Xing conceded, feeling he'd gained much from Su Jie's skill. Su Jie benefited more, finally sating his hunger. A month passed quickly. Su Jie's days were fulfilling, school, exams, and training Qianzheng at Starshine Combat Fitness Club. After tests, Qianzheng joined him in the gym and computer lab, studying together. Outsiders were surprised to see the rival top students become friends. At Starshine Combat Fitness Club, Su Jie and Hua Xing formed a vibrant study group, attracting city's top fighters for exchanges, rapidly boosting Su Jie's skills. His nutrition matched Qian Zheng's Nye family health meals, plus ointments and supplements ordered from Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. Under Su Jie's training, Qian Zheng improved significantly. Even Hua Xing was amazed at Mingluan's supplements, surpassing national team standards. Yet Qian Zheng still hadn't met the martial drill standard, let alone hard conditioning. Once, trying hard conditioning, Su Jie struck Qian Zheng's stomach lightly. He crumpled like a boiled shrimp, tears streaming, utterly fragile. Su Jie could only train him gradually. Even for hard conditioning, Su Jie could only strike Qian Zheng's muscles, not precise points like joints or acupoints. He hadn't learned a tenth of Odell's skill. Still, his basic methods sufficed for Qian Zheng. In the second monthly exam, Qian Zheng scored 710, but Su Jie hit 730, crushing his hopes. Worse, training daily with Su Jie showed him Su Jie's monstrous strength, 10 times his workload, yet brimming with energy. Sometimes, sparring ended in 3 seconds flat. Qian Zheng knew his own progress was huge, but the gap with Su Jie widened. Su Jie improved faster. Gradually, his jealousy faded into admiration, even a hint of awe. "Coach Su, give me a break for a couple days. I need total rest," Qian Zheng requested. "All right, you've earned it," Su Jie agreed, knowing Qian Zheng's exhaustion, and train alone. Seeing Su Jie head to train without rest, Qian Zheng's eyes held complex emotions. What a freak. No wonder I can't match him. This month show me the gap, willpower. He endures pain and grind I can't. Am I too spoiled? This month, my training and fight experience haven't slacked. Su Jie reflected en route to the gym. Xingyao's great vibe, skilled fighters, top-notch conditions, and ample nutrition rivaled Mingluan, despite lacking Uncle Mang's massage and acupuncture. As a regular Mingluan student, not a signed athlete, he hadn't had such perks there. Uncle Mang's treatments had concluded anyway. Su Jie's hard conditioning had reached a solid foundation. His qi and blood flowed with intent, filling his body, rendering further stimulation ineffective. Now, he relied on daily mental focus to circulate energy, steadily growing stronger. He felt his resilience rising, a stirring like a silkworm breaking its cocoon, hinting at a breakthrough in hard conditioning. If July and August at Mingluan were forging steel, burning out impurities, then September and October at school were tempering and honing. No sparks flew, but this gentle refinement was shaping Su Jie's edge. Qian Zheng was slacking off, so Su Jie carried his backpack alone to the Starshine Combat Fitness Club. It was his daily routine. Normally, high school seniors had to attend evening self-study until 10 p.m. before resting. They'd rise at 5:30 a.m. to study. But Su Jie had gotten permission from his homeroom teacher and school leaders to skip evenings. Other students would have been scolded, even disciplined or had parents called, but Su Jie got his leave easily. Why? His grades were stellar. Even without studying, he always ranked first, acing every test. Sometimes, questions that stumped teachers were solved with a glance from him. This left teachers and school leaders speechless. More importantly, they knew he went to the Starshine Combat Fitness Club for fitness. His excellent grades were tied to his physical health, so they supported his training. They even asked him to share his fitness and study tips multiple times. He squeezed onto the subway with a large, heavy backpack containing knee pads, hand wraps, gloves, water, various ointments, medicinal oils, and supplement for stamina. This top-tier gear was bought from the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy's official website, costing a fortune. Some supplements were prescribed by Uncle Mang. Uncle Mang stayed in touch online. Every week, he had Su Jie get medical checkups, test various metrics, and send the data. Then he'd prescribe supplements. Daily intake of trace elements was meticulously calculated. Su Jie's rapid progress over the past 2 months owed much to Uncle Mang. Of course, Su Jie was also studying nutrition and human physiology, consulting Uncle Mang when stumped, practically becoming his research student. Uncle Mang, a Cambridge Medical School PhD, was more than qualified to guide him. After a half-hour subway ride, Su Jie emerged at a bustling intersection. The Starshine Combat Fitness Club was ahead. Suddenly, a young man with a briefcase appeared. "You're Su Jie, right? Who are you?" Su Jie eyed him. The man exuded sharpness, with thin lips suggesting he lived by his words. "I'm Dai Xing, department manager at Heisen Headhunting." He handed over a business card. "Headhunting? For me? To be a coach?" Su Jie was about to decline. "I'm here on behalf of someone hoping to contact your sister, Dr. Su Myukin," Dai Xing said quickly. "For my sister? Who's trying to poach her?" Su Jie paused. He'd long felt Hallyu Group wasn't a place to stay. From witnessing Feng Yuxuan's disgraceful behavior to Feng Hengyi's tyranny, and subordinates like Grey Wolf, who casually brandished daggers, the company seemed far from simple. He'd urged his sister to leave multiple times, but she brushed it off. If a reliable major company was interested, he wanted to jump ship. "Come with me," Dai Xing said, seeing a chance, and led the way with a bow. A car pulled up, weaving through twists and turns to a small building tucked in the city center. "This is," Su Jie noticed, a traditional Chinese courtyard amidst towering skyscrapers. This was City B's famous wealthy district, where surrounding high-rises cost over 200,000 yuan per square meter. These courtyards? 3 to 5 billion yuan, and even money couldn't buy one without special status. The car entered, stopping at the deepest courtyard. The garage door opened automatically. Su Jie and Dai Xing got out. Self-driving? Su Jie realized the car had no driver. It navigated autonomously, with brakes and steering moving on their own. Eerie. I've read about self-driving online, but seeing it today, Su Jie was stunned. The car's precision in dodging, turning, reversing, and parking surpassed any driving instructor. "Technology shapes the future," Dai Xing said with a smile. "Let's go. The company's owner wants to show you their strength. Whatever Hallyu Group offers, they can match. Self-driving at this level is impressive, top-tier tech. It's a form of AI, and since my sister's an AI research expert, it makes sense they'd want her," Su Jie thought, following Dai Xing into the courtyard. Magnificent. The classical Chinese courtyard blended modern simplicity and brightness. A small pond with clear water and large koi fish created a serene atmosphere. A breeze made it refreshing. The courtyard, roughly estimated, spanned over 1,000 square meters. The main living room had a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Inside, a few people were brewing tea, surrounded by walls lined with books, exuding scholarly charm. "If my family could own a place like this," Su Jie mused. "When I was little, my sister brought me here and pointed at these courtyards, saying she'd buy one for Mom and Dad someday." "Boss, Su Jie's here," Dai Xing said, entering the living room with a servile demeanor. "Good job. Your reward's coming." "You're dismissed," one man waved. Dai Xing left with a gleeful expression, knowing a hefty bonus awaited. "You're Dr. Su Myukin's brother, Su Jie, right?" The man beckoned him to sit and sip tea. For men, all under 35, dressed casually but radiating wealth and status, sat there. Two looked familiar from entertainment news, rich second-generation heirs. "Hello," Su Jie greeted, unfazed, sitting down confidently. The lead young man's eyes flickered at his boldness. "Su Jie, what do you think of this courtyard?" he asked without introducing himself. "Very nice," Su Jie replied, noting the decor's understated quality. Simple details used the finest materials. "We've started a new AI company, including self-driving tech, which you saw on the way here," the leader said. "I'm Lu Shu, chairman. If your sister leaves Hallyu Group with her team, this courtyard is her signing bonus." "How's that?" "This courtyard?" Su Jie was shocked. Even as a high schooler, he knew it was worth billions. Could they really give it away? "Don't believe me? I, Lu Shu, keep my word. Once she signs, it's hers, written in the contract," Lu Shu said casually, as if the courtyard meant nothing. "Just a trifle for us," another young man added. "We know your sister's deal at Hallyu Group. Even if Feng Yuxuan keeps his promises, her gains would be this much. We can offer 10 times that, and Feng might not even deliver." I can't decide this, Su Jie said, unmoved. After donating 200,000 yuan once, he'd mastered his desire for wealth. But if you're serious, I can discuss it with her. Good. The men exchanged glances. Let's set a time, tomorrow. Bring your sister here to discuss the contract. As a token of sincerity, take these small gifts. Lu Shu handed over a card and a phone. I know you're into fighting. Log into the website on this card with this phone. You can buy things unavailable on the market to boost your physique. Su Jie was about to refuse when he glanced at the card's web address. It resembled one Odell had given him. He took it instantly. When Odell left, he provided a URL, account, and password for purchases, but Su Jie could never log in. Could it be? Su Jie's heart stirred. He accepted the phone and card, not trusting these rich kids, but trusting Odell. It's settled then, Lu Shu said, hinting for Su Jie to leave. Su Jie felt he had little to say to these heirs, and took his leave. They didn't offer a ride, a slight snub. Brother Shu, why not send him off? One young man asked. If we did, we'd miss a good show. You think Feng Yuxuan won't know we're poaching Su Myukin? Lu Shu said coolly. Let me be clear. The Feng family's intelligence network is far superior. They've likely planted people in our company or bugged it. After all, Feng Shouqing's youngest son is back. Who's his youngest son? The others were clueless. Feng Shouqing sent his youngest to a secretive training camp at a young age for world-class espionage training. Over a decade, Lu Shu explained. Now he's back, building a commercial espionage system for Haoyu Group. So we have no secrets? The heirs exchanged worried looks. No worries, I've got a plan. Lu Shu waved dismissively. We must poach Su Myukin's team. Their breakthroughs in AI's toughest areas are incredible. With their core tech, our self-driving system can go into mass production globally. Our company could become a supergiant. Look at foreign companies like Mask. A few young guys build a social platform and hit a $500 billion valuation in 5 years. Our conditions are far better than theirs were. There's no reason we can't succeed. Su Myukin's team started as college dorm mates, all becoming grad students and PhDs, then founding a company. They're academic stars but terrible at business, bankrupting multiple times until Feng Yuxuan scooped them up, one said. Lu Shu clenched his fist. I have a feeling whoever controls Su Myukin's team will shape the future of global business. Su Myukin's team has indeed mastered some core technologies, but that's her business. I hear Feng Yuxuan is pursuing her now. Even if we win over her brother, we can't control her actions, right? A young master in a casual shirt and an expensive watch still had doubts. That kid Feng Yuxuan is a mess, chasing girls everywhere. One day, it's a third-rate starlet. The next, it's an influencer by his side. His private life is wilder than ours, no decency. But his business mind is sharp. So far, no girl has gotten the better of him. They all want to marry into wealth, but he tires of them and dumps them. Yet the media loves him. Another young master spoke with envy and jealousy. People like that can't be underestimated, Lu Shu said to the two. Jiang Yuan, Fan Chuan, you've done well with the company's financing and business. We've got funds, connections, and channels. Everything but technology. Honestly, we're not tech people. We can only poach from outside. This time, we unite to snag Su Myukin's team. It's my company's big strategy, the top priority this year. Everything else takes a back seat. No objections, right? None here, said a young master who'd been quietly on his phone. His words carried little weight. Brother Shu, you're our backbone. Whatever you say goes. I agree we lack a core tech team. Then it's settled. Lu Shu decided, turning to the phone guy. How's Uncle Lee been? Dad's doing great. He's learning fitness qigong with Master Ma lately. Looks healthier than me, the young master replied, setting down his phone. His delicate face, of boyish femininity, fit the ancient Ma-yi physiognomy, Ma-yi Shun Xiang. Either a lowly actor or a top-tier strategist like Zhang Liang, as beautiful as a woman. Master Ma? My dad trusts him too. After he got that land for development, problems kept popping up. Workers falling, safety issues, approval delays. Master Ma redid the feng shui, and everything smoothed out. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm convinced, Jiang Yuan marveled. I don't buy it, Fan Chuan scoffed. What era is this? Still into mystical nonsense? It's all trickery. History shows no one succeeded with this stuff. When the Jin attacked in the Song dynasty, the emperor trusted a fraud, Guijing, thinking he'd summon heavenly soldiers. But in the end, the city fell, he was captured, resulting in the Jinkong's shame. I'd rather believe it's real than not, Lu Shu said, waving it off. Confucius said respect ghosts and gods, but keep your distance. Don't touch it, don't mock it. Live and let live. Li Ji, how about you handle Su Jie? You've been on your phone since he arrived, but you're secretly watching him. Su Jie's not simple, said Li Ji, the feminine-faced young master. But Brother Shu's got a plan to hook him. He won't resist. The dark web has plenty to offer. Once he's in, he'll be hooked, and we'll have him, Lu Shu nodded. But the details are on you, Li Ji. Don't underestimate Su Jie's importance to Su Mukin. Her Morning Dawn Studio's name says it all. Ji, Morning Dawn equals Chun Jie. Chun from Su Mukin, Jie from Su Jie. She's a brother-obsessed nut, Fan Chuan laughed. That makes it easy. We just need to act before Feng Yuxuan does. Watch and see, Lu Shu said. Su Mukin's team is worth over 10 billion, so don't skimp on small costs when poaching. Su Jie stepped out, winding through the complex. Without his sharp memory, he'd have gotten lost in this neighborhood. A real rich man's area, he muttered, glancing back at the deep villa cluster. Ordinary folks couldn't afford this in a millennium. These young masters gift houses at a meeting. They're quite the big spenders. But they don't seem like good partners. This phone and card, I'll let my sister check them. She's better with computers. I won't use them lightly and fall into a trap. He had the phone and card, unfamiliar models. Passing a street corner alley, he tucked them into his backpack and adjusted it. Standing up, he saw someone at the alley's mouth. First, a pair of military boots, foreign issue, field grade. Broad shoulders, casual sportswear, a hat pulled low, shadowing the face. The presence felt familiar. Grey Wolf, the mercenary who'd threatened him with a dagger at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy to sign a contract. Ex-foreign soldier, under Feng Hengyi. Kid, we meet again. Grey Wolf lifted his hat, revealing a menacing face. You got guts. I let you off once, but now you're digging at my boss's wall. I heard everything you said with Lu Shu's rich brats. Come with me. Don't run, or my dagger won't spare you. You're not afraid of breaking the law? Carrying a controlled weapon gets you detained, Su Jie said, still crouching. He felt Grey Wolf's gaze locked on him. Any move, and he'd pounce. This Grey Wolf could kill, and had before. No room for carelessness. His nerves tightened to the limit. The law? You don't know how many I've killed, Grey Wolf sneered. Let's talk, move. Then come on, Su Jie said. Fearless, he kicked his backpack up, launching at Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf dodged, as if expecting it, moving like a centipede. A black dagger slid from his sleeve, no shine, even the edge dark, and slashed at Su Jie's shoulder, elbow, and wrist joints. Vicious strikes, not fatal but crippling, permanent damage. Joint injuries don't heal. A shoulder hit would limit Su Jie's punches, even heavy lifting, essentially scrapping his martial skills. Grey Wolf aimed to ruin him from the start. The dagger streaked down. Bang! A stick appeared, striking the blade. The dagger fell. Grey Wolf flinched, seeing Su Jie now wielding nunchucks. Su Jie lunged, no words, swinging the nunchucks at Grey Wolf's head with a hoeing strike. Grey Wolf's other hand arced a dagger, willing to take a head blow to sever Su Jie's wrist. Cold weapon combat, swift, perilous. Su Jie dropped the nunchucks, letting the dagger miss, then struck with Viper's thrust, hitting Grey Wolf's wrist. Snap! Grey Wolf's arm numbed, dropping the dagger. Su Jie kicked both blades away, leaving the nunchucks. Both unarmed now. Grey Wolf, you flashed a dagger at me last time, so I prepared, hidden nunchucks in my bag, waiting for you. You tail me from the complex exit, thinking I didn't notice. Su Jie's calm was beyond high schoolers. Not bad, kid, Grey Wolf said, shaking his numb hand, baring wolfish teeth. You surprised me, but the outcome won't change. Su Jie didn't reply. He slid forward, as if slipping on ice, tilting toward Grey Wolf. In that tilt, he guarded his head, closed in, twisted for power, drilled through defenses, seized position, and struck dozens of micro moves in an instant. Strike flowed naturally, like eating or walking. Fight like you walk. Su Jie had now mastered this ancient boxing technique. Grey Wolf jolted. Su Jie was on him in a flash. Now, Su Jie was leagued beyond his Mingluan days, unimaginably stronger. In 2 months, studying and training, he'd refined his skills, his mindset settling into dragon in the field poise. Sparring with Xingyao's seasoned pros had transformed him. Speed, stamina, penetration, positioning, all perfected. Courting death, Grey Wolf growled. Unable to dodge, he kneed upward, ideal against close attacks. But Su Jie's hands slammed down, hitting the knee, throwing Grey Wolf off balance, nullifying the strike. Su Jie advanced, another strike crashing toward Grey Wolf's chest. Grey Wolf crumbled, retreating, barely escaping. His clothes were shredded. Su Jie pressed on, relentless, a tidal wave of strikes, rising, falling, unending. No enemy, no blood, no return. Grey Wolf retreated continuously. His upper clothing had been torn apart by Su Jie, his hands braced against the ground. But Su Jie lunged with a strike, breaking through his defense, striking with his entire body. Grey Wolf's chest took a headbutt, feeling as if his sternum had cracked, the pain leaving him breathless. In the instant Su Jie pounced, he unleashed a seamless barrage. Hand strikes, elbow strikes, shoulder strikes, abdominal strikes, rib strikes, hip strikes, back strikes, knee strikes, stomping kicks, and headbutts. Every part of his body became a weapon, striking wherever it landed. To outsiders, Su Jie's move was far from elegant. Once he lunged, he grabbed whatever he touched, tore what he grabbed, ripped what he tore, and split what he ripped, like a madwoman in a frenzy. Yet this was the true combat essence of traditional martial arts, embodying the predatory style of wild beasts. A tiger pouncing on a sheep or an eagle seizing a rabbit. Lunge, press, then fling, tear, rip, knead, and crush, using full force to shred the prey in the shortest time. It was the most ferocious and ruthless. In less than 3 seconds, Grey Wolf retreated 3 steps. Not only was his upper clothing shredded, but his belt and pants were torn to tatters. Even his underwear reduced to rags, exposing unsightly parts. Fortunately, his agility, strength, and keen danger sense spared him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be his clothes torn apart, but his limbs and head. This is the truest Chinese martial arts. Su Jie had never fought like this before. He knew many variations of the strike, but in real combat, there was no chance to display them all. Once unleashed, it was kill or be crippled. Now, with Grey Wolf wielding a dagger against him, Su Jie fought desperately, unleashing the move's full potential without restraint. In those 2 or 3 seconds, his body stretched freely, exhilaration surging as he let out a long howl. With a final stomp, he struck Grey Wolf's stomach, sending him crashing into the alley wall before sliding down. Grey Wolf struggled on the ground, trying to crawl, but failing. Stripped bare, Grey Wolf covered his vital parts with both hands, curling into a ball. What? Not so cocky now. Su Jie pulled out his phone, recording Grey Wolf's naked state as evidence. You wait, kid. Grey Wolf spat, still talking tough. Brother, why go this far? It's a lawful society. I could send you to the police, but in the spirit of healing and saving, I'll let it slide this time. Reform, start anew. Gold awaits the prodigal's return. Su Jie smiled. Hearing this, Grey Wolf nearly died of rage, blood foam spewing from his mouth. Get lost. Su Jie kicked him. Can you move? If not, I'll call Haoyu Group to pay for your doctor. Grey Wolf struggled to his feet, fleeing naked through the other end of the alley. The hatred in his eyes told Su Jie he wouldn't let this go. Su Jie packed his things and left, avoiding further trouble. His sister still worked at Haoyu Group, after all. He kept the evidence. These videos would be a surprise blow when the time was right. Acting rashly now would only alert the enemy, ruining his plan. He knew how Yu Group's power dwarfed his own. Clashing head-on was like an egg against a rock. The skirmish, from Grey Wolf's appearance to being beaten and their brief exchange, lasted 2 or 3 minutes, barely affecting Su Jie's training schedule. He headed to Starshine Combat Fitness Club, as planned, training with Hua Xing and others. Bang! Sparring with Hua Xing. After testing each other with punches and kicks, Hua Xing suddenly used jiu-jitsu, attempting a takedown. Su Jie shook him off, flipping Hua Xing onto the ground instead. "Why are you so strong today?" Hua Xing asked, puzzled. He sensed a leap in Su Jie's skill, courage, and spirit. "Nothing much, just a sudden realization," Su Jie replied, feeling at ease during training. His fight with Grey Wolf had been an epiphany, like a Buddha awakening, his body flowing freely. That was true combat. Still, he held back. If he'd pounced again after kicking Grey Wolf airborne, he could have killed him. But Su Jie couldn't cross that line. He even admired Grey Wolf's ability to dodge his relentless assault and escape after taking a stomach kick, a testament to the foreign mercenary's skill. He threw Hua Xing down a few more times. This national-level fight coach was now completely outmatched. Training until night, Su Jie returned home, sleeping soundly as if nothing. For an ordinary student, even a petty thug's threat would be terrifying, let alone Grey Wolf's. But Su Jie didn't care, sticking to his routine. This was thanks to Odell's training, especially the Great Corpse state, refined to a neither dead nor alive mental state. Nothing seemed to shake him. He'd set his life's path and would follow it. Vaguely, a truth brewed in his heart, ready to erupt but lacking an outlet. Before bed, he texted his sister Su Maching about encountering some rich kids today, leaving the decision to her while offering input. Tomorrow and the day after were school holidays, rare breaks for senior students. Most would relax, but Su Jie had no such notion. He slept at 9 p.m. with the Great Corpse state, waking at 3 a.m. for training until 6 a.m., literary, martial, and endurance practice, for nearly 4 months without a single day's break. Without Odell's beatings, he trained himself, slapping, pressing, or striking walls and trees. His body, forged day and night, was undergoing a transformation. At 3 a.m. the next day, he trained in the neighborhood park. During literary practice, he reflected on his seconds-long clash with Grey Wolf, growing more excited as insights flooded in. Ignoring formal techniques, he imagined Grey Wolf attacking with a dagger, dodging and countering. Soon, one Grey Wolf became 2, 3, 4. He evaded with footwork, striking back with ruthless precision, lost in this self-crafted mental state. Bang! He elbowed a tree, shaking it violently, then clawed off a chunk of bark. On a person, it'd tear flesh and bone. Finishing, Su Jie felt invigorated. Next time he faced Grey Wolf, he could end it faster, maybe even disarm and subdue him barehanded. "Young man, isn't your intent a bit too vicious?" As Su Jie wrapped up, a voice came from nearby, a middle-aged man in linen clothes, likely an early riser exercising. Near the park was the Hunyuan Tai Chi Martial Arts Hall. Its students and teachers trained daily. Once, Su Jie had seen an old man perform pure Taiji forms, each move brimming with power, unlike typical park Taiji. He'd thought the academy had substance and planned to visit, but hadn't found time. This man's clothes, though, bore no Hunyuan Taiji mark. It was still dark, only 4 a.m. after an hour of practice, silence reigning. Early November brought autumn chill to the park, with few out this early. "I've only trained a few months. I'm not good," Su Jie said humbly. The deeper his martial arts grew, the more cautious and modest he became. Insights from the Book of Changes. Odell had taught him its first lesson, the Qian hexagram, a mountain within the earth. One should have a mountain's lofty virtue, hidden in a vast earth, unnoticed for all to prosper. Lying's not a good habit, young man. That intent and skill. Even 20 years of hard training under a master might not achieve it, the linen-clad man said, frowning. Stepping closer, He studied Su Jie's face, as if reading it. Su Jie started to explain, but the man raised a hand. No need. I believe you. Your face says you're not lying. Can a face reveal lies? Su Jie felt this man was bluffing. The face reflects the heart. It reveals character, past, even future, the man said, handing Su Jie a handwritten card. Master Ma, if I'm right, you're in grave trouble. Bloodshed looming, even harming your family. Trust me, come to this address. I can help. Fortune-telling? Bloodshed? Su Jie smirked. He didn't believe in fate, especially after studying the Book of Changes. Supposedly, all fortune-telling stemmed from it, but to him, it was a guide to life and virtue, not divination. No wonder scholars across dynasties deemed it essential for self-cultivation, family, governance, and peace. He who grasps the Book of Changes defies fate. Heaven moves with vigor. The gentleman strives ceaselessly. Earth's form is receptive. The gentleman bears all with thick virtue. With these truths, one breaks through all, invincible. How could fate bind him? The middle-aged man in linen robes had a business card that introduced him as Master Ma. His profession? Face reading, fortune-telling, feng shui, destiny alteration, and qigong for health. Basically, the textbook image of a con artist. Still, Su Jie didn't see the need to provoke someone for no reason. Even a con artist usually had some real skills. How else could they deceive people? Hello, Master Ma. Su Jie greeted politely. If I run into any trouble, I'll be sure to visit the address on your card. Clearly just a polite formality. But Master Ma understood as much, though he didn't take offense. Instead, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Young man, your great corpse state is quite well practiced, but your death isn't clean. There are still remnants left behind. With that, he turned to leave. My death isn't clean? These words stirred something deep in Su Jie. A sudden realization flashed in his mind. Master Ma, wait. But Master Ma didn't turn back. He just let out a long sigh and said, if one does not wish to die, one must first die. The sage lies still like death, moves with the precision of a machine. And then he walked out of the park. Su Jie didn't go after him. Instead, he kept replaying Master Ma's words in his head. The pinnacle of his great corpse state was a state known as the living dead. Rumor had it that reaching this state would fundamentally alter a person's vitality. It wasn't martial arts. It was the cultivation of mental fortitude. Wang Chongyang, the founder of the Chuanjin sect, known as Master Chongyang in history, not the one from wuxia novels, had achieved this state. He also referred to himself as a living dead. If one does not wish to die, one must first die. Su Jie recognized this as a classic Chan Buddhist awakening phrase, words meant to jolt the soul awake in a flash of clarity. The one that dies is the tangled mess of thoughts deep within the heart. The one that remains is the purest, clearest self. That's the essence of the great corpse state. And the line, the sage lies still like death, moves with the precision of a machine, came from the writings of Master Lai's Fate and Strength chapter. It meant that those of high virtue and longevity in ancient times, those who aligned with the Tao, would lie still like they were dead, but when they moved, it was with mechanical precision and perfect regularity. In the esoteric scripture of the Yellow Emperor, sages were recorded as people who lived in harmony with nature, transcended the mundane world, and attained serene longevity. The great corpse state came from Chan Buddhism, while the writings of Master Lai represented Taoism. Clearly, both Buddhism and Taoism considered the key to mental cultivation as death before rebirth. So-called death is training the mind until it reaches a state of no thought, no desire. The body remains alive, but not a single thought arises. In that moment, the brain enters a tranquil state. And in this state, its potential is unlocked, influencing the entire body. Su Jie had been reading many scientific papers lately and understood how mental strength impacted physical health. Of course, physical training was relatively straightforward, but mental training was only just beginning to be explored in scientific fields. It was practically untouched territory. Su Jie sat down on a park bench, lost in thought. How could one reach that realm of still as death, moving like a machine? What exactly did that feel like? Did it really hold such immense power? Had Odell reached that level? Was this the state of mind Odell had been searching for? Or perhaps something even higher? Su Jie regretted not asking him more questions during training. Of course, Odell was a foreigner. He probably couldn't fully grasp the deeper levels of Buddhist and Taoist cultivation, which was exactly why he sought out so many masters. Those people might not have been skilled fighters, but they were true cultivators. Thoughts raced like lightning through Su Jie's mind. He wrestled with one question after another. What is the meaning of life? How do we truly distinguish between life and death? Where do we come from, and where do we go? He sat there, dazed, with turbulent thoughts rising and falling before slowly settling. Time slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, the sky brightened, and more people came out to exercise. Some passed by, curious as to why he was sitting so still, but they soon moved on. Su Jie didn't care. He was still deep in contemplation. It was as though he were lost in a dark maze, unable to find his way. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Wind stirred, clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled in the distance. A deafening crack of lightning shook the ground. Then came a torrential downpour, rain splashing down in sheets. It was already November, almost the start of winter, and thunderstorms were rare. But this was the South, where the weather was still mild. Occasionally, there'd be a thunderstorm, but one this fierce was unusual. People scattered from the park like birds and beasts. Autumn rain could easily lead to colds. The thunder snapped Su Jie out of his trance. His entire body was soaked. All his thoughts seemed to converge at once in the thunder's roar. It felt as if he had grasped a vital truth. He looked at his watch. It was already noon. He had sat on that park bench, lost in thought, completely detached from the outside world for 6 or 7 hours. To him, it had only felt like a single second. At that moment, he truly understood what it felt like for the cultivators in ancient records to sit in the mountains for days and nights on end. If it weren't for the thunder that woke him up, he would probably still be lost in thought. He quickly returned home to take a shower and change into clean clothes. Just as he finished, his sister, Su Myukin, came back. "I saw the message you sent me," she said, still wearing her white lab coat, clearly having rushed back from the lab. "What do you think? Should I interact with these people or not?" Su Jie asked. "I was just about to come home and talk to you about that," Su Myukin said, sitting down to take a sip of water. "The company formed by Lu Shu and his group is extremely wealthy. They'll likely agree to the terms they promised. But my current research is at a critical stage. If I interrupt it now, it'll be hard to pick back up. And once I switch companies, Haiyu Group definitely won't give me access to my previous research data. Not to mention all the accumulated progress I've made so far. Haiyu Group has a very strong system in place. Lu Shu's company is really just good with capital. Aside from having money, they don't have much technical depth. I've ridden in one of their self-driving cars. The tech seemed pretty solid," Su Jie recalled. "That technology isn't theirs. They only invested in another company and got a prototype from them," Su Myukin explained. "But sis, you're not into business operations. How do you know all this so clearly?" Su Jie asked, surprised. "Thanks to this," Su Myukin replied, pulling out a tablet. It was about the size of a textbook, 2 or 3 times thicker than a smartphone, and sturdy with a metal case. It could probably be used as a brick in self-defense. She tapped the screen, and a synthetic voice came through. "Chen Jie at your service." The voice was robotic, devoid of human emotion. "I want you to repeat the results of the task I asked you to check last night," Su Myukin said via voice command. Qing Phone Group is composed of Lu Shu, Jiang Yuan, Fan Chuan, and Li Ji. Based on publicly available information about their finances, shareholders, personalities, and events following their company's registration, analysis indicates that switching jobs is not advisable. Displaying detailed analysis charts now. As a mechanical voice spoke, the screen lit up with numerous data graphs and subtitles. This advanced. Su Jie was stunned. This wasn't some run-of-the-mill software analysis. As he looked closer, he found it to be even more powerful than top-tier business analysis teams. What is this? Is this the AI you've been working on? It's insane. Can this thing be used to trade stocks? Of course it can. In fact, most of the U.S. stock market is already analyzed and traded by AI. These systems are accurate, emotionless, and can process the fundamentals and technical aspects of the entire market within a second, constantly updating with real-time data. It's terrifying, Soo-Myukin explained confidently. I've heard about that. In the stock market, it's called algorithmic trading, basically a battle of software strength. But regulations here are stricter, Soo-Jia nodded. By the way, Lu Shu gave me a phone and a SIM card. Can you check it for me? Soo-Myukin took the phone and card from Soo-Jia and began inspecting them skillfully. After starting it up, her expression subtly changed. This is a D@RK Web access point and account. D@RK Web. Soo-Jia had never heard of it before. The D@RK Web refers to internet platforms that can't be accessed through regular search engines. What we see on the surface web is just the tip of the iceberg, Soo-Myukin said. On the D@RK Web, all kinds of illegal transactions happen. You could buy anything from intel and weapons to even hire assassins. Transactions on the D@RK Web aren't made with real-world currencies like the US dollar. They use blockchain-based currencies like Bitcoin, which was extremely popular a while ago. Soo-Jia had heard of Bitcoin, a virtual currency. He remembered reading that in 2010, a programmer used 10,000 Bitcoins to buy 2 pizzas worth $25. That meant 1 Bitcoin was worth just $0.0025. But now, Soo-Jia saw online that a single Bitcoin was worth tens of thousands of dollars. In less than 10 years, its value had increased by millions of times. What kind of growth rate was that? Every time he saw such news, Soo-Jia felt it was too surreal, like something out of a fantasy novel. How could something invisible and intangible be worth so much? And yet countless people were willing to pay real money for it. Was the world crazy, or was he the one going insane? On the D@RK Web, you can even use cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin to buy the latest drugs developed by the U.S. military or secret research results from labs all over the world, as long as you have the currency. That's the terrifying part of the D@RK Web. There are many organizations with unimaginable power operating there. They use it for global trade, smuggling, money laundering, and other crimes. Some even aim to use cryptocurrencies to control the global financial system. When I was doing my computer research, I accidentally uncovered a few clues. It was horrifying, Soo-Myukin shivered. This is a Pandora's box, little brother. You better not open it. Lu Shu gave you this account and login device with no good intentions. He wants to drag you into it. In that case, I won't log in, Soo-Jia said after some thought. I'll just give the phone and card back. Though he was curious, Soo-Jia had long since learned how to suppress impulsive thoughts. That's for the best, Soo-Myukin nodded. The website, account, and password that Odell left behind were most likely meant to connect to the D@RK Web. No wonder Soo-Jia couldn't access or search it through regular means. According to Odell, that site offered access to many things not available on the open market, items that could enhance physical abilities. That sounded plausible. Big sis, just how advanced do you think modern technology is? I read some reports and theories saying that certain laboratories have tech that's 30 to 40 years ahead of what's publicly available. Do you think that's true? Soo-Jia suddenly raised a question. He'd seen videos online of robots doing martial arts moves and backflips, robot dogs that could open doors on their own, and AI bots that could communicate with each other and talk to people. But logically, anything released to the public definitely wasn't the cutting-edge stuff. Of course it's true. A lot of that tech is monopolized by oligarchs and is never made available to the general public. But on the D@RK Web, you can sometimes get your hands on it, Soo-Myukin replied. For example, if you're training in combat, you can buy DR*GS on the D@RK Web used by top international agents and fighting champions. They can dramatically enhance your physical abilities. I figured as much. Soo-Jia now understood why Odell had given him that account and password. Little bro, promise me you won't log in and then sneak off to do it anyway. Soo-Myukin warned him again, still uneasy. Don't worry. Sujia already had a plan in mind. Right now, he was focused on training and honing his mental resilience. He was determined to reach the state of a living dead. As his training grew more profound, he began to understand that the highest level of martial arts wasn't just about physical enhancement. It was about spiritual cultivation. Otherwise, with Odell's status as a godmaker and the top coach at the Typhon training camp, wouldn't he have had access to all kinds of drugs and technology? Yet he still chose to leave it all behind to pursue the ultimate spiritual state. If not for Odell's example, Sujia might have focused too heavily on external things. But now, his priority was on elevating his mental state. That's good. You've always been true to your word. You've never told a lie, even now when you're already so grown up, Sumyukin said, still trusting her little brother. She handed him a tablet as thick as a brick. This is the training device I mentioned last time. You can upload your usual training videos and sparring sessions into it. The AI in here will build a model, automatically generate animations, and simulate fights against current professional fighters, even world-class champions. The analysis has an 80% accuracy rate. Really, Sujia remembered he had quite a few training videos stored on his phone. He had a habit of recording every training session and sparring match. Afterward, he'd watch them closely to analyze and reflect. It was the best way to grasp key points and understand what worked and what didn't. That was one of the reasons why modern training could advance so much faster than in ancient times. In the heat of combat, many people felt they performed well, but after watching the footage, they'd find their techniques full of flaws. That's the difference between being in it and observing from the outside. In the past 4 months, Sujia had already fought over 300 times. At Mingluan Martial Arts Academy alone, he had participated in over 100 fights. And at the Starshine Combat Fitness Club, he fought even more frequently. But even after hundreds of sparring sessions, none had as much impact on him as that one street fight against the Grey Wolf. He copied the videos from his computer and phone onto the tablet, letting its AI system create modules and run analysis. That process would take several hours. This is already the best hardware on the market, Sumyukin said. Right now, this is the smallest it can get. Any smaller, and the program wouldn't be able to run. With this kind of hardness and weight, there's no way it could circulate commercially, Sujia nodded. The hardware tech still needs to level up. This is where AI and humans differ. A lot of people think that if AI gains consciousness, it could threaten humanity's position. But that's not really the case, Sumyukin said. Setting aside whether AI can even become self-aware, AI is just software. No matter how powerful a computer software is, it can't physically improve its own hardware. But humans, on the other hand, can undergo massive transformation as their mental resilience grows. That makes sense. When Sujia heard that offhand remark, it reminded him of the thoughts he had earlier that morning in the park. A new insight began to form. In truth, computers and humans were very much alike. The hardware, monitors, and case were like a person's physical body. The operating system and various software were the soul, that is, the heart and mind in martial arts. The heart was the operating system, and the mind was the software. Big sis, so what are you trying to say now? Sujia asked. What do you mean? Sumyukin was a little stunned. Of course it's about changing jobs, Sujia said, while fiddling with his brick-thick tablet. If we don't jump ship to Lu Shu's company, we can go elsewhere. There are plenty of strong companies out there now. Haoyu Group is seriously underpaying you guys. But that's not even the worst part. Feng Yuxuan openly said he wants to bind you guys to him for life, said you're his slaves, that even your bodies belong to him. I personally saw him taking 2 C-list actresses into a hotel for some business meeting. And the worst part? Back when you guys were starting your business, the reason your company went bankrupt was because Feng Yuxuan was messing around behind the scenes. He wanted to buy out your tech and take it all. Whatever. I'm done talking about it. Sujia waved his hand at the end, clearly having said this many times before. Right now, our team is at a crucial breakthrough point. Once I've finalized this phase of our research, I'll take the girls and we'll jump ship, Sumyukin said. Even though our current pay isn't great, You have to admit Feng Yuxuan invested in us when we were just fresh grads starting up. Pay isn't the main issue. I just have a bad feeling about the Feng family. I'm afraid something might happen. Su Jie remembered how Feng Hongi blatantly sent someone nicknamed Grey Wolf to threaten him. They were totally unscrupulous. And Feng Yuxuan himself wasn't just no gentleman. He was complete scum. What made Su Jie even more uneasy was that this scumbag was pursuing his sister. And not just her. He was also chasing after her best friend from the same team. Su Jie had even overheard that himself. Unfortunately, the evidence had been snatched away. Su Jie knew his sister's situation well. She and her dorm mates in college were all top students, high achievers with good looks, all holding PhDs at a young age. They were true winners in life. But after graduation, when they started a business together, they hit roadblocks everywhere. In the end, the company went bankrupt and fell into debt, only to be bought out by Feng Yuxuan at a dirt cheap price. Feng Yuxuan wasn't just after their technology. He wanted them, the women, as well. This B****-starred thinks he's the main character in some domineering CEO novel. Su Jie cursed in his heart. All right, sis, you better be careful. I suspect the Feng family is connected to the D at RK Web. Su Jie suddenly remembered something. I suspect that too, Su Myukin said seriously. A lot of the equipment in our lab clearly didn't come through normal channels. Just then, Su Myukin's phone rang. I have to head to the company. Feng Yuxuan said he's coming to pick me up personally. He wants to treat our team to a meal and discuss a pay raise. Looks like he already caught wind of Lu Shu trying to poach us. I'm heading down now, she said as she hurriedly packed her things. I'll go down with you. Su Jie stood up. No, don't get into a fight with him. Su Myukin quickly stopped him. What? You still don't trust your own little brother? Do I seem like the impulsive type? Su Jie replied. All right then. Unable to argue with him, Su Myukin had no choice but to head downstairs with him. Sure enough, a car was parked downstairs. Next to it stood a young man who truly looked impressive and dignified. He was extraordinarily striking, 1.9 meters tall, even taller than Su Jie. His body was well-proportioned, dressed in a casual yet stylish suit that gave off a professional vibe. His face carried a playful arrogance, but his eyes were piercingly sharp. Hidden deep in his pupils, though, was a trace of cold indifference that only someone skilled in reading people could spot. This was the classic type, warm on the outside, cold on the inside. The kind of ambitious leader who could rally followers in business or politics, but also rule them with an iron fist. This was Feng Yuxuan. His name matched his aura. The term dignified and impressive could have been coined just for him. Seeing Su Jie come down, Feng Yuxuan nodded slightly, as if he had expected it. He warmly took Su Myukin's bag and helped her into the car. Your brother probably wants to talk to me. You wait in the car. I'll join you after we're done. Don't worry, I'll clear up all his misunderstandings about me today. All right, you two talk. Su Myukin had no choice. She was great at research, but when it came to dealing with people, she was not only unskilled, she was actually terrible at it. Let's go talk somewhere else, Feng Yuxuan said, walking over and looking down at Su Jie. I know what you want to say, but let's keep our distance. Exactly what I was thinking. Back in the day, Su Jie might have felt intimidated by Feng Yuxuan, but now he couldn't care less. His eyes were sharp, staring straight into Feng Yuxuan's. The tension between them was thick as they walked over to a narrow hallway on the side of the complex. Once they were out of sight from the car, and Su Myukin, they stopped. You know why I came to see you personally? Feng Yuxuan didn't bother with small talk or sugarcoating. His tone was cold and straight to the point. Because I met with Lu Shu's people? Su Jie looked at that handsome face, feeling a deep sense of disgust. He wished he could just punch it flat, but he was no longer the impulsive guy from a few months ago. That rashness of youth was gone. His martial arts training had taught him that the best way to deal with an enemy was not through impulsiveness, but by biding his time, finding their weakness, and striking with a single, decisive blow. That's right. Feng Yuxuan looked at Su Jie. On the surface, it seemed like a heart-to-heart talk, but deep down, he felt that even saying one more word to him was a waste of time. My patience and time are limited. Do you know how many important people I meet every day? I made time to meet you personally just to tell you, stay in line. It's good for your sister, good for you, and good for your whole family. Are you threatening me? Su Jie felt a flame burning inside him, yet he remained still. It's not a threat, it's just a fact. Feng Yuxuan wasn't worried about Su Jie secretly recording or filming anything. He raised a finger. Your little tricks are amateurish. If you weren't Su Mukin's younger brother, even my subordinates wouldn't spare you a glance. Remember, this meeting with Lu Shu and those people is a one-time thing. I'm only allowing it this once. If it happens again, as per usual protocol, whatever betrays me must be destroyed. I think you know the consequences for those who've crossed me. Back then, you slept with a small-time celebrity. Later, she had a falling out with you and publicly accused you online. But the information was wiped clean shortly after, and not long after that, she disappeared overseas. That was your doing, wasn't it? Su Jie picked up on what Feng Yuxuan truly meant. If Su Mukin jumped ship, he would destroy her. Normally, with how deep his martial arts had become, Su Jie didn't get riled up by anything. But seeing Feng Yuxuan's blatant threats, his anger nearly exploded. The only reason he didn't strike was because he was holding back. Don't think that just because you've trained a bit, you're suddenly someone important. Feng Yuxuan spoke bluntly, clearly not denying the incident with the celebrity. People like you are still just low class. Other than being aggressive, what else are you good for? I could casually find 10 goons who could each beat you 10 times over. Honestly, with your level of martial arts, I could flatten you with one hand. You really think provoking me like this will make me lash out? Su Jie's gaze suddenly turned sharp like a blade, radiating an unprecedented killing intent. That's right, killing intent. The intense urge to kill someone. Su Jie had a calm personality and rarely got angry. Even after years of training, while he had gone hard in fights, he had never felt this kind of intense urge. Even when facing Grey Wolf, he had never wanted to kill. But now, standing in front of the impeccably dressed, commanding Feng Yuxuan, he truly felt the desire to kill. For the first time, the killing intent in his heart was so intense, so uncontrollable. It was like a wild horse breaking free, galloping without restraint. Just be a regular citizen and stop fantasizing all the time. A few days of training and you think you're martial arts hero? A few high test scores and you think you're destined for greatness? Commoners are just commoners. They don't rise. Feng Yuxuan clearly had no patience left to talk to Su Jie. He turned and walked away. Su Jie forced himself to suppress the killing intent in his chest and kept a clear head. He didn't shout any dramatic lines like "the river flows east for 30 years, west for 30 years, don't look down on the poor youth," because he didn't think he was beneath Feng Yuxuan. Even if the other party was worth hundreds of billions and commanded enormous influence, they were both just men. 2 shoulders, 1 head. No one had 3 heads and 6 arms. Within 5 steps, we're all just flesh and blood. Su Jie watched Feng Yuxuan leave and muttered to himself, "Even the Bodhisattva of mercy has the wrath of a Vajra." Feng Yuxuan returned to the car. From a distance, Su Mukin watched her brother walk out and asked, "How did the talk with my brother go?" "Very well." At that moment, Feng Yuxuan seemed like a completely different person, gentle and charming. "Your brother's misunderstandings about me have more or less been cleared up. After he graduates, talk to him about joining Hallyu Group. I'll give him a decent position. After all, we'll be one family in the future." "What family?" Su Mukin didn't look too happy. "I'm a researcher. Let's wait until this project is completed before we talk. Our contract is only until then, and whether we renew it or not is something I'll have to discuss with the rest of the team. Up to you. We don't keep people by force here. Don't worry, I'm not as petty as the rumors say." Feng Yuxuan opened his arms generously. "Then take me to the Research Institute," Su Mukin told the driver. The driver looked at Feng Yuxuan. After getting his nod, he drove off. After dropping Su Mukin off at the Research Institute, Feng Yuxuan returned to his office. His office was massive, around 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, taking up an entire floor. It was luxuriously decorated with high-end carpets, rows of bookshelves, and a separate high-tech gym area. The desk alone was big enough to lie 10 people side by side. There were many buttons on the desk. He pressed one, and shortly after, a female secretary in professional attire, standing at a striking 1.8 meters tall, walked in. "Boss, what are your instructions? Keep an eye on Su Mukins' team for me. I want to know when they go out, what they're doing, and who they meet with." Feng Yuxuan gave the order, then slammed the desk in frustration. Wasting half a day on some punk, ridiculous. Boss went to see Su Mukins' younger brother, didn't he? That kid's still in high school. The female secretary, Feng Yuxuan's confidant, remarked. For someone like the boss to meet someone like that, what an insult. Every day, countless CEOs of listed companies, foreign consortium leaders, even high-ranking politicians line up to see me. Yet I had to put on a show and cancel this morning's event. And that little punk not only didn't appreciate it, he even tried to step on my head. Feng Yuxuan slammed the table. If this project weren't at such a critical stage, I'd have made him disappear off the face of the earth already. Boss, we must endure small slights to achieve the bigger plan. Once our project succeeds, everything will fall into place. I'm also following your orders and looking for a new team to replace them. The secretary replied with meticulous care. This must be done. Also, how's my third brother doing now? Feng Yuxuan asked. He was referring to Feng Hengyi. Mr. Yi signed a few training assistants at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. He also partnered with Liu Zihao on a project. Aside from that, he's constantly asking the group for money. He's only been back for less than 3 months and has already requested 500 million yuan in cash from the company. Most of it's already spent, and there are no detailed reports on the project. The shareholders are starting to complain. Do you think we should report this to the old man? The secretary frowned. Don't worry about it. Let him dig his own grave. That little brother of mine has been doing special ops training since he was a kid, but he doesn't get the nuances of business or people. He's just a blade in the old man's hand, or maybe an experiment. The old man can still tolerate him for now, but once he causes financial trouble for the company and threatens its foundation, that'll be the best chance to push him out. Feng Yuxuan waved his hand. Just give him whatever he asks for. I guarantee he'll be gone within a year. Understood. I'll proceed as you say. The secretary nodded and walked out. Once she left, Feng Yuxuan pressed a button and 5 men entered. Every one of them looked fierce and battle-hardened. 2 of them had knife scars and bullet wounds all over their bodies. They looked like they had walked straight out of a war zone. Get ready. Time for today's training. Feng Yuxuan was a skilled fighter himself. That was why he dared to say he could take down Su Jie with one hand. He had trained every day since he was young, focusing on combat and martial arts, specifically military-style lethal techniques, not flashy competition moves. He knew very well that with his status and wealth, there was no need to step into a ring, just to defend himself if attacked. He had, in fact, survived several real-life assassination attempts. Shua. He stripped off his clothes, revealing a physique only a seasoned fighter would have. 2 female massage therapists entered and applied ointments to his body, working out the tension with massages and deep tissue work to fully relax him. An hour later, he launched into a burst-intensive training regimen. Squats, deadlifts, battle ropes, bench presses, target shooting, all as fierce as a storm. That was just the warm-up. After warming up, he sparred with the 5 warriors in simulated combat. Like a perpetual motion machine, he trained non-stop for 4 hours before stopping. Then came the team of health specialists who ran physical checks, took measurements, and returned to develop personalized nutrition and wellness plans. Many outsiders saw him as a playboy, but in reality, no matter how busy he got, he carved out 4 hours a day for training and recovery, without fail. Otherwise, with his indulgent lifestyle, his body would have long since broken down. But not only had it not broken down, it had actually gotten stronger. That was also why he looked down on Su Jie. The money he had spent on his body over the years, he couldn't even count. The annual costs alone were more than Su Jie could earn in 10 lifetimes. His investment in Liu Zihao and partnership with Mingluan Martial Arts Academy was, in fact, largely driven by interest in the Academy's secret health and wellness techniques. Meanwhile, Su Jie lay sprawled on his bed back home, not training, but thinking. He had secretly recorded Feng Yuxuan's earlier comments, but when he got back, he discovered that the equipment had been interfered with somehow. Nothing had been captured. Then he suddenly understood why Feng Yuxuan had the audacity to threaten him so brazenly. How do I take down Feng Yuxuan? How do I help Sis get out safely? How do I improve myself? These were the only things on Su Jie's mind. How Yu Group has many business rivals. Since Sis's team has caught Lu Shu's eye, it must mean they're incredibly valuable. If I can drive the tiger to eat the wolf, it might work. But I also have to beware of being eaten myself. Sometimes, when you use one beast to drive away another, they might just team up and devour you together. In business, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. That was why Su Jie didn't trust Lu Shu and the others. He was certain that if Hao Yu Group offered them greater benefits, those young masters would sell out Sis's team in a heartbeat. Su Jie was nothing like a high school student. He had always been mature, thinking like an adult from a young age. Right now, he was carefully considering how to resolve the crisis ahead. On the surface, Feng Yuxuan was merely making threats without taking any real action. But Su Jie knew that this man was wealthy, powerful, ruthless, and driven by immense financial interest. If Su Jie disrupted his plans, he would definitely retaliate with lethal force. Capitalists were willing to risk the guillotine for a 300% profit. Years ago, Feng Yuxuan hadn't even spared a minor celebrity who betrayed him. How could he possibly let Su Mukun off? For someone with such vast resources, crushing an ordinary person with no power or influence would be all too easy. Su Jie would never put his own safety in the hands of his enemy's mercy. Relying solely on physical strength won't get me far. No matter how good my martial arts are, I can only fight so many people. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't take on 4 hands. And modern society doesn't solve problems through brute force. Of course, improving physical fitness and spiritual cultivation is always worthwhile. Su Jie had tested his combat ability at the Starshine Combat Fitness Club. Right now, he was capable of defeating Hua Xing, a former national-level martial artist, in the ring. Of course, that didn't mean he could beat active national-level fighters. There was a big gap between those retired and those still competing. Hua Xing himself admitted that he was only at 60% of his peak performance. Even at his peak, among national-level fighters, he was only average, not a top-tier champion. Back then, Hua Xing stood no chance against the elite. The moment they clashed, he'd be overwhelmed. On the ring, I can't beat those top active fighters. But if it's on the street, maybe I still have a shot, Su Jie thought. He realized that the Ho-Strike technique and the 18 freehand techniques he had learned weren't suitable for rule-based combat. They were too restrictive and had little impact. However, in no-rule street fights, especially against multiple opponents, those moves were incredibly useful. At Starshine Combat Fitness Club, Su Jie and the others had simulated multiple opponent combat scenarios. Su Jie discovered he could handle 2 to 3 opponents at most. If there were more than 4, he would be quickly defeated. Of course, those opponents were all well-trained fighters, practically professionals, not ordinary people. The gap between an average person and a seasoned martial artist was massive. If it were regular folks, Su Jie had no idea how many he could take on. He also realized that in multi-person brawls or one-versus-many fights, most ring techniques became useless, and trying to use them would just get you hit. Take grappling arts, for example. Even if you locked down one opponent, the others would start kicking you like crazy. You just become a punching bag on the ground. In those chaotic fights, even Sanda's leg techniques were ineffective. Boxing turned out to be way more practical. Through repeated experimentation and testing during simulated group battles, Su Jie found that the most effective move was the heart intent fist. No wonder it was called the King of 10,000 Fists in ancient martial circles. Clearly, the experience passed down from generations of ancient martial artists who fought bandits and rebel armies was incredibly valuable. I can handle one gray wolf, but if there are 2, the risk goes up a lot. 3. and I'm definitely dead. And Feng Yuxuan seems to have a whole crew of these guys. Why would a tech company hire so many foreign mercenaries? Lying in bed, Su Jie was thinking about how to defend himself if he got ambushed again. Real combat martial arts can be divided into ring fighting techniques, street survival skills, and large-scale military combat techniques. Over the past few days, Su Jie had studied this in detail. The most popular in modern times were the one-on-one techniques used in the ring. Most people trained in these disciplines: Sanda, Muay Thai, Karate, Taekwondo, boxing, and so on. Then there were street survival skills, traditional martial arts. Back in ancient times, martial artists often faced danger while wandering the Jianghu. Highway robbers, sneak attacks with cudgels, poisoned food at shady inns, and even wild animals. There were no rules. To protect themselves, they developed the essence of practical, traditional martial arts. Military techniques, used in large-scale warfare, were different again. Lately, Su Jie had been reading books like Qi Jiguang's new treatise on military efficiency and Yu Daiyou Sword Classic. These men were generals who trained soldiers. Their martial arts emphasized courage over finesse. No fancy moves, just direct, deadly charges. Simple and practical, relying on stances like bow stance and horse stance. The point of the horse stance was to maintain stability and avoid being knocked down during a charge. In large-scale battles, if you fell, even without enemy interference, you could be trampled to death by your own side. Ring fighting and street survival skills focused on agility and evasion, while military combat prioritized staying grounded. Martial theories, the history of martial arts, real combat principles, health-focused Qigong, traditional Chinese medicine. Everything Su Jie had studied these past few months were fermenting and simmering in his mind. One scene after another of combat, scenarios flashed through his thoughts like lightning. For the first time, he felt a real sense of danger, and even a desire to kill. That thought of killing pushed him to his limits, drawing out all of his potential. His mind became more agile than ever, his cerebral cortex extremely stimulated. This feeling is strange. When hatred towards someone reaches the extreme, and you want to kill them, your whole being gets fired up. Hatred really can accelerate growth, because emotions dominate the cerebral cortex. No wonder Southern-style Wing Chun centers around the concept of vengeance. Su Jie quietly felt his heart and mind. He had made huge progress. In traditional Southern Wing Chun schools, the word hatred had to be written in big letters right at the center of the dojo. With a heart filled with hatred, he practiced martial arts and progressed at an extraordinary pace. Of course, this hatred wasn't personal. It was for the country. Many Southern martial arts styles were born from that particular period in history, fueled by the desire to overthrow the Qing and restore the Ming, to reclaim the land. Practicing martial arts with national hatred in their hearts stirred their spirits, allowing them to develop powerful techniques. Su Jie was overwhelmed with emotion. While thinking of strategies to deal with Feng Yuxuan and the Haoyu group, his thoughts shifted to how he could strengthen himself. Then, he began to consider various martial arts techniques, how to defend against attackers like Grey Wolf, and eventually he started reflecting on the history of different schools and styles, the backgrounds that gave rise to them, along with what he had learned from history. It was as if his thoughts pierced through the mists of time, reaching back into different eras to dance alongside martial arts masters of old. Every culture and every martial art has its own unique historical background. Once you're familiar with their history, the social conflicts and transformations they faced, it's not hard to understand their techniques, training methods, and core philosophies. That's what it means to seek the origin of martial arts with your heart, to use intention to part the mists of history. Only then can you grasp the truest form of martial arts. With the dedication of an archaeologist or historian, you can restore martial arts and history to their original form, unearthing the truth buried beneath the dust of time. Boom! After Su Jie's mind reached this heightened state of activity, he suddenly fell silent and actually drifted off to sleep just like that. If you didn't listen closely, you wouldn't even be able to tell he was breathing or had a pulse. He seemed to be in a state of suspended death. Yet his consciousness remained sharp. His body was deeply rested, and he had full awareness of everything happening around him. He could even hear conversations happening on the floors above and below him, even across several levels of the building. The sensation was bizarre, almost like an out-of-body experience. But in reality, it was his perception expanding so much that he could sense things regular people couldn't even imagine. His spiritual cultivation had suddenly risen to a new level. Could it be that I've reached the realm of the living dead? Su Jie had this feeling in his heart. This is the realm of ancestor Chongyang. Could it be that I've reached his spiritual level? No, I've only just touched the threshold. I haven't truly entered. G, referring to Wang Chongyang, a significant historical figure known as the founder of the Chuanjian school of Taoism. Suddenly, Su Jie snapped awake. He understood. He had touched the threshold of the living dead state. This was the realm described in the writings of Master Lai, where the perfected ones live as though dead. But he hadn't yet stepped fully inside. He was like a gourmet who had smelled the aroma of a master chef's feast on the table, but hadn't yet taken a bite. And just that scent alone was more satisfying than the most delightful experiences in the world. This state of mind was the true essence of cultivation. Su Jie already had a strong foundation, and with today's surge of killing intent, his mind had become incredibly active. He had finally brushed against that threshold. Even though he hadn't entered, he had already caught a glimpse of the secrets inside. It was that kind of spiritual state. After waking, he began to practice martial arts. Right there in his cramped bedroom. Originally, the room was so small it could barely fit a person. It was impossible to train in with no space to stretch out. But now, as he began practicing, everything flowed naturally. The room felt vast, as if it were as wide as the massive training field at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. Every movement could be executed freely. He twisted and turned, moved swiftly and smoothly, without any hindrance at all. It was as if the limitations of space no longer existed for him. Even the tiniest corner could now be used to practice martial arts without compromising the essence of the movements. Everything flowed like a mountain spring or drifting clouds. This is the state where a dragon can rest calmly, even in a cave meant for eels and serpents. My martial arts have improved again, Su Jie thought to himself with growing clarity. Just like drinking water, only you can know whether it's hot or cold. His martial arts had indeed improved, but how much it would affect his actual combat ability was still unknown. Su Jie couldn't wait to test it out. Martial improvement certainly boosts combat strength, but exactly how much? That was still uncharted territory. I'll head over to Starshine Combat Fitness Club later today to test myself. Then I'll talk to Lu Shu and the others to explain the whole situation. Those rich boys might be useful too. Of course, they're all slick as foxes, definitely not easy to deal with. I'll need to come up with a plan. Su Jie made a daily plan for studying and training, then followed it step by step. Although he hadn't fully reached the realm of the perfected ones who live as though dead, he still did his best to embody the idea of moving like a machine. Lie down. Su Jie gave a swift hook with his foot, sharp as a sickle cutting wheat, and his opponent immediately lost balance and crashed to the ground. Inside the ring at the Starshine Combat Fitness Club, his opponent was an amateur martial arts enthusiast. However, he had been training for 10 years and was also a small business owner, wealthy and with plenty of free time. His technique and physical ability were excellent, able to go toe-to-toe with city-level athletes. But in front of Su Jie, one shout was all it took for him to fall. He couldn't even escape. "Coach Su, your martial arts are getting more and more incredible," the small business owner said admiringly as he got up. "Let me try." Another challenger stepped forward, a tall, burly office worker who weighed over 200 pounds. But even he was sent crashing to the floor in just 3 seconds with a single-leg sweep. No matter their size or weight, everyone looked like scarecrows in front of Su Jie. If he said they'd fall, they'd fall. If he said lie down, they'd lie down. Su Jie had been eager to test the martial arts realm he had just grasped. So he came to the Starshine Combat Fitness Club. As expected, His technique had become much smoother. It was as if he could sense the flow of air and the subtle shifts in movement. Just a light nudge, and his opponent spun like tops. This was the essence of Taiji. Japan had a similar martial art called Aikido. This all comes from my physical condition. Technique is secondary, Su Jian knew well in his heart. He now weighed 85 kilograms, standing tall at 1.85 meters. With this weight, he could already compete in the super middleweight division of boxing. A few more kilos, and he'd qualify for the heavyweight stage. But just by looking at him, he seemed quite lean, like he weighed less than 70 kilograms. That was because his body was extremely solid, with a thick and sturdy frame, like it was forged from refined steel. Odell's training had given him the best physical foundation. But if that was all there was, his fitness level would still be no different from regular provincial or city-level athletes. He wouldn't have been able to break through to the level he was at now. It was Uncle Meng's massages that had pushed his external martial arts to a profound realm. Thinking back, Uncle Meng's massages were so intense, even a national-level athlete like Zhou Chun couldn't endure them. But Su Jie had, and he had reaped the rewards. Then came acupuncture, which was even more painful than massages. After that, he underwent electrotherapy, the cutting-edge method used to train elite special agents abroad. Even that, Su Jie endured, and in the end, it successfully reshaped his body. He had met the right people at the best stage. At 15 or 16, his body was in its most rapid growth phase. Had he only met Odell and Uncle Meng after turning 18, he might not even have achieved a third of his current results. Not just him, even an ordinary child with proper nutrition could grow a full centimeter in just 1 or 2 weeks during that age range. One of Su Jie's classmates had been only 1.65 meters tall in his first year of high school, but by the end of the semester, he had shot up to 1.8 meters. Every time Su Jie thought of this, he felt incredibly lucky for his decision to attend the summer martial arts training camp at the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear. What would his life be like now if he hadn't made that decision? Fate was so strange and unpredictable that Su Jie couldn't help but feel deeply emotional. And it constantly reminded him, he must not waste these golden years. He had to seize every opportunity. Su Jie, your martial arts have improved again. Hua Xing stepped in and sparred briefly with Su Jie. As soon as they engaged, Su Jie stepped in, tore through, and used a takedown to swiftly bring Hua Xing to the floor. Clean and efficient. At that moment, 2 more coaches jumped in to join Hua Xing and surround Su Jie. Su Jie crouched low, his height instantly dropping to around 1.4 meters. He dodged the strike zones, moving like a nimble monkey, and slipped into a blind spot in their formation, then lunged. One of the coaches was immediately knocked down. Just then, Hua Xing's sweeping kick landed on Su Jie's back. But his external martial arts training had made him incredibly tough. It was as if nothing had happened. He reached back, grabbed Hua Xing's leg, and threw him to the ground again. Only one coach remained. He had just charged in and managed to land a punch on Su Jie's shoulder. Su Jie endured the blow. With another swift hook kick, down he went. In just 5 seconds, all 3 coaches were flat on the floor. No, this still won't do. I can't afford to take even the tiniest hit. Su Jie shook his head. Teacher Hua Xing, if your leg just now had been a blade, I would have been seriously injured. On the surface, it looked like Su Jie had cleanly and decisively taken down 3 attackers. But the price he paid was a kick and a punch. If that kick and punch had been replaced by a dagger and machete, what would the outcome have been? Su Jie knew all too well, especially when dealing with people like the Gray Wolf, who were extremely skilled with knives. Just one hit could cut an artery, damage tendons, or even fracture bone. Looks like, even with my progress, dealing with 3 gray wolves armed with daggers would be a life-or-death gamble. Sure, I could kill them, but I wouldn't walk away unscathed either. As he thought about the situation that just happened, the reality confirmed what he had already imagined in his mind. Of course, Hua Xing said, a group fight with weapons is completely different from a one-on-one unarmed duel. In ancient times, generals placed the most importance on armor, weapons, and horses. I get the logic, but seeing it firsthand really drives home how limited the human body is. Su Jie shook his head. No wonder Qi Jiguang emphasized battle formations against powerful enemies. It's nothing like the demonstrations or chasing down street thugs. If you wore a full suit of armor and carried weapons, you'd definitely be a fierce general in ancient times. Taking on 10 opponents wouldn't be a problem, Hua Xing chuckled. He was also fascinated by ancient military combat. But unfortunately, we'll never get to see that kind of battlefield. Modern warfare starts with missiles turning cities into ashes. No matter how good your martial arts are, you're just an ant in comparison. This group of martial arts enthusiasts couldn't help but sigh emotionally at the thought. Coach Su, you're not even 17 and already this skilled. If you went pro, wouldn't you easily become national champion? One of the students asked. Coach Su, you're so young. Have you even gotten your certification yet? Another new student chimed in. Su Jie had only been working as a coach here for a month. But with his skills and level, he quickly stood out and attracted a lot of students who became his fans. He had become quite popular at this fitness club. What's more, he was humble and patient. He never tried to trick people into buying memberships just to boost performance, which made even more people want to learn from him. Of course, I have my license, Su Jie smiled. He got his certification in just 3 days. These days, it was pretty easy to get a coaching license. For an average fitness enthusiast, all you had to do was pay a training institution, go through a short training, memorize a few outlines, and you'd likely pass the exam. That's why many small gyms had poorly qualified coaches. Some even hired muscular guys with no certification at all, just to get people to sign up for memberships before vanishing. But Starshine Combat Fitness Club was a high-end fitness center, and their coaches were all highly qualified. Luckily, Su Jie had never been afraid of exams. Whether written or physical, he passed them all in one go. Su Jie, you should really enter a competition and win a championship. When you come back, your value as a coach would skyrocket. Hua Xing chatted with him during a break. Right now, you're making just $100,000 a month. I thought that was high, but with your skills, it's actually low. Let's not even talk about domestic standards. Top-tier coaches abroad with a bit of fame can charge over $10,000 per private session. There was even a rumor that before the biggest crossover fight of boxing champion Passey's career, he hired Odell, the legendary Godmaker, as his coach. The deal wasn't even a set salary, but a third of the champion's prize money. That match pulled in $200 million, with over $1 billion in total revenue. The organizer made a fortune, and Odell walked away with $60 million. Su Jie knew about that crossover fight. He'd seen the news. It was a massive matchup between the king of MMA and a boxing legend, hyped up by every major media outlet. But there was almost no coverage of the boxing champion's coach. That information was buried, shared only among a tiny circle within the industry. That's why Odell wasn't well known. Just bits and pieces could be found online. In the fitness and fighting world, a coach's actual skills came second to having won titles and build a name for themselves. Don't be fooled by him. This guy only did a 2-month crash course at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, and now he dares pose as a master and act like a coach? Ridiculous. A voice suddenly cut in. Su Jie looked over right away, and it was Zhou Chun. It's Zhou Chun. Last month, he won the Shanwu Cup fighting tournament and defeated Bai Lang, who was ranked 10th nationwide. That one put him in the top 10 nationally. The Shanwu Cup is a commercial event with national reach, though it's a notch below veteran competitions like Hashan, Jingwu, or Hero. Still, Zhou Chun's now considered a national-level expert. Some martial arts enthusiasts also recognized Zhou Chun at that moment. He walked over, accompanied by a man who looked like a lawyer and a senior executive from the Starshine Combat Fitness Club. Manager Su, I'm here on behalf of Haoyu Group to evaluate investment opportunities in Starshine Combat Fitness Club, Zhou Chun said to the executive. But your club standards are seriously lacking. Letting a con artist like this work as a coach. He has a license, and his skills are solid, Manager Su said, sweating nervously. Su Jie had been brought in by their young master, Qin Zheng. No one dared object. On top of that, Su Jie was well-liked and widely acknowledged as highly capable. Plus, Su Jie's presence attracted students from other clubs who came just to check him out. They weren't necessarily here to train, just curious. After all, a high school student defeating professional coaches one after another was already headline-worthy. Everyone came to witness the hype, which boosted business significantly. At first, manager Su thought Qianzheng was just fooling around, but it turned out Su Jie had actually helped bring in more revenue. I was there in July when he was training at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. This whole investment might be off the table now, Zhou Chun said to manager Su. But if you insist he's not a fraud, I'll prove it to you later. I hear Mr. Qian is coming soon. For his sake, I'll wait until he arrives and expose this fraud in person. You look pretty comfortable now, kid, earning a high salary and training in such a nice facility. But let's see how long you can keep up the scam. Hand over the money you conned and turn yourself into the police. Admit you're a fraud. Zhou Chun walked towards Su Jie, and as the surrounding people sensed trouble, they quickly dispersed. Zhou Chun, you were probably expelled from Mingluan Martial Arts Academy after what happened last time. Then you turned to the Haoyu group. If I'm not mistaken, you became Feng Hengyi's punching bag, which drastically boosted your skill level, Su Jie replied calmly, hitting the mark with his guess. It was likely Zhou Chun had come this time specifically to target him. Because Su Jie wanted his sister, Su Myukin, to switch jobs, he had already become a thorn in the Feng family's side. You've got a death wish. Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. Let's see what that tramp Nie Shuang and Gu Yang have taught you. And that blind old man. Can't believe you're doing so well here. But your good days are over. Boss, you're here. Just as Su Jie was about to respond, manager Su hurried to the door to greet someone. The newcomer was flanked by assistants and secretaries. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and, though dressed in a suit, gave off a scholarly air. This was Qian Yuhua, the boss of Starshine Combat Fitness Club and Qianzheng's father. He single-handedly founded Starshine Combat Fitness Club and was quite wealthy. However, compared to the giant that was Haoyu Group, he still fell short. He had taken this visit very seriously upon learning that Haoyu had sent someone to evaluate investment opportunities, choosing to show up in person. Haoyu's moves were always shrewd, entering markets ahead of the curve. Qian Yuhua had been paying close attention to Haoyu. When the company partnered with Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, he knew they were stepping into the fitness and combat sports market. With such a giant entering the field, the entire industry was about to be reshuffled. Clubs that weren't vigilant would likely get wiped out in the upcoming quake. Qian Yuhua wanted to seize this opportunity. If lucky, it could be his ticket to skyrocketing success. Haoyu Group had many video platforms, entertainment resources, a film company, and self-media channels, not to mention a massive advertising force. If they made a move, they could go nationwide in an instant. What's going on? He had originally come to meet Zhou Chun, but immediately sensed something was wrong. Manager Su whispered a quick explanation of what had just happened. Qian Yuhua immediately understood. Mr. Zhou, sorry I'm late. Let's sit down and talk this over. This is all my son's fault. Kids don't know any better. Please don't take it to heart. He tried to smooth things over. Manager Su, take young Su to the finance department to settle his pay. That was a clear sign Su Jie was being dismissed. Su Jie frowned but didn't take it to heart. He had only become a coach at Qianzheng's request. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come at all. Since Qian Yuhua said so, he didn't argue and prepared to leave. Hold on, you little con artist. Think you could just walk away? Planning to scam people somewhere else? Zhou Chun sneered. Mr. Qian, I can't let this slide. This punk needs a lesson. Scamming people at such a young age. Clearly his parents failed at raising him. Let me do it for them. Zhou Chun, how do you plan on educating me? A little match between us. Su Jie stopped in his tracks when he heard Zhou Chun bring up his parents. How about we make a bet? We each put up 300,000 yuan. We'll fight right here. Whoever loses has to hand over the prize money and admit in front of everyone that they're a fraud. Do you dare? You've got guts, kid. Zhou Chun's grin turned vicious. 300,000? That's too little. Make it 1,000,000. I don't have that much, Su Jie raised an eyebrow. He only had 200,000 yuan on him. With Starshine Combat Fitness Club's payout, he'd have 300,000 at most. Originally, he had saved up $200,000 from working at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. His sister Su Myukin had given him another $100,000, and Starshine Combat Fitness Club's monthly salary should have brought him to $400,000. But over the past few months, he'd spent $100,000 on various nutritional supplements and premium secret formula herbal balms from the Academy's website. I'll lend it to you. At that moment, Hua Xing stepped forward. Hua Xing, you want to be the hero now? I'll deal with you later. Zhou Chun's gaze was like a venomous snake. He wasn't polite to Hua Xing either. After all, Hua Xing had been his rival in the past, just a bit older. Now retired and working as a coach, Zhou Chun looked down on him even more. Zhou Chun was an active athlete on the rise, ranked in the national top 10. Meanwhile, Hua Xing had peaked at around the 30th rank during his prime. Su Jie, I believe in you. Hua Xing patted Su Jie on the shoulder. I don't know why he hates you, but he's notorious for being petty and using dirty tricks during matches. He's never fought fair. Since getting in with the Haoyu group, his skills have improved fast. But considering his age, he's close to retirement. There's no more room for growth, which means he's hiding something. Be careful. After a few words of caution, he turned to Qian Yugua. Old Qian, all the students are watching. This is turning into a match. We have the license to host competitions. Why not make it official? Qian Yugua's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhou, what do you think? Set up, Zhou Chun said. Consider it part of my evaluation. If the event is well handled, I can submit a positive report to the company. Qian Yugua nodded and signaled to Manager Su. Manager Su immediately began organizing things and returned shortly with a contract for both parties to sign. As Zhou Chun signed it, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes like a snake ready to strike. This guy's born vicious. He's definitely planning to go all out on me, Su Jie instantly realized. Please transfer the deposit to the designated account, Manager Su said. Su Jie and Zhou Chun immediately started the transfer. Hua Xing helped Su Jie borrow $700,000. The match instantly drew a crowd. The place was in an uproar. Fighters were always eager for action, and with a good show like this, how could they not join in? Some even started messaging their friends. At that moment, Manager Su quickly organized staff to isolate the area and strictly prohibited any photo or video recordings from being uploaded online. They even blocked the signal in the venue. It was clear they had a lot of experience organizing such events. The match rules are, Manager Su had just begun to announce when Zhou Chun interrupted, no rules, no referee. It ends when one party is knocked down, loses the ability to fight, and begs for mercy. Boss, that's against the rules. Manager Su hesitated. Do as he says, Qian Yu ordered. Just assign more security. No filming, and don't let this spread online. You little con artist, dare to go through with this? Zhou Chun casually shook out his limbs, took off his shirt, and began warming up. A vicious aura rushed forth. He was planning to go all out and seriously injure Su Jie. Su Jie didn't warm up. He simply stepped onto the platform. Neither of them wore any protective gear or gloves. It wasn't according to regulations, but Zhou Chun insisted on doing it this way. Su Jie didn't say a word. He just stared coldly at Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun stepped onto the platform and looked into Su Jie's eyes, which made him feel even more disgusted. Then let's begin, Manager Su cautiously asked Zhou Chun. At that moment, Su Jie slowly walked toward Zhou Chun. His steps were heavy, as if he was carrying 1,000 pounds. This clearly wasn't standard footwork for a fighter. Bang! Zhou Chun's body shifted. He suddenly lashed out with a kick aimed at Su Jie's knee joint. He was fast, like a firecracker going off. Su Jie's lower leg was struck squarely. The sound of muscle colliding echoed through the venue. Everyone heard the harsh impact. In fighting, leg strikes are the most powerful, especially from a national-level expert like Zhou Chun. That kick could snap a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. With such a solid hit, anyone would have suffered a broken leg. But Su Jie didn't move. He kept walking forward. Damn it, courting death. Zhou Chun didn't hesitate. As soon as the kick swept through, he snapped back and launched a straight punch aimed at Su Jie's nose. The punch shot forward like a military bayonet. Su Jie kept advancing, closing the distance. The punch landed on his forehead with a loud crack. Still, he didn't budge. Whap, whap, whap. In an instant, Zhou Chun launched a combo. One kick, two punches. The kick hit Su Jie's ribs. The punches landed on his neck and chest. Still nothing. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Zhou Chun had thrown 5 attacks. 2 kicks, 3 punches. Every strike landed, every kick targeted a vital spot. But Su Jie was like an indestructible Buddha, unfazed by the barrage. He stood like a boulder beneath a waterfall, unshaken by 1,000 years of pounding. As tough as steel, his body was tempered through external martial arts. Rage coursed through him. His bones were solid, blood boiling, hair like needles, body like a shield. Zhou Chun quickly adjusted his tactics, preparing to strike with a finishing move. Swish! By now, Su Jie had already closed the distance. He ignored everything, whether blades or arrows, unshaken. Charging forward, he raised his hand for a palm strike. Ho strike! Hard intent palm technique. No matter what tricks you pull, I only have this one move. Even if 1,000 troops stand before me, I will still use this one move. I care not for my life. Still, it's this one move. Within 5 steps, even in front of kings and nobles, this one move remains. His heart blazed like an inferno. His spirit surged within the flames. All his essence, energy, and spirit became one with this strike. Ferocious, dignified, ruthless, bold, unstoppable. This single palm had transcended. The form wasn't important. It was the momentum. This momentum could move mountains and fill oceans. This force could shake rivers and destroy demons. Zhou Chun suddenly realized, under this strike, he had no way to retreat. Su Jie had seized the critical offensive point, like a blade wedged into the center, cutting off all escape. All Zhou Chun could do was watch as the palm came down, covering his entire face. His whole face was swallowed by those 5 fingers. As Su Jie's hand covered his face, Zhou Chun suddenly felt darkness. Then the palm struck down, and Zhou Chun felt like his face had collapsed, flattened. He hit the ground, lost consciousness. 5 seconds. The fight was over. For the first 4 seconds, Zhou Chun went berserk, treating Su Jie like a punching bag. In the last second, Su Jie countered with a single slap, and Zhou Chun dropped instantly. He'll wake up soon. I held back and didn't cripple him, Su Jie said to the stun manager Su. Transfer 800,000 to my card. Give the rest to teacher Hua Xing. With that, he stepped down from the platform, grabbed his backpack, and walked straight out of Starshine Club. Even when Xian Yu called out repeatedly behind him, Su Jie didn't look back. Ding dong. A text message showed that 800,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. This was all the money Su Jie had. At least Starshine Combat Fitness Club stuck to the contract and transferred the prize money to me, Su Jie thought. Even though he earned 500,000 from this match, he didn't feel happy at all. He couldn't stay at Starshine Combat Fitness Club anymore. It wasn't about the 100,000 yuan monthly salary for being a coach. It was about the friendships he built through daily sparring sessions. The atmosphere had been great, and he was reluctant to leave. Martial arts had never been a solitary pursuit. Hiding away in the mountains, practicing forms, or punching a sandbag at home would never lead to real progress. Only by treating martial arts like a science, gathering people to exchange and refine techniques, could one achieve true improvement. Forget it, club is club, friend are friends. We can always find another place to gather, Su Jie thought as he stepped out of Starshine Combat Fitness Club. The cold wind blew past, pulling him out of the intense state he'd been in. Earlier, during the fight with Zhou Chun, he had unleashed all his martial arts skills. Taking hits head-on and counterattacking without flinching looked simple on the surface, but in reality, it required courage, physical fitness, combat experience, and a perfect grasp of timing and angles, none of which could be missing. Zhou Chun wasn't weak, quite the opposite. His strength was tremendous. Although he wasn't at Feng Hengyi's level, he wasn't someone Su Jie could easily defeat. From the very beginning, Su Jie had crafted a battle strategy to overwhelm Zhou Chun with momentum. If they simply traded techniques, Zhou Chun, with his vast experience in the ring, would quickly see through Su Jie's style after a few exchanges, leading to a hard-fought battle. Right now, Zhou Chun was ranked 10th among professional fighters in commercial matches. His years of experience were not something Su Jie could match. But Su Jie had gone all in from the start. That's right. In that first moment of contact, Su Jie had been fighting for his life. He channeled his qi throughout his body, used his body as a shield, and launched a desperate charge, a mindset inherited from ancient cold weapon warfare. In large-scale ancient battles, soldiers who retreated often died faster. Only by charging forward without hesitation could they seize a slim chance of survival. My physical condition isn't bad. In just 10 seconds, Su Jie replayed the battle in his mind. He gained a lot, especially in controlling emotions like courage and intent. During the fight, he hadn't felt any pain. But now, as his adrenaline wore off, the spots where Zhou Chun had struck began to ache slightly, showing signs of swelling and bruising. He pulled out a bottle of liniment and various medicinal powders from his backpack, mixed them together, and rubbed the mixture onto the injured areas. Coordinating his breathing techniques from his body strengthening training, he massaged the bruises. In no time, the swelling and bruising disappeared, and the pain was gone. This was a remedy from the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, extremely effective at treating combat injuries. It wasn't any worse than treatment from professional doctors, and in some cases, it was even better. The fact that he recovered so quickly also showed just how astonishing his muscle and soft tissue recovery abilities were. Su Jie, why did you leave? As Su Jie finished his treatment while sitting on a flight of stairs, Hua Xing caught up to him and plopped down beside him. The doctor just checked Zhou Chun. He's fine, just a temporary blackout, Hua Xing said. Still, you managed to hold back even in that situation. I honestly didn't expect it. Right now, Qin Yue is visiting Zhou Chun in the infirmary. Who knows what they're talking about? That's none of my business. Su Jie packed up the ointments and stuffed them into his backpack. I'm not coming back to Starshine Combat Fitness Club. We'll find another place to train together later. I'm planning to leave Starshine Combat Fitness Club too. Hua Xing clapped Su Jie on the shoulder. Qin Yue and I are old friends. I helped him back in the day. After I retired, he invited me to Starshine Combat Fitness Club to coach and gave me some shares. But now, Hao Yu is definitely going to invest and acquire Starshine Combat Fitness Club. Afterward, Zhou Chun will probably take over club operations. Rather than stick around and get sidelined, I might as well cash out now. I already talked to Qin Yue. He agreed. Once I have the money, I'll open a new club. If you're willing, I'll give you a share. Me? Su Jie waved his hand. Starting a club requires a huge investment, and it's hard to turn profit. I don't have that kind of money. You won't have to invest a cent, Hua Xing said. You beat Zhou Chun in front of so many witnesses. Even though the video hasn't spread online, everyone in our S-City circle knows about it. Many will come just to train with you. You've got real skills. You won't lose money. There are a lot of fitness and combat enthusiasts in our city, Su Jie mused. Actually, I'm not doing it for the money, Hua Xing said. I just don't want to live a different kind of life. Martial arts and combat have been part of my life since I was a kid. I'm used to the daily routine of exchanging ideas, practicing, and coaching others. That's my ideal life. Even if you gave me wealth, luxury cruises, beautiful women, or a trip around the world, I still wouldn't be happy. This statement made Su Jie see Hua Xing in a whole new light. Hua Xing had found his favorite way of living. Every day, he was cheerful and happy, and he could even solve his financial problems through this lifestyle. That was definitely a kind of happiness. Actually, during their exchanges over the past month, Su Jie could feel Hua Xing's relaxed and joyful state every day. Forget about the shares. After your club opens, I'll just visit every day like I do at Starshine Combat Fitness Club. You don't even need to pay me a salary, Su Jie said. That won't do, Hua Xing replied. Little brother, you don't understand. Giving you shares is actually me benefiting from your fame. With you as a signboard, we can attract a lot of investors. Over this past month, your strength has earned the recognition of many business owners. All right then, Just let me know when everything's ready. Sujie thought for a moment and nodded. I have something to take care of now. He had already made a plan for himself. He was going to return the dark web login device and the card to Lu Shu and the others. All right, I'll get things ready and contact you again. Hua Xing stood up. But you still need to be careful of Zhou Chun. He's definitely not going to let this go. That guy is crafty, has decent skills, but his character is terrible. He was originally a disciple of Lu Guanglie from Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. With Lu Guanglie's connections, he achieved decent results in various commercial competitions. But instead of being grateful, he secretly opened a fighting gym to poach students from the academy. He also has a gambling problem, and Lu Guanglie had to clean up his messes many times. People in the martial arts circle tend to stay away from him. I don't know why Hallyu Group would place so much trust in someone like him. Maybe Hallyu itself isn't exactly clean and needs someone to handle the dirty work, Su Jie said as he bid farewell to Hua Xing and headed toward the downtown villa area by subway. Whoosh! A van almost drifted to a stop right in front of Su Jie, startling him so much that he quickly dodged. But the van stopped precisely at his feet. Su Jie thought it was some reckless, rude driver and was about to step forward to scold them when the window rolled down, revealing Zhang Manman's face. Get in, Zhang Manman said, turning the steering wheel with a flick of her wrist. Zhang Manman? Why are you here? Su Jie was even more surprised, because this was a very low-end van, a Wuling Hongguang, and it was filthy, clearly not washed in a long time. Even when brand new, this van only cost about 50,000 yuan. It was typically used by farmers in the countryside to transport goods or privately ferry passengers. Judging by its current dirty and beat-up condition, it probably wasn't even worth a few thousand now. Su Jie could tell from their previous trip to Heart Cleansing Manor that Zhang Manman came from a wealthy family. If she showed up in a luxury sports car worth millions, Su Jie wouldn't have been surprised at all. But showing up in this beat-up van didn't match her status in the slightest. What? Looking down on this car? Zhang Manman seemed to read Su Jie's mind. I just came down from mountain roads after racing with a bunch of rich second-generation kids from B City. I actually won 2 million from them and had them leave behind their car emblems as trophies. She pointed to the back seat. Su Jie looked over and, sure enough, saw a bunch of freshly pulled-off car emblems. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Bentley, and even a tiny golden flying lady from a Rolls-Royce. Impressive, Su Jie said. From the way she had just drifted the van, he could tell Zhang Manman's driving skills were almost on par with professional race car drivers. Don't underestimate this van. It sells very well in Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Some factions in the Middle East and Africa even use it to transport troops. If you took a Mercedes, BMW, or Ferrari there, it would break down in no time. When I was doing bounty hunter missions in Africa, I relied entirely on this type of van, Zhang Manman said as Su Jie climbed aboard. Then she stomped the gas, sending the van flying forward, giving Su Jie a strong sense of being pressed into his seat. This van feels like a supercar ride. Su Jie couldn't believe it. Where are you taking me? You're something else. You actually beat Zhou Chun just now. Your martial arts have improved way too fast. It's only been 2 months, Zhang Manman replied instead of answering. How did you know what just happened? Su Jie felt like Zhang Manman had been monitoring him. There were so many people watching. News about it has been going wild in some rich kids' chat groups. I saw the news and rushed over to find you, Zhang Manman said casually. I'm here in S-City this time to meet an old friend of my dad's, planning to use his connections to settle down and start a business. What kind of business are you planning to start? Su Jie asked while pulling up his phone and pointing at map. Drop me off here. I need to return something. No problem, Zhang Manman answered. Her driving skills were ridiculously good, weaving in and out of traffic at breakneck speed. Even with Su Jie's composure, he felt a bit anxious riding with her. Yet somehow, there were no accidents or even minor scrapes. Drive slower. Don't break any traffic laws. By the way, do you even have a driver's license? Don't tell me you're driving without one. Su Jie suddenly remembered to ask. Of course I have a license, Zhang Manman said without even turning her head. As for what business to start, I'm still researching. What do you think about opening a fitness and wellness club? How big are you planning to go? Su Jie asked. Judging by your actions, it doesn't seem like it'll be small. But right now, the hotspots for startups are artificial intelligence, blockchain, big data, cloud computing, autonomous driving, and all kinds of high-tech fields. A step down from that would be film, gaming, animation, live streaming, entertainment, and social networking. Basically, it all needs to be connected to the internet to truly take off. Other industries are either too deep in the water or already sunset industries with no real future. I didn't expect you to know so much about startups. Zhang Man was genuinely surprised. I thought you only focused on martial arts. Life itself is martial arts, Su Jie said, sounding philosophical. In fact, he had been thinking about this for a long time. If he wanted to go up against the Hallyu group, he had to become strong, wealthy, and influential. So, while browsing information online, he also kept an eye on the news, especially on the hottest entrepreneurial trends in the market. If he wanted to stand out quickly and gain social status, this was one way. Of course, he also knew that starting a business wasn't easy. Connections and funding were major hurdles. His older sister and her classmates had tried starting a business together and failed. Now, they had no choice but to work for the Hallyu group. So what's your suggestion for me? Zhang Man asked, curious about Su Jie's opinion. I honestly haven't thought of anything good yet, Su Jie said after a long moment of consideration. These days, it's all about technology. A few years ago, live streaming, gaming, and filmmaking were great ways to make money and even go public. But now, those industries have been monopolized by big players. Unless there's a technological breakthrough, it's hard to stand out among the giants. Technology, huh? Zhang Man smiled meaningfully, but didn't say anything more. Before long, the car arrived at the wealthy neighborhood. Su Jie didn't go inside. Instead, he explained the situation to the security guard and left the mobile login device and card there. After the guard recorded everything and left evidence, Su Jie departed. By the way, you still haven't told me where we're going, Su Jie said as he got into the Wuling Hongwang minivan, once again feeling uneasy. Zhang Man's driving speed made him seriously reconsider getting in again. He knew very well that no matter how good his martial arts were, in a car crash, he might as well be a rag doll. I'm taking you to meet a friend of my dad's. His martial arts skills are incredible, and he's also an expert in psychology, Zhang Man said. Buckle up. I'm about to speed up. Su Jie quickly steadied his energy and spirit. The minivan sped out of the city and into the suburbs, where it was much less crowded. This only made Zhang Man drive faster, constantly overtaking other cars. Su Jie even started wondering if Zhang Man was treating the minivan like an airplane. Slow down, slow down. The car's practically flying. At a sharp turn, the minivan drifted, all four wheels lifting off the ground before slamming back onto the road with a loud thud. The seats creaked like they were about to fall apart, and the car door banged so loudly it seemed like it might fall off. Startled, Su Jie grabbed the handle next to him to steady himself. Are you trying to drift? That's nothing. A piece of cake, Zhang Man said, clearly enjoying the sight of Su Jie panicking. Ever since she had met him, he had always been calm and steady, like an immovable rock, never showing the impulsiveness or recklessness typical of teenagers. Even many middle-aged men couldn't match his composure. Seeing him flustered for once, she couldn't help but speed up even more, deliberately drifting around sharp corners. Sometimes, it looked like they were about to fly off the road before she would slam on the brakes and jerk the steering wheel, causing smoke to rise from the tires. This van's performance is insane. Are you sure it's just a regular minivan? Su Jie gradually stabilized himself and regained his composure. He even realized that high-speed drifting was great for training his balance. His breathing sank deeper, his feet stuck to the floor like suction cups, becoming one with the vehicle no matter how much it rocked. Amazing! Zhang Man spun the steering wheel with one hand and gave him a thumbs up with the other. 3 hours later, they drove into a rural area. Although it was called the countryside, this place was actually quite prosperous. It had already been developed, with lots of tourist attractions, homestays, and beautiful scenery. Some of the courtyards were even nicer than houses in the city. The minivan finally stopped in front of a large farmhouse. The farmhouse had tall red walls and yellow-tiled roofs, built very much like a traditional courtyard house, with a locked front gate. As soon as the car stopped, barking came from inside. Zhang Man knocked on the door. After a while, it opened, and two large yellow dogs rushed out, not barking aggressively, but wagging their tails and leading the way, which surprised Su Jie. These dogs were clearly well-trained and intelligent. Outside the farmhouse was a huge drying yard where several luxury cars were parked. Land Rovers, the latest Maybach Mercedes vans, and even a large RV. Compared to these, Zhang Man's minivan looked completely out of place. Living in the countryside is actually really nice. A big open yard like this, wide open skies, you can park wherever you want. In the city, people sometimes even fight over parking spots, Su Jie said, feeling nostalgic. After all, back when he was training at the Minglun Martial Arts Academy, it was in a farmhouse next door that Uncle Ma had trained him every morning at 3 a.m., building the solid foundation he had today. "Uncle Ma, I came to see you," Zhang Man called out. The door was opened by a boy about 11 or 12 years old, dressed in linen clothing. He quickly shushed her. "Keep your voice down. My master is discussing business with a client." Inside the courtyard, the eaves were painted with gold and red, looking very luxurious, like the residence of a noble family in ancient times. Odell's little courtyard had been simple and elegant, resembling a Japanese-style Zen garden, ideal for self-cultivation. But this farmhouse courtyard was a display of wealth. In the center of the courtyard, there was a pomegranate tree. Pomegranates symbolize fertility and blessings in ancient traditions, so planting one in the yard carried that meaning. The courtyard was huge, with multiple sections leading inward. There was a main house, east and west wings, an inverted house opposite the gate, and even a screen wall at the entrance. All the buildings were 2 stories tall, and the enclosing walls were very high, as if wrapping the entire property tightly. There was a certain mountain within the earth, feeling from the I Ching about it. It seemed that someone was discussing matters upstairs in the main house. The linen-clad boy led Zhang Man and Su Jie into one of the side rooms and served them tea. Looking at the bright red carpet and red lanterns, Su Jie felt like he had stepped back into ancient times. "Man's here." A short while later, 2 middle-aged men came downstairs. Su Jie was slightly stunned because one of them, dressed in linen clothes, was the very same Master Ma he had met at the park. This man had given him a business card and warned that he and his family might face bloody disasters. At the time, Su Jie thought he was a fraud. But later, the man had casually pointed out that Su Jie was practicing the great corpse state and even quoted the ancient saying, "A true man dwells among the dead and moves like a machine." Clearly, he was an expert who knew his stuff. Could it be that this Master Ma is an old friend of Zhang Man's father? Wait, didn't she say earlier that he was a psychology expert? Su Jie recalled Zhang Man's introduction during their walkover. "Little friend, we meet again. You didn't come looking for me that day," Master Ma said, as if he wasn't surprised to see Su Jie. "I knew we would cross paths again." "Uncle Ma, you two know each other?" Zhang Man asked in surprise. "We met while practicing in the park," Master Ma explained to the middle-aged man beside him. "Old Chun, your Hunyuan Tai Chi martial arts hall is right next to the park. You lead your students there to practice every day. How come you didn't notice such a talented young man?" "I really didn't notice," said Old Chun, who was wearing a loose robe and cloth shoes, looking relaxed and full of vitality. His face was rosy, and his eyes were sharp as he looked Su Jie up and down. "Little friend, Old Ma says you're skilled. What style do you practice?" "Just a rough country style." Su Jie hurriedly waved his hand. "I'm not a master, not at all. I'm just a student who recently learned some skills at Minglun Martial Arts Academy." "I can vouch for that," Zhang Man quickly chimed in. "We joined the same training class, studied under Gu Yang together. He's only been learning for 2 months. When he started, he didn't even know how to dig or hoe the ground, but he's improved incredibly fast." "Uncle Ma, weren't you looking for a genius? I brought you one." Guiyang is the real deal when it comes to practical combat. His style has genuinely been used to kill, unlike me, who just practices for health in the park, Old Chen said while still scrutinizing Su Jie. Just earlier, Su Jie knocked down Zhou Chun. Zhang Man eagerly recommended him to the two men. Zhou Chun, ranked 10th now, the fighter expelled from Lu Guanglia's school. Old Chen clearly kept up with the fighting scene. Impossible. Even a mediocre pro is still a pro. An amateur can't possibly go up against a professional, especially someone who made it into the top 10. I got a secretly filmed video just now, Zhang Man said, pulling out her phone. Old Chen took it and watched the 5-second clip. Zhou Chun launched an attack. Su Jie took it head-on, charged forward, and slapped Zhou Chun unconscious. The move was lightning fast, so much so that the footage needed to be slowed down significantly to catch the details. And there was nothing flashy about it. To the untrained eye, it would look utterly ordinary. It was a lot like how wrestlers handle sauna fighters, taking hits and then grappling them into submission. Su Jie, however, simply took the blow and countered with a direct slap to the face. Impressive, said Old Chun, who clearly understood what he was seeing. His expression changed as he looked at Su Jie. Your external conditioning has reached this level? How did you train? How did you manage to forge such a solid foundation? You young man have already glimpsed that threshold. You're almost a living dead. Master Ma was also stunned at this moment. He seemed to have seen through Su Jie's mental state. You're almost a living dead. To an outsider, that would sound like a curse, and even Zhang Man didn't understand and thought he was insulting Su Jie. But Su Jie knew exactly what he meant. That night, lying on his bed, he had indeed touched the threshold of becoming a living dead. Only when the mind dies can the true form be born, Master Ma said to Old Chun. Old Chun, I was just about to tell you that I met a genius, but you didn't believe me. Now do you believe it? I still don't believe it. That's impossible. If he's really reached that state, that's the realm of Patriarch Chongyang. Old Chun shook his head. Little friend, how about some push hands with me? Su Jie could tell that Old Chun was a grandmaster who had practiced Tai Chi for many years. He had once looked down on Tai Chi, thinking it was just a form of dance or aesthetics. But after learning Odell's joint exercises, he realized it was a true martial art. With this set of movements as a foundation and warm-up, it adjusted both body and mind, allowing anyone to quickly get into the right state for any kind of training. It was like the Nine-Yang scripture from martial arts novels. Once practiced, it greatly accelerated the learning of any other martial arts. In fact, the text of the Nine-Yang scripture in those novels was directly taken from ancient Tai Chi manuals, such as the line, "His force barely brushes my skin, but my intent has already reached his bones." This line referred to the essence of Tai Chi's pushing hands. The moment two people made contact, one could sense the other's strength and weaknesses, determine where the attack would land, and respond in advance. These were all ancient insights, later borrowed by martial arts novelists. Last time, when Su Jie brought lunch to his mother at the university, he had run into instructor Yu Jiang. They had tried pushing hands as well. But clearly, Old Chen's Tai Chi was far superior to Yu Jiang's. Su Jie reached out and made contact with him. Old Chen's eyes lit up. To outsiders, it seemed like he hadn't even moved, but Su Jie immediately felt a powerful force pushing him backward. This technique was simply godlike. Su Jie bent his body, rooted his feet to the ground, and suddenly slid forward. Without even thinking, his arm lashed out. No matter how you try to throw me, hit me, kill me, push me, confuse me, or distract me, I would still strike with this move. His palm was already aimed at Old Chen's face. All of Old Chen's Tai Chi skills, borrowing force, redirecting power, techniques like Peng, Lu, Ji, and Kai, Lai Zhou Cao, were rendered useless. Like Zhou Chun before him, he could only watch helplessly as Su Jie's palm came crashing down. In that split second, Old Chun suddenly bent at the waist, folding his chest and waist together, almost flattening himself to the ground. He darted to the left and barely avoided the blow. But before he could stand up, Su Jie's punch came flying at his face again. It stuck to him like a shadow. like a maggot clinging to the bone. It would not stop unless it drew the enemy's blood. Bang! At that moment, Su Jie's punch was caught. It was Master Ma who intervened, finally stopping Su Jie's onslaught. "Stop," Master Ma said. Su Jie paused and immediately apologized. "Sorry, that was an instinctive reaction. I lost." He sounded very sincere, because by the rules of Tai Chi pushing hands, he had indeed lost. Of course, under no-holds-barred combat rules, if he had kept going, it could have ended in a bloody mess. But those last two strikes had been purely instinctual. He didn't even have to think. They bypassed conscious thought entirely. In such lightning-fast exchanges, there was no time to think. It all came down to muscle memory forged through relentless training. As they say, fists fear the young. I really can't deny that anymore. Old Chin took a deep breath. Though he hadn't been hit, he was clearly shaken. There's a saying in the martial world: the most vicious and deadly is the Xingyi strike. It's not just empty talk. "Of course," Master Ma said, still staring at Su Jie. "The farmer's hoe strike technique isn't simple. Since ancient times, farmers were usually the most honest people. But once pushed too far, they could turn the world upside down, overthrow emperors and dynasties. Old Chun, now that you've experienced this strike for yourself, what do you think? To train a move to such a level, I've seen very few like it. It's pure, extremely pure, right? My student once told me he encountered a master who was just a kid. One explosive strike could burst a basketball. That must have been you." Old Chin looked at Su Jie as if he had found a treasure, examining him up and down. "Instructor Yu Jiang is your student?" The mention of the exploded basketball told Su Jie everything. No wonder Yu Jiang's power was somewhat similar to Old Chin's. "He's my youngest student. He's an officer now. After that match with you, he couldn't stop thinking about it. He's been looking for you, hoping to become friends," Old Chin said. "Uncle Chun, what do you think of Su Jie? If you're satisfied, why not take him as your disciple?" "I think he's the best fighter among all your students," Zhang Man suggested, throwing Su Jie a meaningful look. From that look, Su Jie could tell that Old Chun was well-connected, and becoming his student might bring considerable benefits. "Not at all. Not at all." Old Chun quickly waved his hands. "Even though I'd love to have a disciple like him, I really don't have anything to teach little brother Su when it comes to martial arts. I can't shamelessly take the title of master, but we can definitely exchange insights on cultivation. I heard from Brother Ma that your fist techniques aren't even your strongest area. What's truly impressive is your mastery of Zen. They say the great corpse state is practically dead now. I really can't believe that. In martial arts, it's harder to temper the mind than the body. Shaping the form is easy. Training the intent is hard. As the saying goes, the mind is like a monkey, the will like a wild horse. The mind is the all-powerful Sun Wukong, and the will is the white dragon horse. Only the likes of the Buddha or Guanyin can subdue them. Oldie will be here soon. He wants me to help him calm his mind. "Let's talk upstairs," said Master Ma. The four of them went upstairs. The space was spacious and antique in style, with a writing desk and ceramic vases filled with calligraphy and paintings. After they sat down, the little boy brought over tea again. "So thoughtful." Su Jie patted the boy's head. "Don't underestimate him. He's been training since he was little. He's Uncle Ma's final disciple," said Zhang Man. "Xiao Mo, do you still remember me?" The boy called Xiao Mo nodded. Xiao Mo started training young. When he was 6 and began losing his baby teeth, I used a bone-strengthening method to build up his physique. By now, his body is already far beyond that of others his age, Master Ma explained. However, he'll need to go through another phase of physical structuring between ages 14 and 17 before he can truly transcend the ordinary. Su Jie was stirred upon hearing that. The reason he was so skilled now was all thanks to meeting Odell and Uncle Mang during the prime phase of his growth. They used the most scientific methods to strengthen his muscles and bones. But this boy, Xiao Mo, had started developing strength when he was just 6, right at the time of tooth replacement. That was on another level altogether. In traditional martial arts and Chinese medicine, there's a belief that teeth reflect bone health. Strong bones make for strong teeth, while weak bones result in dental issues. Feng Hengyi is probably so powerful for the same reason. His body was strengthened with scientific methods from a young age. While I didn't miss the ideal period for growth, I did miss the foundation-building stage during the tooth replacement years, Su Jie reflected. He knew he still wasn't a match for Feng Hengyi. Back then, he had been taken down with 2 punches. Now, it probably wouldn't take more than 4 or 5. Su Jie, I can tell your body must have recently undergone some transformation thanks to help from an expert. But even with that, it shouldn't be this powerful, said Master Ma with curiosity. The only possible explanation is that your mental state triggered a physical metamorphosis. Master Ma, as far as I know, the world is just beginning to explore psychological training. In some countries, athletes are starting to incorporate elements of psychological conditioning alongside their regular physical training, but it's still far from complete. I heard from Zhang Man that you're an expert in psychology. May I ask you a few things about the great corpse state? Su Jie didn't believe in things like feng shui, divination, or fortune-telling, but he did believe in psychology because it was a science. While some parts resembled metaphysics, they were nonetheless grounded in reality. He had initially learned the great corpse state from Odell, but their time together had been too short for him to grasp its deeper essence. Though he had continued studying on his own, many doubts remained unresolved. The last time Master Ma casually mentioned the technique in the park, Su Jie had wanted to ask more, but the man had already left. Even so, after pondering it carefully, he still found himself gaining a lot. Now that he had the chance to meet Master Ma again, he wouldn't let it slip by. I was looking for Old Chen last time when I happened to see you practicing in the park. I saw quite a bit just from that, said Master Ma, his eyes gleaming with insight. But you getting up at 3 a.m. every day to train until 6? No wonder Old Chen hasn't seen you. You're literally training at the crack of dawn. You've got spirit, young man. Old Chen nodded. My disciple, Lao Huang, mentioned it too. Said he ran into a young guy in the park who would train all day long. When it comes to dedication, you're a rare breed. Lao Huang, Su Jie recalled. It was probably that old Tai Chi master he had met during his first visit. Every move and posture had shown real skill, which convinced him that the Hunyuan Tai Chi school had depth. The great corpse state is actually the easiest to practice. You just lie down, and it stretches the muscles and relaxes the body. But the hardest part is getting started. Honestly, 99% of people who try it are just sleeping. Very few ever reach the first state, peace of mind and serenity of spirit. That state is what's referred to as deep hibernation, not sleep hibernation. Master Ma, as a psychology expert, began breaking it down for Su Jie. What's the difference between sleep and hibernation? Zhang Man couldn't help asking. During sleep, the brain still shows wave activity. That's how dreams are formed. People with poor sleep quality might sleep a lot but still feel exhausted. More and more people around the world are struggling with poor sleep quality. I once gave a lecture at the Royal Hypnosis Society in Europe and used a set of data to show that if everyone could sleep well, human life expectancy could increase by at least 30%, possibly more. Though Master Ma was technically a feng shui practitioner, here he was discussing statistics and science. Outsiders might find it absurd, but Su Jie knew that ancient Chinese metaphysics contained a lot of profound psychological insight. That's what Odell had been searching for. Su Jie stayed quiet and listened carefully. The brainwave activity during sleep is what the Zen schools call gross thought. When gross thought is present, the body doesn't get full rest. The first level of the great corpse state, which I call peace of mind and serenity of spirit, is what others refer to as subtle thought. That's hibernation. In that state, the brain still has activity, but the large wave movements are gone. Gross thought stops entirely. Only subtle thought remains. In this state, the quality of rest is incredibly high. Even just a few hours of rest can leave a person feeling completely refreshed. Over time, the body's functions and hormone production are enhanced far more effectively than any medicine or supplement. Master Ma was essentially giving a lecture. I get it now. Even computers have sleep and hibernate modes, Zhang Man suddenly said. Sleep mode means the memory is still powered and data is still being transmitted. Hibernate mode is when everything is saved and the computer shuts down. That's a very fitting analogy, Master Ma said with approval. Our Tai Chi focuses a lot on this or that kind of force, but in the end, it's all physical movement. When it comes to the psychological aspect, we don't delve as deeply, Old Chun added, listening attentively. In short, the entry level of the great corpse state is turning rough thoughts into subtle thoughts. This is the first level. Most people who practice this art can't get past this stage. They can't get rid of their rough thoughts and are unable to maintain only the subtle ones. Master Ma gave Su Jie a curious look. How long did it take you to pass this stage? Su Jie thought about it. It seemed like he had entered that state the first time he tried. That was one of the reasons Odell had taken an interest in him. Back then, he hadn't thought it was anything special. But now he realized just how shocking it really was. Still, he told the truth. I got rid of the rough thoughts and entered the subtle state on my first try. Master Ma's mouth fell open and stayed that way for a long while before he finally closed it. Someone like you, in ancient times, would be considered born to cultivate the way, but I still don't believe it. Kid, don't brag. Su Jie shook his head. Master Ma, please continue. Just take it as me bragging. He didn't want to get hung up on that point. He was more interested in the explanation. All right then. Master Ma continued. The second level of the great corpse state is seemingly dead, yet not dead. As one's training deepens, even the subtle thoughts become so faint that even you can't tell whether they still exist. You might say they don't, but there are faint traces. Say they do, but you can't detect any clear form. In meditation, this is called neither perception nor non-perception. It's the same idea. Thoughts so subtle they defy precise explanation, existing somewhere between presence and absence. This state is extremely rare. If the first level, peace of heart and tranquility of spirit, is already 1 in a million, then this second level is truly the peak. In ancient times, only extremely accomplished Zen masters might reach it after a lifetime of practice. In today's world, it's even rarer. What about the third level? Su Jie had already reached the second level and had even glimpsed the third. The third level is when even the last traces of subtle thought disappear completely. This is the realm of the living dead. I call it heart dead, spirit alive. In Zen, it said that when one reaches this state, their Buddha nature is born. With the death of the heart, the Buddha nature emerges. Confucianism calls this the benevolent heart. Taoism calls it the heart of the way, Master Ma explained. At this level, a person's physical constitution undergoes incredible changes. In all my years, I've only seen a handful of people who might have reached this level. Master Ma, have you reached this state? Su Jie asked. No, like you, I'm still at the second level, seemingly dead, yet not dead. Of course, I don't practice the great corpse state. I follow a different meditation method. But the principle is the same. The end goal is still that state, said Master Ma. Kid, have you really reached that seemingly dead state? Old Chin was skeptical. I've been practicing Tai Chi and nourishing Chi for so many years. At most, I sleep soundly without dreaming, eat well, and feel physically great. My senses sight, hearing, taste, smell are sharper than ever. Based on what Old Ma said, I'm just at the first level. Peace of heart and tranquility of spirit. Uncle Chun, everyone knows how fit you are. Your favorite trick is biting through walnuts and dried beans, Zhang Man chimed in. Old Chun was over 60, but he looked like he was in his early 40s. And his teeth were incredibly strong. He could crunch dried beans into powder with a single bite. Even hard walnuts could be cracked with his teeth. Of course, he could also crush them easily with his fingers. Old Chun, to be honest, I didn't believe it either. But the facts are right in front of me. My experience in psychology tells me this kid is the real deal. He might even break through to the living dead state, Master Ma said with a bitter smile. That time I saw him in the park, his death wasn't quite clean. But now, I can't even sense any trace of psychological activity from him. I don't buy it no matter what you say. Old Chen shook his head. If someone his age really reached the living dead state, he'd be even more impressive than ancestor Chongyang. Only the sixth patriarch Huaining achieved sudden enlightenment at a young age and reached that state. He read that line in the Diamond Sutra, "Let the mind arise without dwelling on anything," and became a Buddha on the spot. A timeless legend. Let the mind arise without dwelling on anything, Su Jie repeated thoughtfully. It means when a person has no attachments to worldly things or emotions, Buddha nature arises, Master Ma explained. The word dwelling means to stop or linger. It refers to attachment. But this attachment isn't just emotional. It refers to karmic ties. It's not telling you to abandon your humanity or disregard your parents and loved ones. Some people misunderstand this, abandon everything, and end up on the demonic path. No dwelling is not nihilism. Some people today train in methods of detachment that are completely misguided. This is really hard to understand. Su Jie shook his head. Martial arts are easier. This move, that move, there's always a pattern to follow, Old Chun said, shaking his head. But the stuff you're talking about, it's too deep, too abstract. For someone who doesn't understand, it just sounds like you're selling snake oil. Actually, there's still a lot of these so-called masters running so-called spiritual cultivation classes. They're all frauds. Not only do they mess with people's mental health, but they also scam people out of money and take advantage of them sexually. They even threaten public safety. This kind of thing keeps happening despite crackdowns, and it's affecting people like us who are genuinely researching psychology. Master Ma sighed. So that's why you won't run your own class? Old Chen asked. I was hoping you'd come to my Hunyuan Tai Chi martial arts hall and give the students a few lectures. Forget it. Master Ma waved his hand. The true methods shouldn't be passed around lightly. It's not that I'm trying to keep them to myself. It's just that even when you lay the truth out in front of them, they still think you're a fraud. It's frustrating. Let's get back to our research then, Old Chen said. You're trying to borrow ideas from my Tai Chi to develop methods to treat mental illness. My crystal ball therapy method is nearly complete. Since little Su Jie is here, why not let him see in action? Maybe he can help me spot some flaws. Master Ma pulled out a crystal ball the size of an apple from a drawer. As soon as he held it, the ball seemed to float weightlessly in the air. With a slight twist of his hand, it drifted as though defying gravity. As his movements changed, the crystal ball became even lighter than a feather, rolling freely over his fingertips, palms, arms, and shoulders. It looked like the ball had come to life, like a crystal bunny full of energy, hopping all over Master Ma's body. Watching the crystal ball, Su Jie felt like he was seeing a newborn creature discovering the world for the first time, curious and amazed by everything it saw. He couldn't help but feel joyful. Ah! Zhang Man let out a surprised cry. The crystal ball had suddenly begun rolling faster and faster, as though the little bunny was being chased by a predator, maybe a hawk, and was frantically trying to escape. Su Jie felt his heart tighten, worried for the bunny's fate. Creak! At the very last second, the crystal ball darted into Master Ma's sleeve, just like a bunny diving into its burrow at the critical moment to escape danger. Su Jie finally relaxed, letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Then the crystal ball poked its way back out of the sleeve, looking playful and lively. It rolled around gently as if basking in the sun, and then gradually came to a stop, as though tired and ready for a deep sleep. Su Jie's eyes and mind were fully captivated by the vivid little crystal ball. He couldn't look away, dancing along with its life. When it seemed tired and ready to sleep, he too felt a calm drowsiness settle over him. He glanced over at Zhang Man and was surprised to see her already asleep in her chair. This segment with the crystal ball was inspired by a moment I once witnessed. A bunny venturing out of its burrow, being chased by a hawk and narrowly escaping. I expressed it through this technique and named it life and death. I incorporated various forms of Tai Chi energy into it, said Master Ma. I also added some hypnotic techniques to treat psychological issues and help people gain insight into the cycle of life and death in nature. What do you think? Amazing, Su Jie was in awe. This is truly a profound art. I've seen crystal ball acts on talent shows that were dazzling to the eye, but what you've done here, that's like the difference between a grade schooler and a PhD. Watching it made me feel the impermanence of life and death. I feel lucky to be alive, deeply calm and content. To use martial arts this way, it's a whole new world. Using martial arts just for fighting feels like such a waste now. Exactly. The ultimate purpose of martial arts is to create a better life. Using it just to fight and compare strength is too narrow-minded. Old Chin agreed. What happened to me? Zhang Man suddenly woke up. Uncle Ma, did you hypnotize me just now? That nap felt amazing. You have a lot on your mind, Master Ma said. Stay here with me for a while. I'll help you adjust your mental state. Zhang Man seemed to be waiting for those words. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Your psychological training is rare. I heard Lu Long invited you to guide him for 3 months, and it helped him beat all his opponents and win a national championship at the Hashan Cup. His ranking score has been at the top ever since, far ahead of the second place. Lu Long. Su Jian knew that name. He was currently the top fighter in the country. Zhou Chun had just made it into the top 10, but compared to Lu Long, he was way behind. Zhou Chun's rating was a little over 300, while Lu Long's was more than 5,000, a tenfold difference. A fighter's ranking score is calculated based on wins, match frequency, and the quality of performance, using a precise algorithm to assess strength. Even though Zhou Chun made it into the top 10, if he ever faced Lu Long, he'd probably get beaten so badly he wouldn't recognize his own mother. What a pity. Lu Long lost to Thailand's Bon Geelong in the Battle of the Gods in Las Vegas the day before yesterday. I watched that match. What a shame. If he had won, his world ranking would have broken into the top 10. Old Chin seemed very invested in combat sports, watching every match. Though he was getting on in years, his ambitions still soared. Before the tournament, Bon Geelong secluded himself in a temple for 3 months to train in the 10 impurities. His mindset after that was nearly unshakable. As soon as I saw Lu Long, I knew he was bound to lose, Master Ma sighed. What are the 10 impurities? Su Jie asked. The 10 impurities are a practice from ancient times, where cultivators would observe the various states of a decomposing corpse to develop aversion and detachment, thus realizing the impermanence of life and death, Master Ma patiently explained. It's a form of meditation, essentially a psychological suggestion technique. The 10 impurities refer to the bloated phase, the livid phase, the festering phase, the dismembered phase, the eaten-away phase, the scattered phase, the hacked and scattered phase, the blood-smeared phase, the maggot-infested phase, and the skeletal phase. In ancient India, or Tianzhu as they called it, corpses were thrown into the Ganges after death. The bodies would bloat, ooze pus, grow maggots, get partially eaten by animals. It was horrifying. But after seeing enough, people developed a mindset that life and death were just part of the cycle. Later practitioners refined this method, teaching people how to use psychological suggestion to face death without fear, because sooner or later, everyone ends up like those corpses. No one escapes. Psychological suggestion, Su Jie nodded. If someone truly comes to terms with life and death through training, their mentality in a competition would be terrifying. They could perform several times better than their actual strength. Psychological suggestion training is extremely important for athletes, Master Ma said, still shaking his head. It's a pity. If I had given Lu Long some psychological guidance, he definitely could have beaten Bon Geelong. Su Jie understood this well. Top fighters didn't just have doctors on their team. They also had psychological counselors. Before major competitions, they'd receive mental coaching. Without it, even the strongest athlete could crack under pressure and lose. There were plenty of cases where a physically weaker athlete, with a better mental state, performed above expectations and beat a much stronger opponent who ended up completely disoriented. All right, let's change the topic. Master Ma noticed Su Jie had grasped something. Psychology is a deep field, and we're all still feeling our way through it. The whole world is just beginning to explore it. As human material needs become increasingly satisfied, the mind is becoming more and more hollow. That's why it needs more reinforcement and training. Man, I'm guessing the reason you brought little Su Jie here isn't just to visit me, Master Ma asked again. Actually, my dad sent me back to China to start business. I did some research and chose to develop in S City. I was hoping to tap into your connections, Uncle Ma, Zhang Man said bluntly. No problem. Old Ghostly will be here soon. I'll introduce you, Master Ma replied. Master Ma, you mentioned seeing someone who reached the living dead state. Who were they? Su Jie asked. Man's dad is one of them, Master Ma said casually. What? Su Jie was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhang Man's father to be such an expert. My dad's that kind of expert? Zhang Man. See, there's also a foreigner named Odell, Master Ma mentioned with admiration. That guy is incredibly formidable. He's studied every classic from history to philosophy, and he's mastered cultures from around the world. His mental level is exceptionally profound. He might even break through the psychological state of the living dead and reach another realm entirely. What kind of realm is that? Su Jie perked up at the mention of Odell. He'd long suspected the foreign coach wasn't ordinary, but he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. It should be the level where one sees through the illusions of self, others, all living beings in time and space, resonating spiritually with a certain truth, Master Ma said thoughtfully. I've never actually seen anyone reach that mental and spiritual state. I've traveled the world in search of such people, but found none. It's only recorded in ancient texts. Master Ma, do you think there's supernatural power in this world? Su Jie had heard these words before from Uncle Mei. Of course there is, Master Ma replied. Our Earth is nothing more than a speck of dust in the vast universe. Even within Earth's own several billion years of history, human civilization only takes up a tiny slice of a few thousand years. What does that amount to? Pitifully small. Do you really think Earth holds the only civilization in the entire universe? What is the truth of the universe? No one can say for sure. What exists in the endless starry skies? It's still a mystery waiting to be uncovered. That's true, Su Jie nodded. He knew that was a matter far beyond their current reach. We're drifting off topic, Old Chen said. Old Ma, you've been all over the world. What other masters have you seen? There might be a few more, but I can't say for certain. Some are purely spiritual cultivators who've never practiced martial arts, Master Ma said. Su Jie knew that mental cultivation and martial arts were two different things. A skilled martial artist wasn't necessarily someone with a refined spiritual state, and someone with a high spiritual state wasn't necessarily good at martial arts. However, for a martial arts expert to reach a higher level, they definitely needed to improve their mental resilience and spiritual cultivation. On the other hand, someone with a high spiritual state might not train in combat, but could still have excellent health. And if they did choose to train, their progress would skyrocket. This idea was quite prominent in Confucian philosophy. Lately, Su Jie had been reading a lot of Confucian texts, especially The Great Learning, the first chapter of the 4 books, which focused on cultivating mental resilience and spiritual depth. Only after one knows where to stop can one have stability. With stability, one can be calm. When calm, one can be at ease. When at ease, one can deliberate. Only through deliberation can one attain results. Everything has a root and a branch, a beginning and an end. To understand what comes first and what follows is to be near the way. He recited the passage aloud. This is the opening line from The Great Learning, laying out its core message. It teaches that one must first set a clear goal to firm up their resolve. With that resolve comes composure, and from composure comes inner peace. Only with inner peace can one think clearly, and only through clear thought can one achieve meaningful results. Everything has a true essence and an outward appearance. Every matter has a start and an end. Once you understand both appearance and reality, beginning and end, you're close to discovering truth, Master Ma said, observing Su Jie's thoughtful expression. Looks like you've come to understand something. Confucianism ruled China for 2,000 years for a reason. It's powerful. To study true Confucianism, the 4 books and 5 classics are enough. Their sense of righteousness, hatred of evil, and emphasis on personal cultivation all follow a clear set of principles. If you live by them, your every action will align with the way of the sages. The sage moves like a machine, unerring in every motion, old Chin said. I used to prefer Taoism, but the older I get, the more I realize that the essence of Confucian thought is invaluable. It's a shame things are so backwards nowadays. Society treats something like the filial piety in the Confucian tradition as a classic. That thing was written by some scholar in the Qing dynasty to turn people into kowtowing bootlickers. Just thinking about it pisses me off. One time, some so-called master of traditional culture wanted to partner with me. Said he'd bring that stuff into my Tai Chi academy to help students better respect their teachers. I kicked him out after a verbal thrashing. Damn nonsense. What era do they think this is? Confucius would be turning in his grave. Old Chun had always been an easygoing Tai Chi master, but in the middle of chatting, he suddenly launched into a tirade. Yet Su Jie found it kind of endearing. The old man suddenly felt like one of those grandpas you see chatting in the park, down to earth and familiar. He wasn't some lofty Tai Chi master anymore, just a regular old man complaining about the world, burdened by daily life, weighed down by worries and frustrations, someone who also had moments of helplessness. But he still lived happily, with energy and passion. All of a sudden, a warm current surged up from the depths of Su Jie's heart. He felt as if life had become brighter. Everyone and everything around him seemed kind and pleasant to the eye. It was as though he had become a pure, innocent child, seeing only the good in the world. But he was not like a child. He could still clearly distinguish right from wrong, good from evil. At every moment, he was joyful, filled with emotion for the world. A faint warmth rippled in his heart. However, that feeling didn't last more than a few breaths before it began to fade, and Su Jie returned to normal. Master Ma seemed to sense something. He looked at Su Jie in surprise. Kid, did you just have a breakthrough? No way. I felt a strong aura of affinity coming from you. He studied him more closely, then shook his head. What a shame. You didn't hold on to it. If you had, I'd have witnessed a miracle. That would have been of great benefit to my own cultivation too. That feeling just now was really wonderful. Su Jie shook his head, tried to recall that joy and emotion. He wanted to grasp it again, but unfortunately, it had slipped away, gone just like that, never to return. Deep down, he felt empty, like a child who had lost his favorite toy and was so sad he could cry. You've already experienced it. It slipped away, yes, but you can find it again, Master Ma said with a smile. Next time it shows up, hold on to it, keep it. Then let us have a look. Thank you all, Su Jie said as he stood and gave a deep bow. Kid, make time to hang out more often, Old Chin said, walking over to pat Su Jie's shoulder. Old Ma and I are your elder brothers now. That's right, Master Ma agreed with a nod. Zhang Man wore a look of utter surprise on her face, but it was also tinged with joy. She knew that both Old Chun and Old Ma were extremely well connected, and it was rare for them to acknowledge someone, especially a young person. I wouldn't dare, Su Jie said, shaking his head repeatedly. For now on, I'll just have to keep learning from the two of you. As they spoke, the sound of a car came from outside. More guests were arriving. Old Ghostly is here, said Master Ma. Xiao Mo, go greet him. Yes, teacher. Xiao Mo quickly went down and opened the door to the courtyard. A few minutes later, another middle-aged man came in, accompanied by a young man. Su Jie recognized the young man. It was one of the rich brats who hung around with Lu Shu and the others. He remembered this guy from that day. The young man had kept his head down, playing with his phone, but was actually sneaking glances and observing everything. He was clearly very calculating.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.